hello, and welcome everybody to day two of the 2023 Intercol Championships in beautiful Spice Country, Grenada, the premier track and field event in this wonderful Spice Island of ours. A meeting of 26 secondary schools for bragging rights, supremacy, and a lot of gold medals and records are up for grabs because it is wonderful weather. Exciting day, good day for track and field events, good day for breaking records. The sun is out, not much heavy wind, and we are glaring and ready to go. My name is Jason Ski. Together with me this morning is Bernard and Twine. We've got some others joining us as well. We've got Leslie Smith with us, also Joseph Cador, and Sherry Ann Noel is down on the floor, down on the field. And a great day in store. We had a fantastic day yesterday, and with one record being smashed, and smashed is the appropriate word to use. Jamila Nicholas from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, I think it was.
It was.
And the female discus, a new record of 37.97, a record that stood for just over 2 decades. And she did nothing but smash it to pieces. That's the story. A quick summary of day one. We had some track events, some good field events, and with all of that being said, the stage is set for a fantastic day two. Bernard, your thoughts?
Good morning to all our viewers and listeners, and those of you that are following us. Yesterday was a good day. We anticipate a better day today. We started with, let's call it showers of blessing. Early morning showers of blessing that lasted no more than 5 or 10 minutes. So it has really made things a bit cool, and it's probably the right type of weather to start a track and field event. What we have this morning in store for you, we have 21 events in the morning session. 9 of those events are finals today. So you are in store for a treat. This is where you are going to see the 200 meters, in all categories, 200 meters. And then we have some relays as preliminaries. That will be this morning also.
All right. Bernard, he's bringing us up to speed what we're looking at. We've also got to monitor the octathlon boys 110-meter hurdles, event number 34. On your screen is showing that we're getting ready for that. We've also got long jump in progress. Joseph Cador is down on the field. He's going to bring us up to speed on that in just a little bit. We've got high jump also taking place. Joseph is going to be busy this morning, and he's going to bring us up to speed with all of that. The 200-meter races are on this morning, as you mentioned, Bernard, and that too is going to be very exciting. A couple of big names inside there representing a couple of big schools as well, and we're going to keep monitoring that this morning. Your thoughts on what we can expect from the 200 meters?
We expect very, very, very keen competition. In fact, as per the 400 meters yesterday, there are no clear favorites. Maybe except the under 17, with maybe the under 17 boys. But other than that, it's all up for grabs. All up for grabs this morning.
All right, a quick run through of the point standings. We're not going to take all. We're just going to take the top 5. Still a lot of events to be had this morning, so it's still early days, but the St. David's Catholic Secondary School in the girls division is out in front in 114 points. The Anglican High School is right there on 81. St. Joseph's Convent St. George's sitting in 3rd position at the moment on 64 points. St. Joseph's Convent St. Andrew on 56 points, and the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School SAS on 40 points. Those are the top 5 in the girls division. In the boys division, the Grenada Boys Secondary School 115, but it's tight right there because SAS, the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, is right there on their tails, 3 points behind, 112. The St. David's Catholic Secondary School on 80 points. Presentation Brothers College on 54 points. And the Boca Secondary School sitting in 5th position at the moment on 31.5 points. Those are the top 5 in both divisions, the male and the female.
And we expect some significant movements on those point tables today. But the next event on the track would be the OCT for boys, the 110 meters hurdles. As you're probably aware, if you're not, it's a 8 event. It's an 8 event or 8 discipline event, and 4 discipline was competed and completed yesterday. And so today we would have the final four.
All right, well, let's bring you up to speed quickly now on the points for that, because in the boys octathlon, Shamar Fleming of the Boca Secondary School is sitting pretty on 2,444 points after 4 events. Aviel Jr. Williams of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School is there on 2,368 points. Brent Edmond of the Hillsborough Secondary School, 2,284 points. Jordy Lewis of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, 2,253 points. And in fifth position, Shane Lett of the Happy Hill Secondary School on 2,081 points. Those are your top five after 4 events, with the other 4 events remaining, which will be had today. In the girls' heptathlon, let's go and give you the scores quickly there. Shamari Joseph of the St. John's Christian Secondary School, 2,141 points. Thalia Desant, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 1,870 points, so a lot of daylight there between 1 and 2. Demisha Scott of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 1,855 points. Destiny Langine of the Anglican High School, 1,854 points. And Letitia Williams of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, 1,674 points. Those are your top five after 4 events in the girls' heptathlon. So the boys' octathlon and the girls' heptathlon, a decent amount of points being racked up there. For the 4 events in the boys this morning, we've got the 110-meter hurdles, the high jump, the javelin throw, and the 1,500 meters. That will happen. Those are the other 4 events remaining. In the girls' division, we've got the long jump, the javelin throw, and the 800 meters still to come. Yeah? So that's the story, the point standings in the boys' octathlon and the girls' heptathlon. Intercol 2023.
Very good introduction. To have the multi-discipline events this year's Intercol Games. It shows the versatility of our athletes, and we would have had some significant successes in the past. One of the reigning Commonwealth champion, in fact, in this multidisciplinary event, is a Canadian.
All right. We've also, this morning, we're also looking at a couple of field events. The boys' high jump junior. We've got that happening. The Adon Daniel of the Boca Secondary School coming into the event with 1.85 meters. And Jurel Clement of the Hillsborough Secondary School on 1 meter, 1.72 meters. We don't have any other jumps times qualifying, but what we do have now is the start of the boys octathlon 110-meter hurdles. Let's run through the field for you quickly. Aviel Jr. Williams of SAS is in lane 3. Jared Stafford of the Grenada Boys Secondary School is in lane 4. Zilon Cox of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School is in 5. And Brent Edmond of the Hillsborough Secondary School is in 6. Brent Edmond is sitting in 3rd position at the moment. He's on 2,284 points. And Aviel Jr. Williams is on 2,368 points. Heat 1 of the boys octathlon 110-meter hurdles.
And it's heat 1 of 2 heats.
So grueling events really, because grueling events really. Javier Jr. of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School is in 2nd position in the boys octathlon, 2,368 points. So he has his sights set because he's not too far behind the leader, which is Shamar Fleming, which I'm quite sure we will see in the 2nd heat. He's on 2,444. After the 110-meter hurdles in the boys octathlon, we've got the high jump, then the javelin throw, and the 1,500 meters. So Brent Edmond is in lane 6 of the Hillsborough Secondary School.
So this is day 2 of the Intercol 2023, Republic Bank Intercol 2023, day 2. Day 1 saw Very, very keen competition. But if you are joining us for the first time, very quickly let's go through the colors that you may be identifying the schools by the colors. White, all white, Anglican High School, Beacon High. Beacon High School is royal blue and sky blue. Bishop's College. Bishop's College is red and royal blue, gray and black traditionally. Boca. New School, Gateway Christian Secondary, gray, what is referred to as baby blue and white. Grenada Boys Secondary School, traditional green. Grenada Christian Academy, Colombian blue, black and white. Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive School, white and green. Grenada Secondary, Grenville's Secondary School, orange and black. Happy Hill Secondary School, changed colors this year, purple and white. Hillsborough Secondary School, yellow and forest green. J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School, orange and purple. McDonald College, maroon and white. Presentation Brothers College, traditional royal blue and white. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, SAS, navy blue and white. St. David's Catholic Secondary School, red and white. St. John's Christian Secondary School, royal blue and yellow. St. Joseph's Convent in Grenville, red and white and red. Green and white is St. Joseph's Convent, St. George.
All right, well, we're getting ready for the start of the 110-meter hurdles. Boys open. Heat number 1. Williams, Stafford, Cox, and Edmund. 3 through 6. This has to be about rhythm. It has to be about rhythm, and it seems as though Cox has found the best rhythm, not the best in all of them, I should say. And I think he just made it to the finish line. St. David's Catholic Secondary School in the person of Zilon Cox coming through to win the boys octathlon 110-meter hurdles.
Would be interesting to see the replay in the Hillsborough Secondary School. Brent Edmonds seems to have not hurdled one of the early hurdles. But we'll capture this on the replay.
Well, Brent missed the second hurdle. We picked that up quickly. And so he would have some questions to answer there, if at all he's asked any. And I say if he's asked any because these officials are not in the mood for asking questions. It is what it is. So Zilon Cox, Zilon Cox of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 18.3. And so he comes out winning. He's currently in ninth position, so some points here would do him very well. He's currently in ninth position in the boys octathlon. Zilon Cox winning the 110-meter hurdles, heat number 1, 18.03. Heat number 2 is getting ready to run off. Jonathan Newton of the Grenada Boys Secondary School is in 3. Rondell John of the Boca Secondary School is in 4. Shane Lett of Happy Hill Secondary School is in 5. And Cale Lewis in 6. St. David's Catholic Secondary School being represented right there. So Newton, John, Lett, and Lewis. No Shema Fleming just yet. Jonathan Newton understanding that this is an event that requires a whole lot of energy, so he's not about wasting any.
And not at all. Let me just conclude with the colors for those of you who join us for the first time. Westmoreland Secondary School is in royal blue and white. Wester Hall Secondary School is in Florence's green. Wesley College, all yellow. St. George's Institute, one of the newest secondary school, turquoise green and black and with white and gold.
Heat number 2, the boys octathlon, 3 through 6. Newton, John, Let, and Lewis.
The young men are all eager to get this one going this morning.
Not too much of a heavy wind. You can see it blowing on their t-shirts. The rhythm is up. Lewis seems to have the best rhythm so far. Lewis is clearing 1, 2 steps and a clear, and he has ran himself clear to win heat number 2. That's Cale Lewis of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Good run from him. Picked up his rhythm very early and was not as smooth as you would want a hurdler to be. But he picked up his rhythm. 2.5 steps, started off 2.5 steps and clearing the hurdles. And as he got into the race, moving down, he started to clear the hurdles with 2 steps as opposed to 2.5. So he has found his rhythm and he came through. Nice finish, I should say.
Yes, it was. But you get the impression that there's some work that needs to be done technique-wise with all 4 young men. In fact, both heats, you get the impression there's some technical work that needs to be done. Having said that, they found some way to complete the event and posting a time of 17.53 seconds. Big improvement in the last heat.
Yeah, it's a whole second ahead. All right. Currently, we've got the boys' high jump junior on the field. 18 participants starting there, and the starting height 1.5 meters. Also, the discus sub junior 1.5, and 23 athletes, and 2 rounds of competition. So Joseph Cador is down there, and he's going to bring us into the know as soon as we get the opportunity. Heat number 3 in the boys octathlon 110-meter hurdles. Now, this field is Lewis, Fleming, and Lane. Fleming, of course, leading the boys octathlon with 2,444 points. He's in lane number 4, the Boca Secondary School. So he's the current leader. Looks relaxed, looks very focused, steering down the track. In the meantime, his compatriot right next to him, Jordani Lewis of the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. Looks ready. If this race were to be won on looking dangerous, then Caleb Lane would be standing at the finish line, waiting for the others to come. Well, let's see how this one's going to turn out. Well, there's a reason why he's leading in the boys octathlon, and there you see it right there. So he has just won his heat. Shamar Fleming of the Boca Secondary School. Not too keen on his landing after coming over the hurdles. It might show off some back pains for him later on.
Technique. Needs to be, again, there
Coming down on
might
his
be some
heel.
technical flaws.
He's coming down too much flat-footed, and he's too flat-footed, so that could cause some issues with his back very soon. Want to watch that.
So 18.01 seconds. It's the winning time for Shamar Fleming from Boca Secondary School, the leader in this event. So you're witnessing live the Intercol secondary school games right here in beautiful Grenada. We are into day number 2.
We've got the girls javelin throw. You're seeing that on your screen now. The girls javelin throw is the finals. Joseph Cador is down there, so no doubt he is going to keep us in the know with that. Joseph Cador, as soon as you can always come into us. But and the Sherry-Ann is also there.
So it's
Right, so
high jump for junior males.
The girls javelin throw is what we're looking at on screen now.
And it's javelin for junior girls.
Javelin, yes, the girls junior javelin throw. Also happening on the field, we've got the boys high jump junior and the boys discus throw sub junior. So we've got some field events taking place. And Joseph, if you're there, use the opportunity, either you or Sherry-Ann, to bring us up to speed on that. We also got the girls 200-meter sub-junior heat, number 1, that's coming up. They're going to be taking to the track in just a little bit. Event number 41, the girls 200-meter sub-junior.
Girls 200 meters sub-junior. Preliminaries, we have some heats. The finals will be contested later in the afternoon. So these events are now in the morning session is to secure your place for the afternoon finals. So on your screen, the female javelin throw for junior girls, javelin throw for junior girls. You're witnessing on your screen.
So the boys have completed their warm-ups and the boys discuss through sub-junior. We're about to start this event, so I'll introduce you to the field. Representing the Nautical GBSS. He claimed the gold in the high jump yesterday on day 1 of Intercol, silver in the shot put. From Nautical GBSS, Nikhil Abraham. From the Grenville Secondary School, claiming bronze in the 1500 yesterday, Rogel Carmichael. And next up, gold medalist in the javelin, bronze in the shot put, from Nawasasas, Delron John. From the Nautical GBSS, Javid Noel. From Nexa PBC, Adriel Phillip. From Classic Lighting, Westerhall Secondary, Jaziel Francis. From the St. David Catholic Secondary, Sione Fletcher. Nexa PBC, Stefan Strawn. Grenada Christian Academy, Malton Lindsay. Bishop's College, Zachary Thompson. From the St. Mark's Secondary School, Zanik Gerrans. From the Hillsborough Secondary School, Jalen McFarlane. Also from Hillsborough, bronze medalist in the javelin from day 1, Hillsborough Secondary School, Royshan Charles. From Boca Secondary, Aaron Smith. From Nawasasas, Tafari Williams. From Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher Catholic, Amarion Bruno. From Grenada Christian Academy, Nickel Courtney. From McDonald College, Zachary Grant. From Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Jaden Charles. Also from Boca Secondary, Kingsley Finley. From Classic Lighting, Westerhall Secondary, Giovanni Phillip. Correction, that's Westmoreland Secondary. My apologies. Westmoreland Secondary, Giovanni Phillip. From the St. Mark's Secondary School, Zuriel Fleming. From Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher, Ryan J. Joseph. From St. David Catholic Secondary, Elion Felix. From the Happy Hill Secondary, Francis Gibbs. And rounding out your field from the McDonald College, Dannon Mitchell.
And back to the track we go for the first heat, first of 5, 200-meter sub-junior girls. Thank you, Russell.
So the girls 200-meter sub-junior heat number 1. Charles, Regis, Barry, Douglas, Macmillan, Christopher, Alexander, Gresham.
So it's Grenada Christian Academy in lane 1. Happy Hill Secondary School in lane 2. Barry from St. Rose Modern Secondary School in lane 3. Boca Secondary School in lane 4 in Douglas. In lane 5 is Christian Gresham in lane 5, Westmoreland Secondary School. Ruth Macmillan, lane 6, Grenville Secondary School. Kayla Christopher, St. David's Catholic Secondary School in lane 7. And in lane 8, Mia Alexander, J.W. Fletcher Catholic School. So all 8 lanes are taken. Heat number 1, girls 200 meters sub-junior. A bit of an infringement from the young lady from the Grenada Christian Academy. That's what the huddle is about with the officials. Let's see what the decisions will be. And she's given a red card, so she's out.
It's a red card produced for this false start. It means that the athlete from the Grenada Christian Academy has been expelled from this one.
And that was really an easy decision there. It's a clear false start.
So lane number 1 is out. That's Renisha Charles, and everyone else is dangerous looking. None more dangerous than Kishona Douglas and Mia Alexander. And Douglas is going to have to settle for second place, and Kayla Christopher coming through, winning heat number 1 of the girls 200 meters sub-junior. So Kayla Christopher looked a little bit more composed, actually, even from the start. Dangerous looking was Kedonna Douglas. She came around the bend, just maybe tried to kick just a little bit too late right there, but it was a nice, steady, decent flow from Christopher, Kayla Christopher.
It's 26.13 seconds.
She shut down. She shut down with just about 5 meters, 10 meters to go. She did just shut down, locked into cruise control, and came across the finish line. 26.13. Kedonna Douglas of the Boca Secondary School, 26.96, and Arisha Regis of the Happy Hill Secondary School, 28.16. Yeah, so those are your top 3 finishers. What's interesting is wind assist of 2.5. So even with being assisted with the wind and 26 seconds going, but it was a shutdown. Let's just say that she did shut down. Kayla Christopher, she did shut down and allowed her momentum to carry her through the line.
So heat number 2. Rihanna Thomas, Anglican High School in lane 1.
Lane 5, Westmoreland Secondary. Lane 6, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. Lane 7, MacDonald College. Heat 2 of 5, sub-junior girls, 200 meters.
So the house announcer ran through the lane assignments, and heat number 2, as we said, no serious qualifying times being handed to us. So who do we look for? We can't say. But sub-junior girls heat number 2. Christina Charles of SAS running on the outside, but Kilani Kwashi, Bishop's College, and Kayla Allen coming through to win. Long stride from the jump. I mean, long stride. This is the kind of, with a stride like that, you really don't want to be in the middle lane. It was not the best lane for her. With a stride like that, you probably want to be on an outer lane so you can get a whole lot more from it coming around the bend. But she ran a good race. Bernard, she ran a good race.
Yes, it's not very competitive in the end. She won quite easily, actually, in the end. And a time of 26.42 seconds. The second place finisher was almost a full second, 27.12 seconds. And for the second place, Christiana Charles from SAS. So it was Alan, Charles, Thomas, Providence, Kwashi, Cooper, Campbell, and Bain. That's how they finished.
Heat number 3 of 5 now on the track. Let's go down to the house announcer. He's got the lane assignments.
This one, lane number 1, St. George's Institute. Lane number 2, Happy Hill Secondary. Lane number 3, St. Mark's Secondary. Lane number 4, St. David's Catholic Secondary.
Shoshana Bascom.
Lane number 5, the Wester Hall Secondary.
Shamar Alexis.
Lane number 6, Bishop's College.
Sierra Jones.
Lane 7, St. John's Christian Secondary.
Bernicia Hosford.
And lane number 8, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary.
Brianna
Heat
Oliver.
3 of 5, sub-junior girls, 200 meters.
So Pace, St. Bernard, Stewart, Bascom, Alexis, Jones, Hosford, and Oliver.
All 8 lanes are taken. It's heat number 3. 200 meters, sub-junior girls.
still even, but Happy Hill Secondary School in the person of Jada Bernard seems to be picking up the stagger quickly as she comes around the bend now in total control. She's going to just cruise to this one into the finish line. Look for her to shut down with about 20 meters to go. She does that now. She's going to lock down, and that's it. St. David's Catholic Secondary School, that is. St. David's Catholic Secondary School in the person of Tishona Bascom. Tishona Bascom, St. David's Catholic Secondary School, just coming through, shutting down early,
Very.
knowing that no real competition.
27.26 seconds, yes. When about 50 meters ago, she was done and dusted as to the results of this race. Being fully aware that this is heat and the finals, she carrying her place for the finals.
What's important here is just making sure you secure your spot for the finals.
We have 5 heats, or is it 5 winners are short of a spot, and then the next 3 best finishers. So in this one, it was Tishona Bascom from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. And we on to heat number 4.
Dunia Modeste.
Lead 4, Hillsborough Secondary.
Kiana Roberts.
Lead 5, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's.
Shadesha Walcott.
Lead 6, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville.
Samara Noel.
Lead 7, Wesley College.
Frances Lewis.
Running on the field, lead number 8, Grenville Secondary.
Norisa Nelson.
Sub-junior girls, 200 meters.
So Noel, Perryman, Modeste, Roberts, Walcott, Noel, Lewis, and Nelson. You've been to a lot of these sports. Any favorites for the 200 meters so far?
Who should come out of this one should be the young lady from Anglican High School, Modeste.
All right, Denia Modeste. Let's see. She is in 3. Let's keep our eyes on her and see what happens here. She's out quickly, but just but Kiana Roberts of Hillsborough Secondary School has picked up some stagger and is looking in a no-nonsense move.
Wesley College, but it's Hillsborough Secondary coming on down. The winner qualifies out of the others chasing. St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, McDonald College, Hillsborough Secondary. Unofficially taking this one is the athlete from the St. Joseph's
St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew. Yeah, and Shamara Noel. A bit of a mishap on the track there. We're going to get to that in just a little bit to see what really happened and how it transpired. But it was probably the most competitive heat number 4. So all's well heading down the straight, and
It's official. St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. Shadija
all's
Walcott.
well. So Walcott just tumbled,
She's booked a spot in the
missed a step and just tumbled,
27.78,
unfortunately.
position 2,
But
27.97.
Shadesha Walcott, Denia Modeste of the
They find some time qualifiers.
Anglican High School,
But there's 1 final to go.
27.78.
Sub-junior girls. Sub-junior girls.
That's more like it.
Now, toyed with us for just a little bit there. The information
Lead
came up.
assignments, heat number 5. Running on the lead 1, the West Hall Secondary. Lead number 2, St. John's Christian Secondary. Lead number 3, Bishop's College.
Rachel
Lead
Joseph,
4, Boca Secondary.
Kashanti Mitchell,
Lead 5, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's.
Sophia Stephen,
Lead 6, St. Joseph's Convent.
Shanika Bido,
Lead 7, Wesley College.
Keisha
And
Stanislaus,
lead number 8, Grenada Christian Academy. Lead
Kidonna
5 of 5,
Rogers.
sub-junior girls, 200 meters.
What has been quite noticeable is the representation from 2 of the newer schools. It's CGI, or SGI rather, and GCA. Yeah, good representation. The girls, 200 meters, sub-junior, heat number 4.
This is heat number 5 actually. Heat number 5 of 5.
Heat number 5.
Yeah, so heat number 5 of 5. Agard, St. Louis, Joseph, Mitchell, Stephen, Bideau, Stanislaus, and Rogers. Rachel Joseph of the Boca Secondary School is in 3. Keep your eyes on her. And also Shanika Bideau of St. Joseph's Convent St. Andrew. And Sophia Stephen of St. Joseph's Convent St. George is in 5. A surprise could come from Keisha Stanislaus of the Wesley College in 7. Right after this 200-meter heat, we're going to attempt to go down to Joseph Cador because we've got some female javelin taking place just around that area. So we're going to see what we can pick up. Female javelin happening just around that area on your screen. You can see just in the center of your screen. So we're going to attempt to get some information there.
There onto the max. And they're off.
Wow. Remember, I told you look for the athlete from the Boca Secondary School. That's Kashanti Mitchell. And Kashanti Mitchell and St. Joseph's Convent St. George in the person of Sophia Stephen. We will recall those two names, but it looks as Mitchell is going to power away, save and accept a stumble. She's going to power away, and following her is Stephen. Stephen wanted to maybe finish a little quicker, understanding that is the first place and the top 3 times after that. You know, you want to. This is the final heat, so you must have an idea as to who's coming, and you know, yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually wondering about the briefing from the coaches because she slowed down, realizing she was going to be second. But in heats like this, where the finalists are determined on times, she really should have ran all the way through.
All right, so 27.66 for Mitchell, and 2 seconds later, Sophia Stevens of the St. Joseph's Convent. Will that come back to haunt her? Well, time will tell. The top finisher
presentation. It's 10:18
every heat, and the top 3 best times after
medal
that. We've got a medal presentation happening, so let's go down to the
Intercol committee.
medal podium. We've got a medal presentation there, events that took place this morning already, and President of the Grenada Principals Association and principal also of the Presentation Brothers College, Mr. Dominic Jeremiah, is going to be down there, and Kenroy Batiste is going to do the duties of the house announcer. Kenroy Modeste, good morning, my good friend Kenroy Modeste. He's a contractor and a very good friend of mine, and he did in fact indicate to me that he purchased the pay-per-view link and he's going to be viewing. So Kenroy Modeste, if you're viewing, as you said that you would be, good morning and good to have you. But the Kenroy that I meant to refer to was our own Kenroy Batiste.
Event 2, boys long jump sub-junior. Bronze medalist Golden Joseph. SAS, 5.55 meters. Silver medalist Jaden Bear, GBSS, 5.58 meters. Presenting your gold medalist Christophe Calise, SAS, 5.95 seconds. Event 12, boys high jump, senior. Bronze medalist Elisha Williams. St. David's Catholic Secondary, 1.80 meters. Silver medalist Joshua Richard, GBSS, 1.86 meters. Your gold medalist DeAndre Smith, Boca Secondary, 1.89 meters. Event 15, girls discus throw, sub-junior. Presenting your bronze medalist, Jada Elcock, Anglican High. 19.09 meters. Silver medalist, Ebony Moraine, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. 19.41 meters. Your gold medalist, Naomi Augustine, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 20.16 meters. Event 27, girls shot put, sub-junior. Presenting your bronze medalist, Zoria Charles, SAS, 8.72 meters. Silver medalist, Tabitha Francis, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 9.11 meters. Now your gold medalist, Naomi Augustine, also representing St. David's Catholic Secondary, 10.18 meters. Event 29, girls shot put junior. Presenting your bronze medalist, Rihanna Alexander, SAS, 9.36 meters. Silver medalist, Shania Thomas, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, 9.37 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your gold medalist, Shavonia Houston, Anglican High, 9.94 meters. This is the end of this medal presentation for now. Thank you very much, Mr. Dominic Jeremiah, Chairman of the Intercol Committee. Intercol, Republic Bank, Intercol Championships 2023. Right here at the Karani James Athletic Stadium. Welcome everybody, welcome, good to see all of you. Thank you for joining the experience, the excitement, the fun, the excitement all. So nice to have you with us.
All right,
I'll
well,
toss things over
for
now
real,
to
the
my
experience and the excitement of Intercol 2023, Intercol 55 in 2023. Joseph Cador is down on the field, and we've got some events. We've got some events happening on the field. So Joseph Cador is down there with us. Joseph Cador, if you're hearing us, Joseph, we are waiting on you. We know that there's some discus sub-junior happening, high jump boys happening. So if you're there, you can come over.
Conclude the heptathlon. Girls, long jump. We get some results for you in just a few. But in progress on the southern end, we have the discus throw, sub-junior boys, and the high jump, junior boys. Much action here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium with public band. Intercol Games 2023.
Okay, well, we've got the boys octathlon. We're going to get some updates for that for you, and of course the girls heptathlon, we're going to be monitoring that as well to bring you up to speed with some events. We started the day with Shamari Joseph in the girls heptathlon after 4 events, leading out front, followed by Thalia Desant and then Denisha Scott. St. John's Christian Secondary, St. David's Catholic, 1, 2, 3.
Serving, protecting, maintaining the order and the discipline.
In the boys octathlon, we've got out in the lead Shamar Fleming of the Boca Secondary School, Aviel Jr. Williams of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, and Brent Edmond of the Hillsborough Secondary School, 1, 2, and 3 in the boys octathlon. So those are the top 3 positions, and we had the 110-meter hurdles. So with the points, well, the heats, we've got the 110-meter hurdles in the boys. Those heats will tell a story, and then of course we get to the finals of the 110-meter hurdles. Then we've got the high jump, the javelin throw, and the 1,500 meters in the boys octathlon. In the girls heptathlon, still to be completed, we've got the long jump, the javelin throw, and the 800 meters. So that's the latest on the heptathlon and the octathlon.
High jump, junior boys, cleared by the athlete from the Grenada Christian Academy, Rashid Joseph.
So
The record in this event 1.95 meters, set back in 2001. Kieran Dixon. Boys are currently at 1.65 meters. Nice, smooth, clean clearance. Yeah, we got the GBSS. Junior girls javelin throw in progress. We just witnessed the athlete from the Western Hall Secondary. That's Janelle Griffin. About to witness Bishop's College. Kesia Matthew. Junior girls javelin throw.
Now in the field events, we have the junior girls javelin, 26 athletes in that category. They're making their second attempt. The record in that event is 41.75, set in 2017 by Holly Charles. Now, as I mentioned before, 26 junior girls in that particular event. The javelin is ongoing. It's one of the field events that is attracting a lot of athletes this time around. So we're here and we're trying to bring you an update as to how it's progressing. We are going to move from the javelin at the moment, and we're going to head on up to the discus and the high jump. And to give you an update as to what's happening there, I have my colleague with me, Joseph Kado. Joseph has been following the discus and the high jump juniors. They started at 1.50. I think they already crossed 1.55 meters. So he is going to give you now an update as to what's happening in the discus and the high jump.
Well, thank you guys and welcome to the National Stadium. Just to give you an update on what's happening in the discus. Well, it started this morning. It's where the record in the record in the discus is 39.32 meters. That was set back in 2015 by Johan Jeremiah. The field started this morning with some 23 athletes participating. They would go through the round of three, then that field will be reduced, and from there we go into the second round. It is early days yet, as certainly as we go through the day, we get an appreciation for exactly where this is going to end. Similar, as Sherry intimated, in the high jump, it is early days yet. They're just about 1.55. They're just about 1.55, so certainly we gave way to the action on the track.
All right, so thank you very much, Joseph Kado and Sherry Ann Noel. The junior boys 200 meters, heat number 1. Jaldu, Caliste, Samuel, Joseph, Oliver, Robert, St. Louis, and Felix. McDonald College, SAS, Happy Hill, GBSS, St. Mark Secondary, Boca Wesley College, and Grenville Secondary. 1 through 8. We thought it was clean, but they were called back. And somebody's in trouble. This is not where you want to find yourself. We can tell that this heat seems to have some kind of fire attached to it because, that is if we go on looks, Antoine. We had some times here. Heat 1.
The offending party here seems to be in lane 2. Christophe Caliste from SAS.
Christophe Caliste from SAS. All right, and the
replay seems to suggest otherwise.
Well, we'll wait and see. There's a warning on the field.
There's a green card.
Yeah, there's a warning on the field. 24.22 GBSS Kamal Joseph. That's the best time that we've had. Well, the time that we have recorded. So a sound warning. So all's well that ends well. But clearly over the years, the officials have shown that their tolerance level for false starts has diminished quite significantly from the international scene and all.
It's a new rules. One remember the Moscow Olympic when the 100 meters took literally about 15 to 20 minutes to start one race.
Well, tense moments here. Seems to be some familiarity with these athletes. Everybody seems to know everybody and what everybody is capable of. Starts off as a trot, except for what we're seeing from the athlete from SAS, that's Christophe Caliste. He is lunging forward and making no mistake about it. But good comeback there from Kamal Joseph of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. He's not going to catch him. He's not going to catch him. So Caliste Christopher making the best of the opportunity. That's what you call it. You found yourself having a bit of a difficulty on the warning, but you turn around and you make the most of it. So Christophe Caliste of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School coming through in heat number 1, followed by Kamal Joseph of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. 5 heats in the boys 200 meter sub-junior. Heat 1 just being completed, and not going to spend too much time on it because Christophe Caliste came through, and heat number 2 is already for business.
And we seem to be getting a prelude to what might be in store for us. SAS versus GBSS. Christophe Calise and Kamal Joseph. A good display there. Calise seems to have run a measured run just to ensure that he was into the finals later on today. And Joseph was playing catch up all along.
Oh, well, you don't want to take any chances, not at this stage. This is a big meet. Ensure that you clear yourself, get yourself properly secured, and then you can shut down. Let's check out the lane assignments here for heat number 2. In lane 2, Andre Fletcher.
Richardson. Lane number 4, Classic Lighting, Westerhall Secondary School, Omari Richardson. Lane number 5, from the St. John's Christian Secondary, Vecchio Hines. Lane number 6, from the McDonald College, Alan Albert. Lane number 7, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary School, Jamal Andrew. And running out of lane number 8 from Grenada Christian Academy, Keith Charles.
Keith Charles, bit familiar. Did Keith win something yesterday, Jason?
My memory didn't go back so far. Without pen and paper, between me, you, and the commentary, Bernard Antoine, I've already forgotten what I had for breakfast. So,
heat number 2, the boys 200 meters sub-junior.
Luzon, Fletcher, Richardson, Hines, Andrew, Charles, Albert. Omari Richardson of the Westerhall Secondary School coming into this with a time of 25.10. So him and Andre Fletcher, the two to watch in this seat. Fletcher's in lane 2. St. Mark's Secondary, Tristan Richardson is in 3. Kevon Louison in lane 1, the St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Heavily attired. Will probably learn that too much attire is not the friend of the wind in a sprint event. But just maybe he has something extra special to release. Let's wait and see. And maybe he does, because he had a good start from lane 1. Let's see how that's going to end for him. But out in the middle of the pack, St. John's Christian Secondary and Hines. So 5 Hines just coming through ahead of Omarion Richardson of the Westerhall Secondary. So Hines winning his heat.
Pretty good calculated run, I would say, from St. John's Christian Secondary Hines. Good challenge from Westerhall in the person of Richardson. And so these two, let's look at the times, but these two certainly, Hines will be there. Let's see if the second place Richardson will be there also.
So 24.58 and 24.66 are the top 2 running under 25. 24.58 and 24.66. So we might just see both of them.
25.52 seconds. Time to beat as we get set for heat number 3 of 5.
24.58. Hines and Omarion Richardson of the Westerhall Secondary School. 24.66. Yeah, better than what he came in with. Richardson came in at 25.10 and now clocking 24.66 to come second in his heat. Let's go to heat number 3 now. heat number 3, we're seeing St. Rose Modern Secondary, St. David's Catholic Secondary again. Happy Hill, Westmoreland Secondary, PBC.
So we're at heat number 3 of 5 in the prelims for the boys 200-meter dash sub-junior.
Let's go down to the lane assignments.
Your field. Running out of lane number 1 from the St. David Catholic Secondary, Ronell Hosford. Lane number 2, St. Rose Modern Secondary, Casey Andrew. Running out of lane number 3, representing Nawasa Sass. He got gold at national champs this year, Delron John. Lane number 4, from Hillsborough Secondary School, Tikwan Boswing. Lane number 5, from the Westmoreland Secondary School, Giovanni Phillip. Lane number 6, from Nexa PBC, Nathaniel Douglas. Lane number 7, from the St. George's Institute, Kazim Salab. And running out of lane number 8, from the Grenada SDA Comprehensive, Kieron George. Your field for heat number 3 of 5 and the boys 200-meter dash sub-junior.
So Delron John, Taekwon Boswin, and Nathaniel Douglas. In my mind, those are the 3 to keep your eyes on. Douglas of PBC, Boswin of Hillsborough Secondary, and Delron John of SAS. This is heat number 3. This has the potential to have some fire attached to it because Delron John is there.
So it's lane 3, 4, and 6.
Yeah. Look out for Delron John to pick up the stagger very early in this one, and if he has any comfortable window, he's going to shut down with about 60 meters to go. That's his style.
He is the reigning sub-junior 200 meters champion from the national championships. So the running should be lane 3, lane 4, and lane 6.
Anything in my mind, anything other than that would be a pleasant upset. But let's see what happens. And immediately, just as we predicted, John picks up the stagger, catches 1, 2, and 3 before he comes around the bend, and clearly came around the bend with more than daylight, a week and a month to spare, and he has just shut it down, and momentum is going to carry him through the line. He has a whole lot more in the tank, and clearly he showed nothing short of real superiority there. So Delron John showing why he is the man to beat. What is interesting now is the time. Grimacing just a little bit. Wonder why this is not looking good for him and Saz, but he came around the bend picking up 3 on the stagger early, and with about 80 meters to go he could have locked into cruise control and allowed the wind to take him through. But just as he finished the race, we saw a little bit of a grimace there, and he came down just across the finish line a little bit flat-footed, so I'm not quite sure if it sent some sort of shock through his lower back. But 23.37 with no competition and with 60% of the race in cruise control. This is looking good for Delron John and Sass.
As we said, he is the reigning sub-junior champion in national championships, but from 60-meter max, something seems to have tweaked. There was a twitch at the 60-meter mark, and he ended with some bit of grimace there. So let's see what happens in the finals. I hope the young man, everything is all right with the young man. So that's Delron John, 23.37 seconds in heat number 2. We're on to heat number 3.
This is heat number 4, actually.
In number 4.
All right, so heat number 4 of 5 in the boys 200-meter
Silver
sub-junior.
medalist at nationals this year, From Nexa PBC, Ethan Auguste. Out of lane number 2 from Grenada Christian Academy, Keldon Francis. Out of lane number 3 from the Happy Hill Secondary School, Alion Dikoto. Lane number 4, Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary School, Roselle Ross. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting Caribbean, Westerhall Secondary, Alden Clark. Lane number 6, from Wesley College, Tiandre St. Louis. Lane number 7, Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher Catholic, Ryan J. Joseph. And running out of lane number 8, from the Grenville Secondary School, Rafael Cadu, your field for heat 4 or 5 in the boys 200-meter dash sub-junior.
This one, Roselle Ross of Hillsborough Secondary, 25.20. And Alden Clark of the Wester Hall Secondary School, 26.10. But the real danger in this one comes out of lane 1 in Ethan Auguste of PBC. He was second to Delron John, I think it is, at National Champs. So yeah, the real danger in this heat here is Ethan Auguste. He's in lane 1. Look for him to follow in similar fashion as John would have done.
It's a blistering start from Wester Hall.
Alden Clark comes around the bend in front, but PBC in Ethan Auguste has the ability to switch gears and then slow down. So he came around the bend maybe in about third, decided to elect fourth quickly, straightened up, and then held his compression and go right back down to number 2 and cross the finish line. That's the story, really. Ethan Auguste coming through with no danger. He knew that he was in a good position, ran a race, was not intimidated by Clark coming off the bend before him. He knew he had what it took to come through, and there he just decided, let's gear down, conserve some energy, cross the line.
Measured race 24.64 for Ethan Auguste. And it was a measured run. We must add that it was a measured run. He had the race wrapped up in 65 meters out. Around the bend, it was Clark from the Westerhall Secondary School that was doing all the running. Ethan caught him. Ethan caught him and at about 60 meters, and that was that. All that she wrote, as the saying goes.
All right, let's go down to the track again. Heat number 5 of 5 in the boys 200-meter sub-junior.
Sub-junior. Introducing your field for this event, running out of lane number 1 from the St. George's Institute, Jaleel Phillip. Out of lane number 2 from the Grenada Christian Academy, Nikel Courtney. Out of lane number 3 from the Grenada SDA Comprehensive, Henri Peters. Out of lane number 4 from Gateway Christian Academy, Nathaniel Alfred. Lane number 5 from Nachiko GBSS, Rashawn Daniel. In lane number 6, Classic Lighting Caribbean, J.W. Fletcher, Amarian Bruno. Lane number 7 from the Westmoreland Secondary School, Giselle Francis. And in lane number 8 from Grenville Secondary, Keneal Charles. Your field.
And this is in fact a rather interesting heat number 5. 2 of the newer schools are represented here. Jahid Phillip in lane 1 from St. George's Institute, and from the Grenada Gateway Christian Academy in Nathaniel Alfred in lane 4.
All right, well, who we're looking at here, basically, based on qualifying times, Rashawn Daniel of the Grenada Boys Secondary School came in with a qualifying time of 25.36, and a 25.28 of the Grenada Christian Academy, Nathaniel Alfred. If the times coming into this event suggest who should cross the line first. Those are the two you want to be looking at. Nobody in lane 8. Lane 8 has do not start attached to him. Right, so right after this heat, we're going to go down to Joseph with an update on the high jump. So we're just concluding the 5th and a final heat in the boys 200 meter sub junior, and then we go down to Joseph Cador. All right, so let's get ready for heat number 5 of 5. Keep your eyes on lane 5, Rashawn Daniel, and lane 4, Nathaniel Alfred. If it's going to come, it's going to come from the middle of the track. Amarion Bruno of J.W. Fletcher also posing, going to pose some danger. But, yep, it's Rashawn Daniel of a GBSS coming off the bend before everyone else and powering forward and starts to stamp his authority. Some good separation. I think he ran a little bit hard though, because coming around the bend, everyone was still in a bundle, and he had a stride or two. He had a stride or two coming off the bend, but kept his composure and powered through to the finish. Antoine?
25 meters in, he knew he had it. Other than that, he had to do some serious running because there were some challenges from Gateway, and there were some challenges also from Happy Hill.
Yeah.
Not Happy Hill, sorry, J.W. Fletcher. So it is the Rishon Daniel of GBSS, 24.77 seconds. Let's see if, in fact, the Gateway Christian Academy have their first finalist in Nathaniel Alfred. We will update you momentarily as to what the final 8 positions are.
Well, with 25.88, it means that he has a lot of work to do, because there are a couple of folks who ran some 24s before him, and we've got 25.81 in Wester Hall Secondary School in Alden Clark. He came second in his heat. That's the only other 25 we've had so far. But apart from that, mostly everyone running 24. So for him to get through with 25.78, it's going to require some prayer and fasting.
It's a Christian school.
Yeah. Well, that's what I say. It's going to require some prayer and fasting. Joseph Cador is down on Sherry-Ann Noel, is down on the field. Sherry-Ann, if you're hearing us, we're ready for you. Take it.
Thank you very much, Jason. Well, we're giving you an update on the junior boys high jump. Started around 22 athletes. We're now down to 4. The jump that they're attempting now is 1.73 meters. The record is 195, which was held back in 2001 by Kellon Dixon. I think Kellon Dixon was a former student of the Presentations Brothers College. But just let you know that we have in the run right now, we have Micah Campbell from GBSS, Rashid Joseph from the Grenada Christian Academy, Alden Daniel from Boca, and Dylan McKenzie from the Presentation Brothers College. As we mentioned, it is the junior boys high jump in progress, and we're down to 5. We are going to keep you posted as to what's happening with the new heights and so as the day progresses. So back to our commentary team.
Lane number 6 from the St. John's Christian Secondary, Keontae Williams. And running lane number 7,
the heat for the girls 200 meters junior. Yep, the girls 200 meter junior, heat number 1. This is interesting here because a couple of 28, some 24 in heat number 1, Anglican High School, Shifona Houston. Shifona Houston, she is on the Carifta team as well, so look out for her in the middle of the track. She's in lane 4. Heat number 1. Forgot to say thank you very much, Sherry-Ann Noel, for that update, and we're going to be checking in with you again, or you check in with us. Either way, we're going to be checking each other, bringing our viewers up to speed on Joseph Cador is down there as well. So yeah, we're into the heats, the girls 200 meters junior. Girls 200-meter junior. Look out for Shiffonia Houston of Anglican High School in the middle of the track, lane 4. Houston is out like a rocket. Hence the reason why she's right there on the junior career of the team. She came off the bend in front of everybody, but she's seeing a little bit of a threat from Aliana Dikoto. Aliana Dikoto of the Happy Hill Secondary School. But Houston makes no mistake about it, and she secures her spot for the finals. I was expecting a little bit more from her. At this event, at this time, you've got to stamp your authority. Yeah, so Shiffonia Houston coming out and stamping her authority. Could have done that a little bit more. Didn't need to work so hard coming around on the straightaway. You want to stamp your authority in these heats as a character athlete. You want to stamp your authority in these heats from the jump. Come off the bend before everybody else as much as you can, and then lock down into cruise control. Send a clear message, yeah?
25.36 in the heats to qualify for the finals. That's not a bad time.
25.36 she ran. Her time coming into this event was a 24.68. So clearly we know she can do a whole lot better than she did. Let's go to heat number 2 now. Let's see who's there in heat number 2.
Introducing your field for this event. Running out of lane number 1 from Bishop's College, Portia Samuel. But for lane number 2 from the McDonald College, Peaches Panchu. Lane number 3 from the Westmoreland Secondary, Kira Kowich. Lane number 4 from the St. David Catholic Secondary, Kamaya Telesford. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary School, Cassidy Mitchell. Lane number 6 from the Nawasa SAS, Tiona Bridgman. And in lane number 7 from Grenville Secondary School, Talia Nayak. Your field for the girls 200-meter dash, heat 205.
All right, so who are we looking for in this one here, really? We've got someone who ran an eternity, the athlete from Westerhall Secondary School, Kira Kowich. Absolutely no way she can expect to run half a minute and qualify here. So the next time that we have is Kamaya Telesford, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 25:10. Let's see.
They're up and they're off. Heat number 2, the junior girls, 200
Boca Secondary
meters.
School,
St. David's down the middle.
Cassida
McDonald
Mitchell.
College on the inside. Grenville Secondary on the outside.
Cassida Mitchell.
Westmoreland School is in it. Boca Secondary is in it.
But
St. David's
Kamaya
Catholic
Telesford.
Secondary. St.
Kamaya
David's
Telesford
Catholic
has
Secondary. They're coming
come
on
off the
down.
bend before
Heat
everyone
number
else
2 of 5 in
and
the junior girls.
locked down
200
cruise control
meters.
and taking it home.
St. David's Catholic Secondary unofficially taking this one. The bubble time stands at 27.36 seconds.
Yeah. So Kamaya Telesford, St. David's Catholic Secondary, good run.
Again, she knew what she had to do to qualify for the finals later today, and that's what she did. Kamaya Telesford, I would say easy run, Jason.
Yeah. Came off the bend before everyone else, stamped her authority, and then went into cruise mood and ambled across the finish line with no threat. Running 26.82. And Peaches Panchu, McDonald College coming in second, 27.31. Slow race.
Much slower than heat number 1.
The others seem to be just outside the bubble, which still stands
So
at
with heat number, we get ready for heat number 3.
number 3.
The girls 200 meters juniors. We expect some real fireworks in the boys 200 meters juniors a little later on.
All right. Well, let's see who's in heat number 3. keep your eyes on Tamaya Thomas of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School
Your field for heat
and
number 3 of 5.
Akira
the
Moraine
girls
of the
200
St.
meter
Davis
dash
Catholic
junior.
Secondary School. Also
Running out
Kayla
of lane
Alexis.
number 1 from the McDonald College, Abigail Williams. Out of lane number 2 from the Grenada Christian Academy, Rihanna Julian. Out of lane number 3 from Nawasa Sass, Tamaya Thomas. Lane number 4, St. David Catholic Secondary, Akira Moraine. Out of lane number 5, from Patty's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Kyla Alexis. Lane number 6, from Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher Catholic, Kanaya Street. And out of lane number 7, from the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Janelle Colimo. Your field for the girls 200 meter dash junior, heat 3 of 5.
All right, well, heat 3 of 5. Here we go. Keep your eyes in the middle of the track, basically. 3, 2, 3, and 6. And here we go.
They're up and they're off. It's heat number 4.
Tamaya
the
Thomas.
Junior girls, 200 meters. St.
Tamaya
Davis Catholic
Thomas
Secondary,
of
St.
the-
Andrews Anglican Secondary, McDonald College on the inside. Chasing a bubble time of 27.36 seconds. McDonald College, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, St. Davis Catholic Secondary. Coming on down, unofficially, McDonald College. Crossing the line first in this one. We await the official results. Heat number 4 of 5. Heat 3 of 5 in the junior girls, 200 meters.
Sherry-Ann Noel is down on the field. The boys discus throw, sub-junior. Sherry-Ann Noel, you there?
Heat number 3 is Williams from McDonald College taking that one 26.53.
Booking us one in the finals.
26.
Tamaya Thomas of the St. Andrews Secondary seems to be on the inside of the bubble all the way down to position number 3. Akira Moraine of the St. Davis Catholic Secondary, 27.19. Seems to be the new bubble time in this one.
So it's McDonald College, SAS, St. Davis Catholic Secondary, the first 3 positions.
Number 4, junior girls.
Heat number 4, junior girls 200 meters. Lane assignments momentarily.
Introducing your field for this event. Running out of lane number 1 from the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Sanya Belfont.
The Belfont in lane 1.
Lane number 2 from the St. Mark's Secondary, Ava Grant.
Grant from St. Mark's
Lane
Secondary in
number
lane
3
3.
from Classic Lighting, Hillsborough Secondary, Talia Sampson.
Sampson, lane 3, Hillsborough Secondary.
Lane number 4 from GTC Anglican High School, Egypt Benjamin. Lane number 5 from Patty's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Akelia Roberts. Lane number 6, Classic Lighting, Westerhall Secondary, Joanne Moraine. And running out of lane number 7 from Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher, Jazara Johnson. Heat number 4 of 5 in the girls 200 meter dash junior division.
All right, Bernard and Twine, what's your thoughts on this one?
We should look at lane 4, Egypt Benjamin.
Egypt Benjamin of the Anglican High School.
Egypt Benjamin of Anglican High School should come out of this one. She has been playing second fiddle to Shafona Olia. This is a time to shine in this heat number 4.
All right, well, she is in the middle of the pack at lane 4. There she is, Egypt Benjamin of the Anglican High School. Looks very focused, understands the mission at hand. Right behind her, you can see Talia Sampson of the Happy Hill Secondary School. Look out for her as well. If it's going to come between
3 and 4.
4.
Yes. But we are prepared for any surprises, which would be a good thing. So Belfon, Grant, Sampson, Benjamin, Roberts, Maureen, and Johnson in lane 7. Heat 4-5. Girls 200 meters juniors.
Immediately, Benjamin is out. Benjamin has decided to pick up all the staggers quickly. But yes, just as we suggested, Samson of the Happy Hill Secondary School is not going to make it easy for her. But Benjamin and Samson, and out in lane 1, Belfon is there as well. But much to the surprise, Samson just made it through. Depending on how quick this one is, Egypt Benjamin may come through. She had the opportunity to do a whole lot more. I think she let out a little bit too soon, and maybe that can cost her a spot in the finals, Antoine?
Well, it was good running from Samson. Samson took this race very early, and it was her intention to catch Benjamin, and she did very early.
Benjamin was always playing catch-up, and Samson of the Happy Hill Secondary School coming through the tape in 26.21, and Egypt Benjamin, Anglican High School, 26.26, and Zena Belfon of the St. Joseph's Convent St. Andrew, 26.71.
26.26 should be okay.
We had 25 by Shifona Houston and a couple of 26s. So yes, 26.26 might just be able to get her through, but time will tell. Let's see
number
what
505, the final heat
has in store. 505. Let's go to the house announcer.
Introducing your field for this event. Running out of lane number 2. From the St. Mark's Secondary School, Adalia Phillip. Lane number 3, from Classic Lighting, Westerhall Secondary, Janelle Griffith. Lane number 4, from Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Amaya Chandler. Lane number 5, silver medalist in the 400 meters on day 1, from the St. Joseph's Convent St. George, Kamali Phillip. Lane number 6, from the Grenville Secondary School, Raquela Charles. And running out of lane number 7, the Grenada Christian Academy, Tiana Joseph. Your field for heat number 505 in the girls' 200-meter dash.
And we should be looking for most of the running in lanes 4 and lane 5. Boca and St. Joseph's Convent St. George.
Lane 4 and 5. You're saying Chandler and Phillip. That's Amaya Chandler of Boca Secondary School and Kamali Phillip of St. Joseph's Convent St. George. Running somewhere late 24, early 25 would be a good thing, especially if you're running in the final heat. You have a pretty good idea as to what would have transpired, so you can gauge yourself properly. The other athletes would have already done their thing. But let's go. Phillip is in 5. Chandler is in 4. Phillip is in 5. Phillip comes through. Chandler in 4. It's Phillip and Chandler. Chandler and Phillip. Phillip and Chandler. Chandler and Phillip. And Phillip. And then comes Chandler.
True to form.
True to form. So Phillip comes through. Feels like just late 25, early 26. Let's wait and see, but it feels like that. Chandler ran a good race, but Philip was a little bit more tactical. Philip didn't really exert too much. Chandler kept her composure as well. They both ran similar races, and Chandler just decided, all right, I'm not going to push you too much. I'm here. She believes that she can get through with this time. Let's see what the time looks like. But Chandler probably felt good about it. 26.04.
26.04.
26.04 and 26.46. So with those two times, I think they're both safe for the finals. 26.04 and 26.46. Philip?
But Philip is in.
And Chandler.
Philip is in as the winner of the heat. 26.46. Might be on the bubble. We shall wait for confirmation and see where this one go. But Philip, if you remember, was second to Shafona in the 400 meters. So that could be a good showdown, a clash or revisit of that little rivalry there.
Shafona went for 25.36, and everybody else after that went 25, late 25. So
cut above the rest.
Yeah. So we've already switched gears with the boys. We've also switched to the boys 200 meters junior. Boys 200 meters junior.
Lane number 3 from St. Rose Memorial Secondary, Shamo Andrew. Lane number 4, he won gold in the 400 yesterday from Navarre. Sorry, Nagico GBSS, Ethan Sam. Lane number 5 from the Westmoreland Secondary, Sebastian Platinus. Lane number 6 from McDonald College, Mondel Lewis. Lane number 7 from Gateway Christian Academy, Andre Stanislaus. And running out to lane number 8 from Classic Lighting, Happy View Secondary, Timon Duncan.
So it's Griffith, Jones, Andrew, Sam, Lewis. There seems to be a scratch in lane 5. Lewis in lane 6, Stanislaus and Duncan.
Well, Duncan is out in lane 8. Muscular chap. He wants to use all that muscle and run hard all the way through if he has to make it into the next round. But with a time coming in of 21.57 from Ethan Sam, Ethan Sam is going to show off in this one. Comes around the bend long before everyone else. And Bishop's College in Randy Jones is putting some pressure on him, but Ethan Sam has some stuff in the tank, so he accelerates, gives some separation, and then shuts down, sends a message. Ethan Sam, comfortable athlete. Saw him yesterday running as well, and doesn't look too bothered at all. Keeps his composure all the way through, never bothered, never flustered. And Ethan Sam running a good race.
He has a very good disposition, really. And just to remind our viewers that Ethan Sam is on our Carifta team. He will be doing a 100, 200, 4x1 and 4x400 meters at the Carifta Games in a few weeks.
All right, so Ethan Sam coming through in 22.62. He's a lot better than 22.62, I can tell you that, because he came in at 21.57. He came in at 21.57, so he's a lot better than 22.62. Randy Jones of the Bishop's College, 23.01. He will have to wait and see. So too will Mondel Lewis of McDonald College, 24.22. Anything after that was weeks and months. Joseph Cador is on the field. Joseph Cador, talk to us. What have you got?
Guys, the excitement in the discuss continues to heighten. A field that started at 23 is now down to 8. Here's how it's positioned in itself. Strawn from the Presentation Brothers College, he's leading the field now with a throw of a distance of 29.89. Abraham from the GBSS, 26.94. And Philip from the Presentation Brothers College currently sits in 3rd place with a throw of 24.43. That's in the discus. While you're there, though, you want to keep your eyes also on the high jump. It has been reduced to 2 athletes in the field. That's the GBSS and the Boca Secondary. Folks, it is Intercol 2023.
Okay, GBSS and Boca, tell us what are the names of those athletes, because they've got multiple athletes in the high jump, Joseph. So when you get a chance, send us a message so we can understand who are the two athletes.
Out of lane number 2 from the Bishop's College, Jamie Matthews. Lane number 3 from Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher, Shem Smith. Running out of lane number 4 from Nagico GBSS, Tyreek McSween. Lane number 5 from Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Nicholas Frederick. Lane number 6 from Grenada SDA Comprehensive, Aristophanes Courtney. Lane number 7 from St. Rose Modern Secondary, Jaden Knight. And running out of lane number 8 from the Grenada Christian Academy, Kimal Murray. Heat number 2 of 4 for the boys 200-meter dash junior.
All right, so what are we looking at here? McSween is in 5. Boca Secondary School, Nicholas Frederick is in... McSween is in 4. Frederick is in 5. And Aristophanes Court is in 6. Shem Smith, look out for him too. He's in 3. But if it's going to come, it's going to come from somewhere around the middle of the pack. And here we go. McSween, GBSS, out like a bullet. Came off the bend long before everyone else. And he's gone. He's going to shut down now. Tyreek McSween of the Grenada Boys Secondary School coming through easily. No bother, no real threat. And
but he showed his class. Again, for our viewers, Tyreek is also one of our Carifta selectees. And like Ethan, he is doing 100, 200, 4x1, and 4x4. So it's a class above the rest. These guys are showing what they are made of, really.
Very well. Yeah, yep. Showing off the class, of course. Just going back a little bit on that, the boys discuss throw that Joseph Cadeau just brought us up to speed on. Stefan Strawn of PBC throwing 39 point something meters in the boys sub-junior discus, and his nearest rival is about 3 or 4 meters behind. Stefan Strawn, first time representing PBC at the Olympics, first time throwing the discus this year actually. Told he just woke up one morning and decided he wanted to do something for sports, and when mommy says, well, you're big and you're strong, go and try the discus. And he's on the verge of a gold medal now, really. What a story that is. All right, let's head back to the track with the second heat of the boys 200 meters junior.
So we move to heat number 3 of 4 in the boys 200-meter dash junior division. Introducing your field for this event. Running out of lane number 1 from the McDonald College, Javod Nelson. Out of lane number 2 from the Nexa PBC, Yeshua Douglas. Lane number 3, your bronze medalist in the 400 meters on day 1 from Nexa PBC, Aidan McIntosh. Lane number 4 from the St. David Catholic Secondary, Mikhail Redhead. Lane number 5 from Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Tabil Joseph. Lane number 6 from the Westmoreland Secondary, Brandon Skeet. Lane number 7 from Nawasa Sass, Deron Sincere. And running out of lane number 8 from the St. John's Christian Secondary, Gavin Augustine. Your field for heat number 3 of 4 in the boys 200-meter dash junior.
Well, Skeet is not there in 6. Skeet is not there in 6. And we go through 1 through 8, save and accept lane 6, which is vacant. But keep your eyes on lanes 2, 3, 4, and 5. Douglas, McIntosh, Redhead, and Joseph.
We expect McIntosh to come from this one. He was third behind Sam and McSween in the Nationals.
All right, and McIntosh is in 3. And McIntosh has already started to pick up some stagger. No, but Redhead is having some serious questions asked. Redhead is going. Redhead is going to go through this one. McIntosh is going to cruise into second. He's probably confident that his qualifying time in this one will get him through. It looks a little bit quick. I think it's early 22.
Well,
Could be early 22.
Again, both McIntosh and Redhead, they are Carifta selectees. So these guys are expected to perform at the way they are.
22.74 and 22.83.
They are part of our 4x100 meters at the Carifta Games. Both.
All right.
Together with Sam and Maxwell. So a good quarter there. Good quarter.
All right. So Mikhail Redhead of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School going over the line first in 22.74 in this heat number 3. And Adrian McIntosh of PVC right behind him on his heels, 22.83. Everyone else will probably have to wait and hope for a miracle. Let's go to lane assignments for heat number 4
in the boys 200-meter dash junior. Introducing your field for this event. Running out of lane number 1 from the St. George's Institute, Oluwaseneyo Abbey. Lane number 2 from Nawasa SAS, Kyle Ned. Lane number 3, Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary School, and a member of the 2023 Carifta team, Nathan Hilaire. Lane number 4 from Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Khalid Peters. Lane number 5, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary School, Adon Daniel. Lane number 6 from the St. David Catholic Secondary, Jonathan Regis. Lane number 7 from Classic Lighting, Westerhall Secondary, Kimron George. And running out of lane number 8 from the St. Mark's Secondary School, Nashon Sylvester. Heat number 4 of 4, your field for the boys 200-meter dash junior division.
All right, well, any surprises here? Any standouts here, Bernard?
None that I can identify here. However, we expect, because it is St. David's Catholic Secondary School, we expect some running from Regis, Jonathan Regis in lane 6.
All right, well, I'm keeping my eyes on Khaled Peters in lane 4 of Hillsborough Secondary.
Hillsborough Secondary.
They're up and they're off. The final heat in the sub-junior boys. Sorry, the junior boys.
And Kyle Ned of SAS has used his legs and long legs and came around the bend with ease, and he's over the line.
That was a beautiful run.
Yeah, Kyle Ned looks dangerous.
That was a good run.
Yeah. Kyle Ned looks dangerous. He
Not
looked,
on our radar, but he's certainly distinguished himself in this one.
he looked comfortable, and he ran a good first 60 meters or so, picked up the stagger early, and kept his composure, kept his form, legs lifting high, checking now to see, feeling who's around him, and shut it down.
25 meters
and
to
came over the tape before everyone else, 22.49. So Kyle Ned coming through in heat number 4, 22.49.
That's a good time, Jason. 22.49. In fact, this is the third fastest time in the 200 meters boys for the day. 22.49. Look for Kyle Ned.
We'll see the top 8
Look
in the
for
finals
Kyle
in this evening's session.
We talked about the big four
We're getting
earlier.
set for
Sam
the
and Maxine
junior
and Hilaire
girls.
and McIntosh. Now you need to add to that Ned.
Kyle Ned. Okay. So we're getting ready for heat number 5. No, we had girls now, actually.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we move back to the track for the girls 200-meter dash senior division. Introducing heat number 1 of 4 in this event. Running out of lane number 1 from GTCFM Bishop's College, Ciara Stafford. Lane number 2 from Classic Lighting, JW Fletcher, Janisha Hosford. Lane number 3, Classic Lighting, Happy Hill Secondary, Serena Charles. Running out of lane number 4, gold medalist in the 400 meters on day 1 of Intercol, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, Shante Augustine. Lane number 5, from Wesley College, Shanique Williams. Lane number 6, from Grenada Christian Academy, Monique Smart. Lane number 7, from the St. Mark's Secondary School, Kasima Langain. And running out of lane number 8, your bronze medalist in the 400 meters on day 1, from the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Jadine Batiste. Your field for heat 1 of 4 and the girls 200-meter dash senior.
All right, well, looking at this one here, girls 200-meter dash senior, Shante Augustine of St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. Look out for her in the middle. She's in lane 4. Keep your eyes also on Kazima Langain, St. Mark's Secondary, and Janisha Hosford of the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary in lane 2.
You would recall Shanti Augustine. She would have won the 400 meters yesterday.
Yes. So let's keep our eyes right there. Shante Augustine, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George.
And another one of our Carifta selectees. She's down to run 400 meters at Carifta, under 20.
As we await the start of the heat 1 of the junior girls 200. Still having progress in the field. The junior boys high jump at the southern end, and the junior girls.
So it's Stafford
Junior
and lane
girls would
1.
have concluded, and we now see going through their paces the heptathlon girls preparing for discipline number 6 of their 7.
The heptathlon girls, they've got long jump, javelin throw, and 800 meters still to go.
And they will be off momentarily.
Here they go, they're up and they're off. Heat
All right, well, Shante Augustine has stamped her authority early in this one. She's a year and a half in front of everyone coming off the bench, really. And here we go now. Shante Augustine, yeah, this is like light work for her. She is in cruise control early. Yeah, a year and a half, really. She came off the bend. She was ahead of everybody even before
80
the bend. Yeah.
Easily.
So she came off, ran a comfortable race, smooth, never bothered, never flustered. She's not even breathing heavy. She's just going through like a normal routine on a normal day.
I would say
Nothing to pressure her too much. And she came off with no competition at all, 25.55 to win heat number 1 of the girls 200 meters senior, Shanti Augustine of St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville.
Shut down quite early in this one.
25.55 seconds. She's the first automatic qualifier in the senior girls 200 meters.
So 25.55 was Shanti Augustine and clear 2 seconds. Clear of Jadine Batiste of St. Joseph's Convent St. Andrews, 27.61, and Horsford of J.W. Fletcher in 27.83 in third position. The minor positions, we'll have to wait and see what's happening for the finals later today. Heat number 2.
Interesting.
Heat number 2. The 200 meters senior girls.
Heat number 204 in the girls 200 meter dash senior division. Introducing your feet. Running out of lane number 1 from the St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Naomi Allard.
Allard in lane
Out
1.
of lane number 2 from Nawasa Sass, Sarah Holder. Lane number 3.
Holder in lane 2.
GTCFM Anglican High School, Cardine Phillip.
Kadeen Phillip,
Lane
3.
number 4 from the St. David Catholic Secondary, Kamisha Dominic. Lane number 5.
Dominic, 4.
Lane number 5 is empty in this event. Lane number 6 from Classic Lighting Happy Hill Secondary, Amaya Sylvester.
Sebastian
Lane
in 6.
number 7 from the GTCFM Anglican High School. She's a silver medalist in the 400 meters from day 1, Rhea Flanders.
Flanders.
And running out of lane number 8 from the St. George's Institute, Leah Ross.
Ross from the one of the newest secondary school, Leah Ross. She's in lane 7.
I am keeping my eyes on Sylvester and Dominique and Philip.
So
Lanes
it's
3, 4, and 5. If it has to come, it has to come from 3, 4, and 5. But Kamisha Dominique of St. David's Catholic Secondary School is in 4. And yep, Dominique is off the bend in front of everyone else. And she's gone. And she will live to tell the story of winning heat number 2. A little bit from Bernard and Twine, and then my good friend Leslie Smith, who has evaded the commentary booth all morning, will come in. He's finally caught. He will not be able to escape. So he's going to be sitting here with Bernard for a little bit. I will stretch my legs and probably give Bernard a 5 minutes if I feel so generous.
It's official. St. David's
Welcome,
Catholic
Smitty.
Secondary, Kamisha
25.21 seconds. Kamisha Dominic, true to form from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. About a 50-meter mark. This was done and dusted. 50-meter mark. This was over. Nice, calculated run for Kamisha Dominic. But it was expected, Smith.
Well, good morning or good afternoon good morning it is to all the listeners and viewers, and thank you, Jason, and thank you, Bernard. A pleasure to be here and to bring you the live Intercol Games 2023 right here at the Kiani James Athletic Stadium. Well, for those of you who have been following track and field, you know that Kamisha Dominic from St. David's Catholic Secondary School is now a household name in track and field, and she has done well at the national champs this year and has been around for quite a number of years on the athletic circuit, so it's no surprise that she won that particular preliminary.
No surprise, no surprise. And just to add, she is also one of our Carifta selectees in both the 100 and 200 meters girls under 20.
Exactly so, and that's why I'm saying she has been around for some time and is having a good season as well. And we expect quite a lot from her at Carriacou Games as well. We're getting ready for heat number 3 in the girls 200 meters dash seniors, Bernard. And from what we've seen in the preliminary so far, it's quite evident that the finals is going to be a showdown for all of these events. And in the male category in particular, the junior boys is going to be a cracker, the senior boys as well, and even the sub-juniors. So what I've noticed...
And running out of lane number 8 from Grenada Christian Academy, Kellyanne Julian. Your field for heat number 3 or 4, the girls 200 meter dash senior.
Rihanna Frederick of St. David's Catholic Secondary School is one to look out for in this event. She's running out of lane 4, and we can expect her to do well. But Bernard, I was making the point, and I look at the male category. We always know that there's going to be a contest maybe between 2 schools that have been perennial rivalries for years. And if you look at the split of the categories, SAS seems to be stronger in the sub-junior. GBSS seems to have the juniors, I beg your pardon. PBC and others, and St. David's, the seniors is split actually. So St. David's, in my opinion, is a spoiler to the party. And then the Boca Secondary and others are also going to pull points away from those 2 schools that have been competing strongly against each other. So it's going to set up a nice finale, I would think, tomorrow. And so we're urging the patrons to come along today and tomorrow as we get set for the 200 meters senior girls preliminary. So they're up and running here. The 200 meters senior girls preliminary, Hillsborough Secondary. And Rihanna Rollins looking good on the outside. In the middle of the track from St. David's Catholic Secondary is Rihanna Frederick. She comes up the turn in the lead. Has some challenge on the inside from Verandel Roberts of McDonald College. But it is Rihanna Frederick of St. David's Catholic Secondary in the middle of the track here, looking comfortable. McDonald College on the inside is going to pick up the second in Verandel Roberts. And on the outside from Hillsborough Secondary, Rihanna Rollins, the athlete picking up the third in this heat number 3 in the 200 meter dash for senior girls.
Good expected run from Frederick in lane 4 from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. It was expected actually. You can see from the 50-60 meter mark, it was all easy like Sunday morning afterward. Rihanna Frederick it is.
Again, Rihanna Frederick expected to win the seat, and she was true to form, so to speak. A time of 26.53. And St. David's Catholic Secondary looking good again, as we seen them dominating some of the track events. They were quite up front from the overnight scores. And in speaking with Dennis Williams moments ago, she's quite confident that the girls from the East would win the championship in 2023.
So far, they look unbeatable already. But there's still 1 day to go. And with the relays, literally anything can happen. We are going to get a bit of a sampling of what the relays would look like later this morning in this morning session. But we are now into heat number 4.
Boca Secondary, Delcia Davidson. Lane number 4 from St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, Amelia Bob. Lane number 5 from Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Michaela Joseph. Lane number 6 from McDonald College, Francesca Henry. Lane number 7 from Grenada Christian Academy, Simone Edwards. And running out of lane number 8 from Nawasa SAS, Tara Joseph. Your field for heat 404 in the girls 200 meter dash senior.
Well, just to let you know, the top athlete from each of these categories will emerge to the finals, and then the next 4 best times. Amelia Bob comes in at 27.2, and Michaela Joseph from Convent St. George's, 28.3. They're on the starters orders. Pretty much slow start here, but let's see who comes up the turn in the lead here. It's Henry, Davidson, Bob, Joseph, Henry, Edwards, Joseph, and Street. It looks as though it's McDonald College in Francesca Henry who is in the lead. Indeed, it is Francesca Henry who comes up the turn in the lead, heading down to the finish line. She has a 10-meter lead on the next competitor in this event from St. Joseph Convent St. George, Amelia Bob. But it is McDonald's College, Francesca Henry, Bob of Convent St. George in second in the final of the 4 heats of the 200 meters dash for seniors.
That was the last of the preliminaries for the 200 meters senior girls, and nicely set up for later in the evening in the finals.
As we look at the technique here for Francesca Henry from McDonald College, the arms sort of all over the place. The form is not that good, but she maintained that consistency of stride.
She's strong.
Approaching the finish line.
You could have seen the strength there.
So 26.36 for Francesca of McDonald College. As we get ready for the big man in the business, so to speak, Bernard, the senior boys, and it's going to be a big showdown we anticipate later on in the finals between the likes of Telemark and Elisha Williams.
Seeing Telemark's name here, the rumor on the ground is that he wouldn't be competing today, but let's see. Let's see if, in fact,
well, he's down here to compete in heat number 2 of 5.
So let's see.
So he didn't show in the 400. That's a conversation we would have in terms of the strategy and what it means for him and his team. But we will have that conversation later on, Bernard, because from what we saw of Telemark at the national champs, we anticipated a real showdown between himself and Elisha Williams in the 400 yesterday.
Absolutely.
But that did not happen.
It did not materialize, to the disappointment of a lot of patrons, actually.
Well, that has been the talking point in the ardent athletics fans. We're going to have that conversation too.
Lane number 2, GTCFM, Bishop's College, Tafari Dikoto. Lane number 3, from Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary School, Shemron Williams. Lane number 4, St. Mark's Secondary School, Rodriguez Jules. Lane number 5, from Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Jolan Langain. Lane number 6, your silver medalist in the 400 meters, from Nawasa Sass, Joshim Sylvester. And running out of lane number 7, from the Grenville Secondary School, Junior Alexander. Your field for heat number 1 in the boys 200 meter dash senior.
Well, Joshim Sylvester of SAS is one of the favorites in this race. He was second in the 400 meters yesterday. He was also third in that cracker for 400 meters at the national champs.
Absolutely.
And he's going to be one to look out for in this race. He's running out of lane number 6. He's also on the Carifta team to participate in the 4x400 meters and the 800 meters for Grenada. So keep your eyes on lane number 6, Joshim Sylvester of SAS.
I look for lane number 7 also, I would think. Junior Alexander, Grenville Secondary.
Well, their neighbors in Grenville, let's see what they bring to St. George's. They call up by the starter here. It's going to be a recall. But again, that particular category, the senior boys, has the expectation to be something much looked forward to later on this evening.
The 200 meters, the 100 meters, junior and senior boys, going to be something to behold.
Don't move a muscle. Keep locked on to TNR Communications. If you're on GBN, TV or radio, we ask you to continue the viewing, continue the listening, because Intercol 2023 is set for a grand finale. The point standing very close between the schools, especially in the male category, and it can be anybody's championship.
And we expect that to remain so right into day 3. This is day 2 of the Republic Bank Intercol 2023 from Karani Stadium in St. George.
Well, they're on the mark one more time. Jamal, Paris, Dakota, Williams, Jules, Langain, Sylvester, and Alexander. Nice clean start this time. 200 meters senior boys heat 1 of 5. Let's see who comes off the turn in the lead. Sylvester out there in lane 6 looks good. He's challenged on the outside by Grenville Secondary in the likes of Junior Alexander. And on the inside from the Happy Hill Secondary School is also Jamal Paris. But Joshim Sylvester for SAS is going to win this one easily. Junior Alexander of Grenville Secondary picks up the second, and Jamal Paris of Happy Hill Secondary picks up the third in heat 1 of 5 in the boys 200-meter dash seniors.
And they would have gone according to the form books, as expected. Sylvester in the St. Davis Catholic Secondary School.
Well, I know my friend Gary Shortleg Simpson would be happy to know that Happy Hill Secondary picked up a third in heat number 1. So too is Sherian Noel, who is part of the broadcast team. That's the alma mater, Happy Hill Secondary School. As we look back here to Joshim Sylvester of SAS winning heat 1.
Yes, SAS.
22.31 for Sylvester. That's a time we're going to keep our eyes on. And 22.62 for Junior Alexander of the Grenville Secondary School. The wind here, 2.2, so the time wouldn't stand if it came close. It's almost hurricane speed winds we have here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, 2.2 meters.
Well, Smitty, you know, it is Easter. It's kite flying season just around the corner, so somebody be smiling somewhere with the strength of the wind. So everything in perspective, it's still a good day for somebody somewhere with the wind.
But now the record for this event at Intercol is 20.80 seconds, a massive, an impressive 20.8. And who do you think has that record? Well, of course you know.
Well, 20.80. We have not had many Grenadians around this time. Kirani James is one of them.
And that record was established in 2009. The Jaguar himself.
The Jaguar himself.
Secondary, Christian Laubach. Running out of lane number 4 from the Nexa PBC, Raquel Telemac. Running out of lane number 5 from Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, Siobhan Cujo. Running out of lane number 6 from the St. George's Institute, Dylan Nelson. And running out of lane number 7 from St. Rose Modern Secondary, Japheth Sylvester. Your field for heat number 2 of 5 in the boys 200-meter dash senior.
Well, keep your eyes on lane number 4. Raquel Telemac is here. Bobby, as he's known as, from the Grand Mall area, and he is quick. Keep your eyes on the track. He ran at 21.7, I think it was, at the national champs, and he is going to impress. He opted to stay out of the 400 meters to focus on this event, and let's see what he has in store. I'm sure he's going to shut down maybe with 60 meters to go, but he's going to come off the bend in a ripping form. Nice clean start here. Telemark in the middle of the track for PBC in the blue and white. Already making up the stagger on Hillsborough Secondary School. He comes off the turn in the league. The national athlete, Carifta athlete as well. Raquel Bobby Telemark establishes himself nicely, and he looks over his left shoulder to see where the competition is going to be coming from. He doesn't see it. He shuts down now, courses across the finish line. An impressive run, and in preparation for our finals, he has conserved a lot. That's him here, Raquel Bobby Telemark. An athlete to look out for, Carifta athlete as well, and in ripping form in the 200 meters.
Absolutely perfect. He shut down at 40 meters. As expected, it dominated this field. And you call it strategy, not taking part in the 400. So all his eggs is in this 200 basket.
Well, he just ran 22.06. At national champs, he would have done 21.5. And he shut down a lot early here, so he has a lot more in store. Shaquille Thomas of McDonald College, who was on the inside, came in second with 22.78. And just to keep the conversation about Raquel Telemark, Antoine, opting to stay out of the 400 meters, and my understanding is to focus on this 200 meters. At national champs, himself and Elisha Williams had a showdown. He got the better of him with a 46.7, I think it was. And Elisha came back in the 200 meters to beat him. And we thought there was going to be some grudge rematch in the 400 meters yesterday. It didn't happen. But I'm looking back at Intercol over the years when it was over one day. And athletes actually ran the 100, 200, and 400
back to back
with heats and the finals. And back then, if you were a good 100-meter runner, you were also a good long jumper. And you had all those athlete events on
Running
one
out
day.
of lane number 1
We come
from
back
the
to that.
Wesley College, Hussein Jabbar. Lane number 2, Grenada Christian Academy, Daniel Edwards. Lane number 3 from Classic Lighting, J.W. Fletcher, Joshua Greenwich. Lane number 4, he's a bronze medalist in the 400 meters from day 1 of Intercol, from Najigo GBSS, Tagon Peterkin. Lane number 5 from Westmoreland Secondary School, Kevin Martin. Lane number 6 from Classic Lighting, Happy Hills Secondary, Jamor Belgrave. And running out of lane number 7 from Grenada SDA Comprehensive, Amari Paul. Your field for heat number 3 of 5 in a boys 200 meter dash senior.
Well, a very familiar name here is Tagon Peterkin, and I'm sure you remember him from the sub-junior days for GBSS. Peterkin had some injuries and didn't compete well last year and previous years. Still trying to get back into his full form, also on the Carifta team, and is one to look out here for from the GBSS. And there was a lot of expectation on this young man's shoulders when he was a sub-junior. He comes in here with an impressive time of 21.99. He was also third at the national champs. We heard moments ago he was third in the 400 meters as well.
So he is almost back, I would say. And yes, there were lots of expectation on this young man because he had distinguished himself in the sub-junior and junior.
So some nervous moments there on the starting line. And let's see what's going to happen. It's going to be a recall for sure. But we look to see, I'm looking forward to seeing Tagon Peterkin back in ripping form. I know he had some injury and he had preparations for exams and all of that, and that really affected his training regime. But he's back now, and we've seen some progress.
He's looking good
throughout the season from him as well.
Yes, he has been looking. He has been looking quite good actually.
And 21.99 is not a bad time for Peterkin. Telemac did 21.5 earlier on in the season. Measure of concentration. They're up and running this time, and it's a nice clean start here. Let's see who makes the early break coming off the turn. Looking good is the athlete from the Westmoreland Secondary School. He comes up the turn right on the shoulder of Tagon Peterkin on the outside. As a matter of fact, he is giving Tagon Peterkin something to think about, but Peterkin, using his experience here, shuts down just above the line. But a good run indeed for Kevin Martin of the Westmoreland Secondary School.
That's a good run from Martin from Westmoreland.
Well, he came in with a best time, a season best of 23.27, and really pushed Peterkin hard up to maybe 30 meters to go in the event. As we look back here to see Martin in the lead coming up the turn, and Peterkin, you actually see him there grimacing and digging deep, and it's only because of his endurance and strength he was able to go past Martin with maybe 30 meters to go.
It's 22.35 for Peterkin and 22.43 for Martin. Good run for Martin.
Well, that's Martin's season best. His previous best was 23.27. So let's hope he has some more in the tank for the finals later on. But good progress here been made by Kevin Martin, and sending a clear message there to Tagon Peterkin that he's not just competing in this race, but he wants to get on the podium in the finals as well.
Yes. And again, for coming from Westmoreland Secondary School, this augurs well for track and field.
Do you remember that athlete from Westmoreland Secondary School?
Oh yes, the name escapes me now, but I know exactly what you're talking about.
I think it was Michael Joseph.
Not Michael Joseph. Not Michael Joseph.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we move to heat
the name is
number
not coming
4
right now.
of 5 in the boys 200 meter dash senior. Introducing your field for this event. Running out of lane number 1 from the Nexa PBC, Leon Sutton. Lane number 2 from Wesley College, Judon Pear. Lane number 3 from St. Mark's Secondary, Shaquan Olive. Lane number 4 from Nagico GBSS, Emilio Bishop Blanco. Lane number 5 from St. David Catholic Secondary, Anton Daniel. Lane number 6 from the Nawasa SAS, Brian Isaac. And running out of lane number 7 from the Grenada Christian Academy, Khalil John. Your field for heat number 4 or 5 in the boys 200-meter dash senior.
Well, that's another very interesting race here. Emilio Bishop of the GBSS and the South City Rising Stars is one to look out for. He has a very impressive time and ranked among the top 5 in the world this year, from what I saw on the internet last night.
Yes, yes.
Brian Isaac of SAS is also one to look out for in this event. He was dominating at SAS Sports in this event.
And Daniel.
And also Anton Daniel of St. David's Catholic Secondary School. So the competition is going to come from the middle of the track. And I'm sure Shaquan Olive of St. Mark's Secondary School would fancy his chances as well.
This is going to be a very competitive one.
And there they go, up and running here is heat number 4 in the 200 meters senior boys. And looking good also already is Brian Isaac of SAS on the outside. Emilio Bishop changes again now on the inside. As Bishop on the inside for GBSS. Brian Isaac of SAS, and sandwich between the two of them is Anton Daniel. It's a tough one here between Isaac and Bishop, but Bishop edges Isaac on the line here for GBSS. Isaac second, and Anton Daniel of St. David's Catholic Secondary School would pick up the 3rd position in this, the 4th heat of 5.
Beautiful setup for the finals.
Well, we look forward to see what time Emilio Bishop would have done in this 200 meters.
And they would have finished according to form, really, coming into this event.
Well, Emilio Bishop came in with 22.28 and Daniel 23.0 seconds. 22.26 for Bishop, so just about his season best, just under it. And Brian Isaac 22.33 sorry, from SAS. Anton Daniel 22.48. So it's our season best for Anton Daniel as well. But these athletes really gave off quite a lot. I'm not too sure how much they have conserved because of that level of competition for the finals. But looking for a good lane, looking for a good position, they exerted maybe a lot more than they would have liked to at this stage of the games.
This, in fact, was the most competitive of all the 4 heats that have gone so far. And the times reflect just that. Good competition.
Well,
nicely set up.
It's going to be a cracker later on this evening for that 200 meters senior boys.
Don't miss it.
Following the 200 meters, we're going to have another update on the field events. We're going to go back down to Joseph Cardo right after this event. And Cardo is doing some wonderful job down there, updating us on the field events.
Running out of lane number 4 is the gold medalist in the 400 meters from the St. David Catholic Secondary, Elisha Williams. Lane number 5 from Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Daryl Phillip. Lane number 6 from GTCFM, Bishop's College, Jaheim Tika. And then lane number 7 from Classic Lighting, JW Fletcher, DeAndre St. Louis. Your field for the final heat in the boys 200-meter dash senior.
Well, there we have it, the lineup for the 200-meter dash senior. And again, in lane 4, Elisha Williams, already winning the 400 meters. He also won this event at the National Champs a couple weekends ago on the Carifta team as well. And he is going to shut down to conserve, because this should be a walk in the park here for Elisha Williams. He has Daryl Phillip from the Boca Secondary School on his right shoulder. And Jaheim Tika from Bishop's College is also there. And it looks as though Williams may have just come off a little earlier. Let's hope it's an equipment malfunction.
I hope it's a faulty start and not a false start.
So
because he was up pretty quick.
Let's see what's going to happen. And these games, we have what we call in cricket a third umpire. We have Cyril Cox in the booth here reviewing all of these things, the starts, the lane infringements, and then we see that obvious false start here by Elisha Williams.
Big force. Well,
it's going to be a real anticlimax if Elisha Williams is not allowed to compete and being disqualified. Let's see.
I'm seeing a red.
The starter here, Ralph Lord, approaching the lanes to issue a card. And from the looks of it, it's going to be a red card for Elisha Williams. What a disappointment for the young man. And a real anticlimax. We can see the disappointment on his face. Oh my God, that's all we can say here. The showdown that we were anticipating maybe would not live up to that hype. It will still be a very good one, but disappointing for Elisha Williams to have false started in the preliminary.
Yes, so Elisha Williams, he's our gold medalist in the 400 meters. He's out. False started according to the rules of the game. He has false started and he is out.
From the replay, it was an obvious false start. And Elisha Williams, with the speed he has, he could have sat in the lane and waited and then go off. So there was no need for him to do that. But nonetheless, the event is on. And we have there Andrew, Xavier, Philip, DeAndre coming on the outside. It's in lane 7, DeAndre St. Louis from the J.W. Fletcher Catholic School winning this heat here. And in the absence of Elisha Williams, he won the heat. But we're going to segment now to Joseph Cadeau. He's out there on the field for an update on what's happening in the field. Joseph? It's not going to be Joseph, it's going to be Sherry. So Sherry, it's over to you.
That's a good time for St. Louis. 22.59.
So 22.59 for DeAndre St. Louis of the J.W. Fletcher Catholic School. And Daryl Phillip of the Boca Secondary was in second.
So we are here with the winners of the junior boys high jump. I have with me Tejon Frederick from the Grenada Boys Secondary School. He cleared a height of 1.88 meters. And we also have Delon McKenzie from the PBC, 1.85, and Aiden Daniel from the Boca Secondary. He too cleared 1.85. Now this is what you call good sportsmanship, because they're all three here. They are all going to speak to us, but they decided to stick together as a team to support each other. I want to begin with Tejon. Tejon, it was really competition. You came in, I understand this is like your first time in the high jump. Speak to us about the experience.
Well, it was very good because I was competing with him because they say he's the one that, the high jump master, he's the best. So I come to compete with him and beat him. And good for the school, and I just come to win for the school.
After you made the first jump, what was the feeling like after when you realized, okay, it's my first time and I can do this?
Well, I was nervous. I was very nervous because the crowd and thing, and I was jumping and he didn't really have no crowd when I was training, and now he had a crowd and made me very nervous.
And all in all, you're very happy?
Yeah, very. I want to cry.
Okay, so that was Tejon. That is Joy. I want to move over now to Delon McKenzie from the Presentation Brothers College. You cleared 1.85 meters. Your colleague, your friend now, he said that he came to beat you. Tell us what happened outside there. You picked up second position.
Miss, I feel like while I was jumping, I get too nervous, thinking that the third place position, didn't clear the bar. Make me feel like I need to clear it to still be in the game, and that threw me off my game.
So what is your best height to date?
Today I set my new personal best, which is 1.85.
And what's next for you as a jumper?
Miss, just try to elevate myself, train more, work harder to get over that.
And now we're going to move to the smaller of the lot, Boca Secondary. Boca Secondary School has been doing extremely well in the field events. And we have Aiden Daniel. Aiden, you cleared 1.85 meters. You're one of the shorter jumpers. Speak to us about your preparation and how does it feel at this moment?
To be honest, it feels bad because I know better than all of them. Not to boast, but better than all of them. And my last attempt, I slipped too. Was unfortunate.
So what is the best height that you've cleared throughout the season? Because you told me that you believe that you have an advantage over the other two in terms of your ability.
My PB is 190.
1.90. So apart from the slip, what else you think would have hindered you from getting there?
Was scared, actually. Was afraid. Could have cleared it, but now every time I go in. So I guess as much. That's at the second or third place.
Thank you very much. These are the winners of the junior boys high jump right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's the 55th annual Republic Bank Intercol Games. We now go back over to our commentary team.
Well, thank you, Sherry, indeed, for conducting the interviews with the winners of the high jump. And it was interesting to hear the comments from the youngster from the Boca Secondary School. He came with high expectations and was a bit disappointed in himself. His PB being 1.90. The winner here jumped 1.88. So I guess all that is giving him that feeling that he could have, if he had done his best or close to his best, he could have had a better position in the event.
Absolutely. It's a confidence sport. You have to be confident when you're doing high jump. It's you and the bar. There's no help around. There's no pushing or anything around. It's you and the bar. So to have that sort of a confidence, he went in there with the right attitude, really. And high jump, really, I think we have a lot of the raw material to produce more and better high jumpers. Once the equipment and then the high jumping facilities become more easily accessible, I think we're going to see some improvements among our high jumpers.
And this is a comment that we have to make, because the athlete's performance or the ability on the day depends on a number of factors. One is the personal ability, the equipment, the facilities, and then some people go as far to say the level of coaching that they receive to harness the talent that they have. If we were to look at equipment, there are some parishes that are disadvantaged because of the lack of equipment than other parishes. We look at huddling equipment, for example. We look at jumping mats. Jumping mats are very expensive. Not all schools can afford it. Similarly are the hurdles. And so the schools or the athletes that have ready access to these types of equipment and facilities are expected to do much better in those events.
You're absolutely correct. And I said access just now, but the access is a real word. This is extremely important. And sometimes you might be extremely difficult to have facilities in every single school. However, it can be centralized. And with this centralizing or centralization of these equipment, it's a matter of scheduling for the different schools to actually get the use of these equipment. And it's something we should strive towards.
Shortly on the track with the 4x100 meter relay for sub-juniors in Heat 1. But before we do that, we're going to go over maybe very quickly. Joseph Cado has the coach of the Boca Secondary School with him. And we will try to slip that interview in very quickly before the start of the 4x100 meter relay sub-junior. Joseph, over to you.
Thank you very much, Leslie. It's not Joseph, it's Sherry Ann, but nonetheless, we're here with Angel Johnson. He is the coach of the Boca Secondary School. Now, the Boca Secondary has done extremely well in the boys high jump junior and senior cup. The gold last evening in the senior boys, and now third position in the junior boys. As a jump coach, speak to us about the preparation of your athletes.
Well, the preparation was okay together to it. Mr. Dylan George, he's also an ex-jump coach. The preparation was okay. We put in some good work, so we expected good results.
You also have an athlete doing extremely well in the oct.
Yes, in the octagon, and that is Shimmer Fleming, yes. Yes. We're also looking out for a good show from him this afternoon, yes.
So all in all, are you satisfied with your field of athletes and the competition that they're giving the other athletes in Intercol 2023?
So far, Boca came out to be an underdog, so yes, I'm very happy to see that, yes.
Thank you very much. We now turn back over to our commentary team as we get a bit of the relays.
Well, thank you very much, Sherry. And Boca Secondary is making a name for themselves in recent times at Intercol games. Not only in track and field, but we also saw them in football, making the finals in the football competition. And they continue to impress us at national champs here at Intercol games. And I'm sure Conrad Francis, who have set the way for them as a coach back in the day, would feel very proud of the achievements of Boca Secondary School in recent years. But we're getting ready for the 4x100 meter relay sub-junior. We have in lane 2, Grenville Secondary School. Lane 3, Boca Secondary. Lane 4, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane 5, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane 6, SAS. And in lane 7, Grenada Christian Academy.
There are 3 heats in this 4x100 meters sub-junior girls. The first of 3.
Well, the record for this event is held by Anglican High School, established in 2016, 49.24. The Boca Secondary School comes in with 51.02 as their best performance for the season. They're running out of lane 3. St. David's Catholic Secondary School is there in lane 4. They have been dominating so far in the female category. And they've been receiving some good challenges as well from the likes of Anglican High School, SAS, Convent St. George. We have not seen much of Convent St. Andrew this year. We'll come back to that.
That's true.
And they're up and running. Let's see who makes up the early stagger in the 4x100 meter relay sub-junior girls heat 1 of 3. As they're about to make the first handover, it looks as though Grenada Christian Academy on the outside in lane 7. But St. Andrews Anglican Secondary SAS has now moved into the lead. Boca Secondary is looking good on the inside as well. The second handover happens now. Boca Secondary hands over first. It's not a smooth battle exchange. But there goes Boca Secondary. St. David's Catholic Secondary is making a good run back. SAS is in 3rd. Hillsborough Secondary in 4th. Final handover. Boca Secondary. St. David's Catholic Secondary. Then there is SAS. But it's Boca. It's going to be a strong run here from St. David's Catholic Secondary. She's running back really fast. She goes past Boca Secondary. Boca Secondary has the slowest athlete on the ankle leg. St. David's Catholic Secondary wins it. SAS in 2nd. And Boca Secondary in 3rd. But again, Bernard, as we look back here, the placement of the athletes for Boca Secondary.
Strategy. I think they missed something in this one.
St. David's Catholic Secondary taking nothing away from them. A good run on the 3rd leg, the 2nd and 3rd leg. And the anchor lady here really took them home in fine style. Boca Secondary handing over first. St. David's fumbling the batter really, really badly here. So too was SAS. But Boca was actually running back, so to speak. There goes St. David's Catholic Secondary with a wobble of the head as well. And then there came SAS to pick up the 2nd position.
Yeah, I thought Boca would have squandered a clear 10-meter advantage to squander a 10-meter advantage in a relay, sprint relay. It's given up a lot. Maybe there would be a revision if they make it into the finals.
I would want to think, Bernard, that Boca Secondary may have an injury in the camp. Because they came in with a time of 52.1. They ran here 53.79. And it's obvious that that athlete on the last leg was the slowest of all the athletes. And most times, you generally tend to find the schools putting their fastest athlete on the anchor leg. So I'm beginning to feel there might be a replacement athlete for Boca Secondary School here. And the time that they've returned is way outside their season best time as well.
So St. David's Catholic Secondary School is first in 52.10 seconds, 53.34 seconds was SAS. And Boca, we just spoke about, was 53.79 in 3rd position.
And we'll begin with the male division.
So it's live track and field action.
St. Mark's Secondary School. 3 points, 16 position, Westmoreland Secondary. 4 points, 15 position, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. On 6 points, 14 position, St. Rose Modern Secondary. 7 points, 13th position, St. John's Christian Secondary. On 8 points, 12th position, Grenville Secondary. On 11 points, 11th position, Bishop's College. Now we are top 10. On 12 points, in 10th position, Hillsborough Secondary. On 16 points, 9th position, Happy Hill Secondary. On 22 points, 8th position, Wester Hall Secondary. On 22.5 points, 7th position, Grenada Christian Academy. On 30 points, 6th position, McDonald College. On 31.5 points, 5th position, Boca Secondary School. On 71 points, 4th position, Presentation Brothers College. And your top 3 in the male division. In 3rd position, 86 points, St. David Catholic Secondary. And 12 points separate 1st and 2nd. In 2nd position, 114 points, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, which means leading your pack up front, 126 points, the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
Well, the boys from the Hill are currently in the lead.
Leaders in the male division.
And they lead by some 12
GVSS.
points.
SAS in 2nd. St. David
over
3rd.
SAS,
As we
who
head
is
back to the
currently
field
in
for our next event.
2nd position. And then St. David's Catholic Secondary in
The
3rd
lane
position
assignments
in
for
the
this
boys.
heat. McDonald College in lane number 2. St. Joseph's Convent Grenville, lane number 3. In lane number 4, St. Joseph's Convent St. George's. Lane number 5, Happy Hill Secondary. Lane number 6, Bishop's College. And in lane number 7, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary.
Well, there you have it, the lane assignment for the 2nd heat in the 4x100 meter relay for sub-junior girls. We're going to provide you with a point standing in the female category in a short while, right after we have the completion of this event. I know there are many of you out there who are anxiously awaiting the updated scores in the female category as well. So whereas there's a lot of focus and emphasis because of the close rivalry in the male category, we do also want to bring you the updates in the female category because we know there are several of you here on the live or listening that are also interested in the female category. So it's going to be McDonald College, St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. And we were making the comment moments ago, Bernard, that we've grown accustomed to seeing a lot of dominance on the track for SJC St. Andrew.
They seem to be MIA this year, big time. They were not even noticeably or visible as they have been in the past at the mini meets and the national champs.
But surprisingly, Bernard, they're currently in 3rd position, so they're picking up a lot of points on the field, it seems. So we're getting set for the 4x100 meter relay sub-junior girls. They're on the status orders. MDC, St. Joseph Convent St. Andrew, St. Joseph Convent St. George, Happy Hill Secondary, Bishop's College, and J.W. Fletcher Catholic. There they go, looking good is the athlete from St. Joseph Convent St. George's. She hands over first. The ball is fumbled here again. Hillsborough Secondary. Bishop's College is also looking good. Bishop's College going down the back straight and looking good. On the inside too, St. John's Christian, St. Joseph Convent St. Andrew. Bishop's College looking good on the outside. McDonald College also looking good on the inside. And sandwiched between the two of them is St. Joseph Convent St. George. The final handover. McDonald College on the inside looks good over St. Joseph Convent St. George. Let's see who wants it more. Who's hungrier for the qualification? McDonald College, St. Joseph Convent St. George. But look at a run back here from Bishop's College. Look at Bishop's College on the outside. It's a close one indeed. We'll have to go to the photo finish for this one. But that was a blistering ankle leg by Bishop's College.
Competition. Competition.
Well, it was too close for us to call from the commentary position. A battle between McDonald College, St. Joseph Convent, and Bishop's College. Bishop's College actually won in 52.72. So a good anchor leg here for Bishop's College. And that had to be maybe Morticia St. Bernard, I think it was. Bishop's College winning this one here. We're going to try to pick up the athlete for you. But a good run back here by Bishop's College.
And there's only guarantee for the first two places. The first two places guaranteed, and the best of the other finishers of 52.79.
Well, that's a very competitive time to what was done by St. David's Catholic Secondary School. I think they did 52.1.
52.10.
And we have 52.72 here by Bishop's College. The folks in Carriacou, you have something definitely to look forward to in the finals of the Sub-Junior Girls 4x100 meter relay. Your anchor girl here was in blistering form. A good run back here to win the seat for her school.
In fact, she got the batter in either third or fourth position.
And she ran back well. As we say, she ate up the track.
Yes.
And everyone that was in front of her as well. Bishop's College out of Carriacou.
And we are now getting ready for heat number 3, off 3.
So right after this event, we will give you the points update in the female category.
The girls 4x100 meter relay sub-junior division. The lane assignments for this event. Out of lane number 2, Westmoreland Secondary. Lane number 3, Westerhall Secondary. Lane number 4, the St. George's Institute. Lane number 5, Wesley College. Lane number 6, St. Mark's Secondary. And running out of lane number 7, the Anglican High School. Your field for heat number 3 of 3 and the girls 4x100 meter relay.
So there you have it, the assignments, the lane assignments for heat number 3 of 3 in the girls 4x100 meter relay sub-juniors. And from what we've seen so far in the first 2 heats is going to be a close finish already, with 2 schools running 52 points thereabout. Let's see what's going to happen here now with Westmoreland Secondary, Westerhall Secondary, St. George's Institute, the Wesley College, St. Mark's Secondary, and the perennial powerhouse Anglican High School.
It's good to see Westmoreland in this one. They have had scratches in quite a few of the individual events, so it's good to see them in the relay here.
Well, they're on the starters orders. And they're going to be vying for a position in the finals. The top 2 automatically qualifies. Let's see who's making up the early stagger here. It looks as the Westerhall Secondary is making it up on St. George's Institute. Anglican High School looking good on the outside in lane 7. But Anglican High School has a commanding lead in this one. And Wesley College is out there in second position. The second and over, it's Anglican High School by a long way, maybe 40 meters or so. And then there is Wesley College out there in lane 5. And St. Mark's Secondary is in second position. She's looking around, but the final handover has taken place, and Anglican High School is going to be an easy victory here for them. St. Mark's Secondary may pick it up, but in your shot and out of shot, Anglican High School wins this one comfortably indeed. And let's see who's going to pick up the second. It looks as though it's St. Mark's Secondary, and Westerhall Secondary may have just picked up the third position. But a comfortable win here for Anglican High School.
Quite comfortable by some distance. The batter passing all the way around with all the teams. There was kind of jerky. It was not smooth. So there's some work that needs to take place before that finals later today, I would imagine.
Well,
all the teams.
Let's see what happens. But these athletes would have had several competitions throughout the season to fine-tune their craft. But on the day of competition, we know anything can happen. And the nervousness, 51.94, Anglican High School, the fastest time so far, Bernard.
The fastest time by quite a...
The AHS fans right in front of us here on the stands must be very elated by the performance of their sub-junior girls.
51.94.
A blistering run indeed by Anglican High School to emerge with the fastest time of the 3 heats. And it's going to be a real showdown in the finals between, I would think, an Anglican High School, St. David's Catholic Secondary, and we also saw another of the schools doing well. And if Boca can fine-tune their craft, it's going to be a Boca in the mix as well. The relays are always very exciting, Bernard, and
unpredictable.
So we're urging all you Grenadians who can still make it on to the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. The finals are going to be on later on this afternoon. It's an opportunity for you to come on down and enjoy live and exciting track and field action, and to show your support for the youngsters as well, both in the male and female categories. But very quickly, we're going to give you a points update. And because the athletes are already on the track, we're going to give you the top 10 positions.
In the girls division, position 17 on 2 points, St. Mark's Secondary. Position
So we, whilst we await this update, the sub-junior boys 4x100 meters, they're up next on the track.
So the events are going very quickly and smoothly now, Bernard, not giving us enough time between the events.
Before we give you the updated point standing, we'll take lane assignments for the boys 4x100 meter relay sub-junior. This is heat number 1 of 3 in this event, running out of lane number 2, Grenville Secondary School. Out of lane number 3, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane number 4, St. David's Christian Secondary School. Lane number 5, Wesley College. Lane number 6, Presentation Brothers College. And lane number 7, St. Mark Secondary.
There we have it, the lane assignments for the 4x100 meter relay sub-junior boys is going to be the first of 3 preliminaries. Grenville Secondary, Hillsborough Secondary, St. David's Catholic Secondary, Wesley College, I beg your pardon, Presentation Brothers College, and the St. Mark's Secondary School.
The record for this one is 45.28 seconds, set in 2017 by the GBSS team. So it was GBSS in 2017, 45.28 as their record time in this event. The sub-junior boys, 4x100 meters. Sub-junior boys, 4x100 meters.
They're getting ready for the event, and as we say, the relays are always very exciting, especially at this Intercol level. Major points at stake as well, and these relays often determines the championship honors. The high jump is still in progress, and we're going to go back to either Sherry or Joseph for an update in a short while, because simultaneously a number of the field events are occurring: long jump, high jump, and there is some activity in the discus as well. The heptathlon and octathlon are also in progress. The combined events for both male and the females. So there's a lot happening, and for those of you who are just joining us, GBSS from the last point standing we had has a 12-point lead on SAS. GBSS on 126 points, SAS on 116. And St. David's, who started off very, very briskly yesterday, they're currently in 3rd position on 86 points. And I was having a chat with Denise, and I was saying to her, from very early, it looks as though St. David's wanted to level that record that SAS has in terms of winning both male and female categories. SAS has been the only school that has won both male and female categories. And she alluded to me that the boys category, they lack the depth. So although they have some very good individual athletes like Elisha Williams and others, the depth of the team, because of the small pool that they have to get from, is part of their challenge. So we're getting set for the 4x100 meter relay sub-junior boys. We'll come back to that conversation, Bernard.
Yes.
And GSS is there in lane 2. Hillsborough Secondary is there. St. David's Catholic Secondary. But making up the early stagger is Presentation Brothers College over St. Mark's Secondary. Presentation Brothers College comes out first, St. Mark's Secondary, and then we have St. David's Catholic Secondary in third. Presentation Brothers College fumbling with the baton as they make the second hand over here now. PBC in the lead. St. Mark's Secondary on the outside, St. David's Catholic on the inside, and then there's Wesley College. But PBC leads this one. Heat 1 of 3 in the sub-junior boys 400 meters. Looking back for the baton is Presentation Brothers College. A strong challenge on the inside from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. But PBC is going to hold true to his form, and he's going to win this first heat for his school. St. David's Catholic second, St. Mark's Secondary in third, and Hillsborough Secondary will pick up the 4th position.
Seemingly an easy win for PBC there, but all the schools again, some shifty, shady baton passing, they're not smooth.
Well, they have an opportunity between the events until they get to the finals to sharpen it, to make sure that the transition is very smooth. So 49.15 by...
Very easy in the end in terms of winning. I thought that the St. Mark's Secondary School had a good comeback on the third leg.
So we are talking about St. David's Catholic Secondary School and their quest to challenge this record of having to do double, but the lack of depth and the small pool, being a co-ed school, that they have to get enough athletes to offer a real challenge.
And that has been a challenge with the, if you want to call it the form, the traditional sixth form, now being part of the National College, or that has been subdued by the National College. You would have the depth is really not there.
But Bernard, it brings home an even bigger point. It only shows that the smaller schools, based on the current points allocation system, has maybe an impossible or very difficult opportunity to win an Intercol games.
Very much so.
And that is showing up here for St. David's, which is a co-ed school. And we have schools that are even smaller than St. David's, that are co-ed as well, with even smaller pools to choose from. So the bigger schools has the advantage. The GBSS, which is the biggest secondary school on the island, the St. Joseph Convent, the Anglican High School in the female categories. And then you have SAS. The numbers are dwindling at McDonald College now. And so it makes it very, very difficult for those co-ed schools with smaller pools to choose from to offer any real challenge.
That is absolutely so. In fact, there have been a number of suggestions, discussions, and so forth concerning that very set topic. And in fact, one of the, in my opinion, one of the submissions that seems to make a lot of sense had to do with extending the pool of senior athletes into the National College to represent your school.
And I can tell you, Bernard, from looking at some of these secondary school sports, there are some events in the female categories that has to be combined. For example, the 400 meters and 800 meters at the senior level, they can't find athletes to compete in those events.
That was a story.
And that is because the athletes or the students are leaving at a much younger age.
16.
And those who are left back are not those that are into track and field, so to speak.
16.
And again, it's affecting what comes to the four at Intercol games as well.
But it's going to be a discussion that will continue, I imagine. And there is a solution somewhere. It's a matter of having the guts to make the decision. But there's a solution somewhere out there where we can get the best and the most competitive, the best competition amongst the school. As it is now, there are schools of thought that think it is skewed
For the larger schools.
for the larger schools.
Well, we're going to bring it as we see it here. We leave it up to the organizers and officials to make that call on behalf of the schools.
So we into heat number 3. Heat number 3 of the boys 4x100 meters.
St. Rose Modern Secondary in lane 2, SAS in 3, Wester Hall Secondary in 4, J.W. Fletcher in 5, Happy Hill Secondary in 6, and Bishop's College out of Carriacou should have been out there in 7, but lane 7 is scratched at the moment.
Heat number 2 of 3.
There they go.
They're up and
running
number
here.
2, sub-junior boys, 400 meters, Happy Hill Secondary. St. Rose Modern,
Making up the
J.W.
other
Fletcher,
stagger here is
Hall.
Wester Hall
SAS,
Secondary.
hand over number 1. Here
SAS
they come
is
down
there.
the back
SAS
street.
should have a very
Wester
good
Hall
team with
Secondary.
Christoph Callis and
Happy Hill
others.
Secondary. St. Andrews
SAS
Anglican
moving up
Secondary.
nicely on
St.
the
Rose on the
inside.
J.W. Fletcher, hand over number 2.
Second and
Around
over.
the back bend.
SAS
St.
comes out
Andrews
nicely
Anglican
here.
Secondary.
And then there's
Wester
going
Hall
to be
Secondary.
Christoph Callis to
St.
anchor them
Rose
home.
Modern, J.W.
He has been
Fletcher.
dominant in the
Happy Hill
sprint events, the
Secondary. It's
individual
the
events. Final handover is not
Sub-junior
Christoph
boys,
Callis, but
400
it's indeed
meters.
SAS in the
Here
lead.
they come.
They fumble
The
the
top two
baton.
automatically
He's
qualify.
coursing, he's
St.
looking
Andrews
around,
Anglican
he's
Secondary.
conserving,
Wester
but he
Hall
has to run to get a
Secondary.
good lane. He's looking back here for Wester Hall Secondary. SAS showbolting somewhat here, but that shows the level of confidence. Maybe it's not a pretty picture for track and field, but a very overconfident SAS, I would think.
I like the word overconfident and gamesmanship, certainly not sportsmanship.
Well, SAS is sending out a very strong message. We expect them to do very well in the sub-junior category, and they have lived up to expectations so far. But I'm sure the other schools might be thinking, if SAS has done that, we have to come with our A game into the finals for sure.
That is absolutely the case. Absolutely the case. And so that was an easy win for the school from St. Andrews, SAS.
Well, the baton was definitely fumbled here by both SAS and Wester Hall Secondary. But you can see him in cruise mode from the start of the race. He really was not exactly. He's looking over his left shoulder, looks back over his right, and really playing games here, gamesmanship, so to speak, with Wester Hall Secondary. And at the end, Bernard, and I'm sure that's going to be a topic of conversation among several track and field pundits.
Right, certainly the coach should pull them one side and explain that sportsmanship, this is school sports, this is secondary school sports, and the preference is that whatever you do it with some dignity.
I can tell you the time that SAS ran here was even faster than the time that was done by PBC or Wesley College, I think, or PBC in the first preliminary. PBC would have done 49.15 and SAS easing at 48.88.
Literally toying with the field, as you would say.
Let's see if they can deliver on that in the finals. That's where it's going to matter most, Bernard.
That's where it matters. Heat number 3 of 3.
And in this heat, we will see Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive in lane 2, GBSS in 3, St. George's Institute in 4, MacDonald College in 5, St. John's Christian Secondary, that's Shaper, they're in 6, Boca in 7, and Grenada Christian Academy in 8.
St. George's Institute. Lane number 5, MacDonald College. Lane number 6, St. John's Christian Secondary. Lane number 7, Boca Secondary. And then lane number 8, Grenada Christian Academy.
The final of the 3 heat in the sub-junior boys 400-meter relay. We should see from St. Davis, from Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, Edwards, Peters, Moses, and George. GBSS, we should see Haley, Daniel,
So again, it's the top
Frame, and
2
Joseph.
teams in each heat, plus
For
the next
St. George's
2 best
Institute,
times.
Philip,
qualify for
Salhab,
the finals.
Purcell, Smith, Walters. For Shaper, which you see Hines. Regular name for St. John's Christian Secondary. We should also see Joseph, Smith, and Phillips. Boca Secondary, Andrew, Joseph, Bartholomew, and Gonzalez. And Grenada Christian Academy, Courtney, Francis, Lindsay, and Charles. The boys 4x100 meter relay sub-junior. He's 3 of 3. They're on the starter's instruction. They're running for a good lane and for a position. The top 2 automatically qualifies into the finals. There they go. Let's see who makes up the early starter. McDonald College is looking good here over St. John's Christian Secondary. McDonald College is looking very good. So too is GBSS. It's GBSS and McDonald College. And McDonald College is pulling up for whatever reason. I'm not sure why he slowed down here. But St. John's Christian Secondary is also looking good in the yellow and blue. Here comes GBSS on the inside. And then we also have the Grenada Christian Academy on the other side. McDonald College is making a run back. The second leg really messed them up in this race. But GBSS in the lead. McDonald College for second. And on the inside we have the Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive. But GBSS is going to win this one. McDonald College runs back to pick up the second position. But a comfortable win for GBSS in the third and final heat in the sub-junior boys 4x100 meters.
Very strange second exchange on McDonald College.
Well, he was in the lead, and I'm thinking he must have thought, I'm all there by myself, the others may not be coming, and he actually slowed down and allowed the others to go past him. 48.32 by GBSS. Running hard for 48.32, I would think as well.
It's setting the stage really for later on today.
Well, I'm sure McDonald College can do much better than that. They ran 49.34. But looking back here, a comfortable win for GBSS. McDonald College really did injustice to themselves on the second leg. And I'm sure he has an explanation he will give to the coach. But his teammates wouldn't want to hear any of that. But they're going to get into the finals nonetheless with maybe the third best time. Remember, the top 2 from each event goes through. So on that basis, they are automatic qualifiers as well. And they can right the wrong in the final, so to speak.
Yes, but again, it's a question about getting a good lane. That's where your time matters. You really don't want to be starting in a lane 2 in a lane 1.
So GBSS would have the fastest time of 48.32. SAS the second best time of 48.88. And then we have Presentation Brothers College with 49.15. And then McDonald College with 49.34.
The table is set for some really exciting relay races a little bit later this afternoon.
And we say to you, don't go away. The 4x100 meters juniors are coming up shortly. But again, we promise you the points update in the female category, and we'll do so at this moment. We're going to give you all positions. So Grenada Christian Academy on 1 point. Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive on 1 point. St. Mark's Secondary School also on 1 point. Westmoreland Secondary on 2.5 points. Westerhall Secondary on 3 points. Wesley College on 6. J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, they're on 8. St. John's Christian Secondary on 10. Happy Hills Secondary, they're on 15. Hillsborough Secondary on 16. Bishop's College on 28.5 points. McDonald College on 31. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Bishop's College on 31. So too is McDonald's College. Boca Secondary, they're on 36. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary on 50. St. Joseph Convent, St. George, they're on 64. 1 point ahead of them is St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. Anglican High School is in second position on 81. And up front are the athletes of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School on 117 points. So the top 3 being St. David's Catholic Secondary, Anglican High School, and St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew in the female category, and the top 3 in the boys category are GBSS 126, SAS 114, and St. David's Catholic Secondary 86. St. David's Catholic Secondary challenging again for the overall winners when you combine the male and female points. While we get set for the next set of events, the junior boys relay, Bernard is going to take the well-deserved break, and I'm going to be joined by none other than Mr. Davis Adams, who is going to assist with some of the comments and to bring his expertise to the broadcast as well. Good afternoon, Davis, and welcome to Intercol Games Day 2, Session 3.
Bishop's College, lane number
Good
6.
afternoon, Leslie.
SAS.
It's wonderful again being in your company. It's been quite a while for sure. And of course, no better place to meet than at Intercol Athletic Championships in its full glory, 2023, after a number of years being missed. So it's good to be in your company. It's always a pleasure bringing your expertise, your influence, your knowledge of what's happening around, and hopefully I am able to complement that as we go along. But it's wonderful being able to be here for Intercol 2023.
Indeed, it is pristine conditions here for track and field. Slight flutter of the flags, a gentle breeze blowing across the Kirani James Athletic Stadium as we get set for the 4x100 meter relay for juniors. St. David's Catholic Secondary is there, so too is Bishop's College, SAS, Westerhall Secondary School, and the St. Mark's Secondary. Some of the lanes have been scratched, so it seems as though only 3 schools would compete here. In lane 4, we would have St. David's Catholic Secondary, lane 5, Bishop's College, and in 6, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. There is no St. Mark's Secondary, neither is there any Westerhall Secondary. 4x100 meters junior girls. It's going to be 3 preliminaries. They're up and running. And SAS with a slender lead over Bishop's College and St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Evenly matched here at the first handover. SAS comes out looking good, so too is Bishop's College and St. David's Catholic Secondary. They go stride for stride, going down that back straight here. SAS faltering behind somewhat here. St. David's Catholic Secondary hands over first. Bishop's College comes up good as well. SAS in a distant third at the moment. But a good run here by Bishop's College on the outside of St. David's Catholic Secondary School. The final handover as they go for the finish line here. Bishop's College looking good over St. David's Catholic Secondary. She stumbles a bit here, and here comes St. David's Catholic Secondary on the inside. An easy win for them in the end, but Bishop's College gave a very good account of themselves. A fumble somewhat on the final leg, and that may have cost them the first position. But nonetheless, they will qualify for the finals on the basis of the top 2 going through from each preliminary. But Adams, a good run from your hometown athletes from Carriacou.
Certainly always good to see the athletes from our sister Carriacou and Pigeon Matney come in and put in good performances. You could see she had the passion, the desire to win. The effort was there. I think because of that effort, you could have seen in the final handover, that stumble really trying to produce that extra more, which just allowed St. David's to just come through very easily. St. David's been a bit more relaxed. You can see where that extra effort was made and it causes to stumble, and that is why St. David was able, they kept their composure, kept everything going, and was able to come through very easily in the end. But good to see St. David's Catholic as per usual, powerhouse in athletics, and of course Bishop's College from Carriacou, followed by SAS. Kind of disappointingly from SAS for sure, and I'm sure they'll be hoping that they have done enough in terms of time to qualify for the final.
Okay, we have Sherian on the line down on the track side, and Sherian has an athlete with us, so we go over to Sherian for a quick interview before we resume with the 400-meter relays.
Thank you very much, Leslie. I will have with me here the coordinator of sports, Cullen. It is day 2 of 3 of the intersecondary school games. Your overall feel on what has transpired yesterday and what is happening today?
Well, I must say, congratulations to all the athletes that came out, the spectators, the coaches, and all the officials, or the administrative personnel to make it, a success. And they want always a challenge at Intercol. They want to get all the structures and system in place. And for what I have seen, the organizing committee and the director of the game, John L. Mitchell, they are doing a wonderful job. And I want to congratulate them. The athletes came out in numbers and participated well. We have seen the athletes key competition from all the schools. As I told somebody earlier, Intercol this year is like we're preparing for the other years. You're happy to just see the kids back and see them competing at an Intercol at that level with the support after all these years.
Being the coordinator of sports and someone who has been, deep in field events, you are a field coach yourself. We've seen some wonderful distances thrown here and in the field events, heights jumped and so on. How do you feel about the participation in the field aspect of Intercol?
I must say that we always strong in the field. I believe that I still think this year is maybe a more preparatory year for the years to come. I believe that it shows that we have the talent. We have seen our victory from Anderson Peters in the field events and how far the sports could take you. I think that still have the boost. I believe that in the next 2 years, 3 years, we'll be way back up there competing right up at KFT games in all the field events. So it's good just to see and to be able to identify the talent from this one. Since last year was a 1 day and the year before, I think so more talent identification that will get coaches to come out and to help produce better athletes for the future.
And before I let you off, from seeing the quality of the athletes, and I want to zero in a bit on the field events, being the coordinator of sports, what is it you would recommend in terms of getting the coaches up to speed in terms of techniques and so, when you look at the form of the children, the way they jump, the way they're throwing and so?
I think I must congratulate the Grenada Athletics Association. They've been doing a wonderful job with coaching and certification. The IWF have been offering these courses. I think they have done some programs in others. They have done in javelin. I know Paul have been doing some individual coaching and updating with the coaches. I think as the coordinator, what we're looking for, and right now what in process with this new administration is the sports policy, and I choose the implementation of sports policy. We'll look more at coaching and coaching education and coach development, and the individual support to the parish council so that we can live the sports in all the parish. So the support in general from the implementation of the policy very soon will help give individual support to parish, to schools, to individuals for talent identification, and we will see overall growth of our sports in a more structural and managerial way.
My commentary team may not be pleased with me if I let you off without asking you about your thoughts on the introduction of the oct and the hept.
Oh, it's at first, I must say, I don't want to be. At first, when I heard about it, I was a little skeptical because, say, first year back from Intercol, the athletes, I don't know how prepared they was because not out in the field as before. But I say it's a wonderful opportunity to introduce it. You could do it systematically or you could do it aggressively. They approach it aggressively and the athletes come out and perform. And I think it shows that we have the talent and it will grow. I'm looking forward also to the introduction of the hurdles, all the hurdles back next year. That will take a little more time in getting the time of the day a little longer, take more events. But I think the managerial structure I see now for the direction of the games, it will be properly managed. So I want to congratulate the Principal Association and the Athletics Association, everyone for taking the bold step to put the combined events within the schedule this year. And I think it's the start of a great plan. It shows that they are future thinking and they intend to do what it takes to make these sports rise in Grenada.
Thank you very much. That was the coordinator of sports at the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture, Cullen Peters. Now back to our commentary team.
Thank you very much, Sherry. Indeed, it's good to hear from the coordinator of sports, Cullen Peters, a former athlete right here at Intercol Games, also represented Grenada at Carifta and won, I think, 2 or 3 gold medals in the javelin. Has also been a coach. He coached at SAS for a period of time, then at GBSS, and now he's at the ministry as the coordinator of sports. As we look, Adams, a cross-section of the spectators who are here, predominantly students, but a measurable amount more than yesterday, and we expect the bumper crowd to be here tomorrow. The misconceptions is still around that the last days when you have the final events, but I guess too there is a cost factor that has to be implied, and we're happy to see so many of the students coming out to support their schools on day 2.
Well, let me say that, of course, on both assumptions that you have made, I believe you are correct. There is the assumption that the first day or the second day, not as exciting as the final day, which is actually a misconception. And 2, you have to factor in cost, of course. That is an important factor in every single activity that one has to undertake. So the parents, the students, the guardians, they have to balance those financial outlay that they would have had to put towards the student being there for 3 days and figure out which day would be best suited. And of course, what normally happens is the last day is the day that's best suited for everybody, and they come out in their numbers. But it's indeed a really wonderful weather pattern. Weather for today, it's not hot. It's really a nice, cool outside, and it really augurs well for excellent performances from the athletes, Leslie.
Well, a while ago we saw a cross-section of the Anglican High School supporters, and they came with high expectation. The Shaffonia Houston has been doing extremely well this season, and she has contributed a lot of points to the team. Anglican High School here, and they're going to show their full support. A number of their past pupils are in the stands as well with the Anglican High School ties. And that's another area that we have to look at, the way the past pupils of the various schools come out and show support. It doesn't happen in football like that. It does not happen in cricket. But at Intercol games, there's a different kind of support that these past pupils give to the alma mater.
That's correct. And I'm telling you, Anglican High School is like a foundation in Grenada. St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, a foundation. And each of them have their own following that's a very fanatic base that they have.
Can you imagine what is happening now in the offices? Where there is a GBSS pass student and a SAS pass student, or an Anglican High School and a St. David's Catholic.
Well,
can you imagine what has been happening last week?
Even at my school, I looked at a student or two purchasing the wear, what they had to wear, and I said, man, why are you all doing that? That's my school, you know. It just shows the fanaticism that follows a school that has a great foundation.
But even on social media, you see the banter, the friendly rivalry. Sometimes they cross the line a little bit.
Of course.
But it sets up that level of competition and expectation. We see it also in soccer these days, right? Between the North and the East. And there's always this ding-dong and this real anticipation from the past pupils. But it's all good, and it's good to know that the athletes have that level of support. The parents are here, the past pupils are here, and the general ardent sport fans are here to look at good track and field as well.
Correct. A fan base is important for anything. If you want to know how well you're doing, if you want to know how you're appreciated, look at your fan base. And that will give you a measure of how much you have support out there. That's very important, and Anglican High School is second to none when it comes to the fan base.
Well, we're getting ready for heat number 2 of 3 in the 4x100 meter relay for junior girls. Grenville Secondary is there in lane 1, St. John's Christian Secondary Shaper in 2, Convent St. Andrew in 3, McDonald College in 4, Hillsborough Secondary in 5, and Anglican High School out there in 6. They're up and running, 4x100 meters for junior girls. Let's see who makes up the early stagger here. It's a relatively even match here. Anglican High School on the outside looks good. Hillsborough Secondary fumbles. McDonald College comes out good here in lane number 4. But Anglican High School has gone out like a tracer bullet here. Anglican High School hands over first on the second handover. McDonald College second. Hillsborough Secondary is there. So too is Convent St. Andrew. But by 40 meters or so is Anglican High School. It's going to be a comfortable run here. She looks back to receive the batter. So too is McDonald College. But Anglican High School has gone out. It's going to be difficult to catch her. McDonald College is making a run back. So too is St. Joseph Convent St. Andrew. But an easy victory here for qualifying into the finals for Anglican High School. McDonald College second. Convent St. Andrew in third. And it looks as though it was St. John's Christian Secondary in lane 2 who may have picked up the 4th position. So there she is from Anglican High School in the second of the preliminaries, and that looks like Shedal Antoine. It's not Shedal Antoine, but it's Anglican High School picking up that top spot in heat number 2. It's actually Kevonna Allard, I think it was, who anchored here for Anglican High School. So 50.19, much faster time, marginally so, for Anglican High School in the second heat. McDonald College picking up the second with 51.87. In the first heat, we saw a good run from St. David's Catholic Secondary 50.89. So the time returned by Anglican High School slightly faster than than St. David's Catholic Secondary. The third heat would feature Grenada Christian Academy, Boca Secondary, Happy Hill Secondary, St. Joseph Convent St. George, St. Joseph Convent, Westerhall Secondary, and the J.W. Fletcher Catholic School. As we get another shot of the spectators who are here from the schools, we see a mixture of schools here now. We see SAS, we see Happy Hill Secondary, Convent St. George, Presentation Brothers College, GBSS. In the 80s, you would have never seen something like that, Adams.
We have
a SAS and a GBSS
more,
boy, the same section of the stands.
We have become a little bit more tolerant when it comes to sporting activities. I mean, the days when we had tongue country competition.
Do you remember the days of the old Queen's Park with the bleachers that were swaying?
Always broke down.
The missiles that were thrown to and fro from the different spectator groups.
Yes. It's really a welcome change, of course, from those kind of fierceness of relationships to a more open, friendly rivalry, taking away the aggressiveness and the fierceness that paraded those sort of competitions.
So those of us who attended Intercol games back in the 80s, this is something that was maybe never even thought about, having a SAS and a GBSS spectator within that very close proximity.
Yeah.
But as you say, we have come a long way. A much more modern society now. We interact a lot differently. A lot of the students from the GBSS comes from the St. Andrew area as well. And so the level of interaction now is much different. The kind of rivalry that existed back then too has subsided quite a bit. The tongue and country issues are maybe not as evident now as it was back then. And we can't run away from that. There was some contentious issues back then between tongue and country. That has dwindled away a lot now, and we've seen it being manifested in how the spectators are engaging themselves and intermingling here at the National Stadium. So we have just a few more of the preliminaries in the relays. We still have the boys in the junior category, and then we're going to have maybe a much welcome break. We have the seniors to run as well in the preliminary, and then we go into the evening session. I recall last year, although last year was a special Intercol, the noise level was just so loud with these horns, these air horns. I'm not sure where they got all those air horns from. This year they have something different. They have these, can't recall the name now, that they strike at each together. But the air horns last year made it very, very noisy. I recall the starters having to ask the spectators to keep the noise level down because the athletes can't hear the instructions from the starters. Are we going to see something like that tomorrow again, Adams?
I actually doubt. I think the influence of when the World Cup was held in South Africa, you had...
This is the call for
you had the onset of, which was kind of unique to the African continent and South Africa by extension, the Vuvuzela. And they ended up coming over through the Caribbean and other countries. And so it was a unique sort of addition to making the atmosphere an exciting one. I think it has proven to be an annoyance in some ways. And so I think over time, we have been able to get people to use that vuvuzela sort of musical item less
well, I can tell you
than it was in the past. So it's really been kind of an annoyance, but again, it brings a tremendous amount of energy to any stadium, but if you can bear it.
The vuvuzelas have been banned in some stadiums, I can tell you, because of the noise level they can create. But last year, the decibel level would have exceeded any meter they would have brought here to measure it.
Yep.
It was that loud.
So it is Bishop's College Secondary.
Lane number 5, Westerhall Secondary. And then lane number 6, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. Your field for heat number 3 in the girls 4 by 100 meter relay junior.
There you have it, the lane assignment for heat number 3 in the 4x100 meter junior girls. So a little delay in the start, but the athlete seems to be ready now. In the background, we can still see the high jump in place. Boca Secondary about to make an attempt. And momentarily, we would segue to Sherian to give us an update on what's happening in the high jump. We also have the discus happening in the background as well in the female category. And there's also some long jump happening. Interestingly here, the athlete from the J.W. Fletcher Catholic School is running with the track shoe. We know how difficult it is for the schools to obtain the spikes these days. It's a real scarcity of spikes. And I think she had the second best choice to use the track shoe rather than the bare feet. But they're on the starters orders, the 4x100 meter relay for junior girls, heat 3 of 3. The time to beat here is a 50.19 by the Anglican High School. There they go, and making up the early stagger is the St. Joseph Convent St. George in the green and white. Making up the stagger nicely on Westerhall Secondary. St. Joseph Convent establishes a good lead here over J.W. Fletcher Catholic. Westerhall making a run back, so too is Happy Hill Secondary. Second and over now, Convent St. George. Nice clean take here by Convent St. George. And Happy Hill Secondary is giving good chase. Boca is trying to make a run back here for second position. Indeed, it is Boca Secondary in second now. A good run back by Boca. Boca hands over first, actually. Boca is now in the lead, followed by SJC and then Happy Hill Secondary. But what a run it was for Boca Secondary on that third leg. Here comes Happy Hill challenging for the second and gets it over St. Joseph Convent St. George. But a very impressive run here by the athlete from Boca Secondary on that third leg.
Yep, it was really a tremendous run from the athlete from Boca Secondary. They seem to be on the back foot a bit in the first, between the first and the second leg of the relay. But that third leg was a brilliant third leg by the athlete from Boca, who really came out of nowhere, blazed past the lanes on her right, and from the time she handed it over, there was no turning back, because the athlete during the final leg, she also showed some class and brilliance in her running. She looks powerful, she looks fast, her form looks good, and she's just really coasting her way through to the final end. So it's really a wonderful run by the athlete from Boca Secondary School. And again, for me, it's just beautiful to see them running thus well. And the time that they've brought is going to be a competitive 4x1 relay for 4x100 meter relay for the junior girls.
Well, Boca Secondary would have the second fastest time. Anglican High School still has the fastest time of 50.19. But I also like the run from the Happy Hill Secondary School athlete on that final leg as well, to run back to get the second position over the athlete from St. Joseph Convent St. George. So it's going to be a very competitive finals, I would think, between those top 8 schools. Of course, Anglican High School would feature there prominently. So too would be McDonald College, Boca Secondary, and of course, St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
If Boca Secondary could sort out some of the issues that they would have had probably in the first 2 legs of that relay, they would be tough to beat. I can assure you about that one. The Happy Hill Secondary, again, if they could sort out some of the issues that they would have had, and leading up to the final leg, they could be very competitive. But Boca Secondary, for me, looks extremely dangerous in the junior relay for girls.
So we'll try to get for you an update of what's happening in the field. We see a lull in the activities in the high jump. As a matter of fact, a SAS athlete here, he seems to be one of maybe 2 or 3 remaining athletes in the high jump. He has an attempt for the bar now and goes over it very easily. So SAS in contention for a position there in the high jump. And we will try to get some coverage of that for you as well. Not many athletes are remaining in the high jump. I see SAS there. I also see an athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. But from all indications, it looks as though SAS might be one of the few competing schools still remaining in the high jump. The next event on the track would be the 4x100 meters for the junior boys. We still have the seniors to go in the preliminaries before we take a break and come back with the finals in the evening session. So we encourage you to stay with us here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium for the live track and field action.
We are seeing on the screen some activity taking place with the high jump for sure. So maybe Leslie, you can try figuring out what is happening there.
Well, we're going to get an update momentarily from Joseph Cado. There we saw him going across the screen, and as soon as he's ready, but Sass seems to be the only remaining athlete in the high jump. There is the competitor, and we will try to give you an idea as to what height he is going after now. But Hillsborough Secondary seems to be also in the event. As you see an athlete from Hillsborough Secondary now preparing himself. Sass with an attempt here, and a failed attempt on this occasion. I think he lacked a little bit of aggression. He lacked some aggression in attempt. So we go over to Joseph Cado now, who is going to give us an update on the high jump currently in progress. Joseph?
At present, they're attempting 101 meter 70. There are 60 schools left in there. And there was Williams from Sass, who just finished his jump. Edmund from Hillsborough Secondary. There was Cox from St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lewis from Sass. Fleming from Boca Secondary. And Cale Lewis from St. David's Catholic Secondary. That's going to run down the current, the remaining field in the high jump. Right now, they're attempting 1 meter 70. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Joe. And 6 athletes remaining here. We just saw a failed attempt from the athlete from the Hillsborough Secondary School. The athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School is going to have an attempt at 1.7 meters. Let's see how he does on this occasion. And another failed attempt here. His approach was good. He had good clearance, but I think the leap was maybe just a little bit too close. On his way down, his glutes really brushed the bar and resulting in a failed attempt. Nice conditions here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Nice breeze blowing across the field. Not too hot as well. Interestingly, we have not seen many injuries this year at Intercol games. I recall previous occasions when a lot of the athletes were collapsing on the track. An attempt here by Sass in the high jump, 1.7 meters. Easy clearance indeed for this competitor from Sass. A lot of daylight between himself and the bar, Davis, indicating that he has a lot more to go.
He seemed to be very confident. I seem to have his form going. He seemed to be really, poised and confident about his jumps, and so the clearance really high. I hope he doesn't have to ask back for some of the clearance that he would have had this early. Maybe you'd have loved it to be at 173 because that clearance was really, really, really good. So let's see what he can give going forward in this competition. But it's the athlete from Boca Secondary School at this time.
Boca Secondary School with an attempt here at 1.7 and a failed attempt. Looking back at the athlete from Sass, at the international level, we see athletes actually skipping around to conserve on their attempts and to save for higher heights, so to speak. And I'm not sure if these athletes have that level of confidence or would have had a training regime that would allow them to skip certain heights in preparation for the other heights that are going to be coming forward.
Those things, Leslie, come with experience of doing, understanding your body, understanding what you have in you. And when you have that kind of experience, you're able to make those decisions. At this stage, they're young, so they have to go through what we would consider the growing pains, understanding what it is to be tired, understanding what it is to let it out too early. And so at this time, I think those are the things that we probably expect them to go through unless the coaches are really, really in tune with the athlete and the athlete is willing to place his trust and confidence in his coach as to what to do or what not to do. And that is what would assist them in making those judgment decisions for their jumping.
Well, we're getting ready for the 4x100 meter relay for junior boys. The first of 3 preliminaries. Again, we want to let your viewers know that the top 2 from each heat plus the next 2 best times will emerge into the finals. Another attempt here from an athlete from SAS, and he clears again. Moments ago, we saw a field attempt from St. David's Catholic Secondary. So 2 athletes from SAS clearing 1.7 meters. As we see Hillsborough Secondary on an attempt here, a failed attempt. So SAS looking good in the high jump, I would think. Maybe looking for 2 top positions.
Well, what's the watchword or the buzzword is points. At the end of the day, 12 and 8 brings you a tremendous amount of points. That's 20. And so they would want to maximize their intake of points.
Well, we're going back to trackside for the first of the heats, 4x100 meter relay junior boys. J.W. Fletcher Catholic, McDonald College, St. David's Catholic, Westerhall, GBSS, and Grenada Christian Academy. GBSS goes out in a flurry here. Out there in lane 6 is GBSS in the junior boys. Good battle exchange here for GBSS. They're an obvious favorite here for the finals. GBSS in the lead here. Second and over, not a good one, but smooth enough for GBSS. With a 50-meter lead, I would think, is GBSS. They can afford to turn it down now and cruise home. But maybe they're going to be running for an impressive time. But GBSS doesn't need to exert all that. He can actually jog home if he chooses to do so. GBSS in the junior boys, shutting down towards the end. But a commanding victory indeed. St. David's Catholic Secondary would pick up the 2nd position, but a very impressive and strong signal sent out here by GBSS.
What can you say? Brilliant run.
Brilliant indeed. Maybe an understatement here for GBSS. Usain Bolt style, taking the baton in the left side and then changing it over to the right. Looking good too, and maybe not needing to use up all that energy because of the commanding lead that he had going into the last 50 or 80 meters. Maybe we could have seen a SAS kind of attitude as we saw earlier on.
Well, I'm sure SAS is going to be coming up soon, so we want to see how they would do in this one, but GBSS looks extremely confident. I mean, that run is really one that sets down a marker for the other teams. So I guess the other teams are aware now that GBSS is in this thing for business.
Well, I can tell you, GBSS has a quartet that is going to be very difficult to beat. The Ethan Sam, the Quaynell Pair, Mario Pope, Tyreek McSween. They actually have 2 Carifta athletes on that team. Or maybe it's 3 Carifta athletes on that team. And Ethan Sam has been so impressive. So too has been Tyreek McSween. It's going to be difficult to beat GBSS. 43.03. And 46.09 for St. David's Catholic Secondary.
3 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. The game's record stood at 43.20 seconds, which means establishing a new record!
The Grenada Boys Secondary School.
We were just commenting on the quartet from the GBSS, and that record could have gone down lower. We saw a little bit of easing up on the tape, so expect to see some more fireworks in the finals, I would think, and that record may only stand for a couple of hours.
Well, put it like this, we're privileged to be able to see this kind of performance, and the truth is the last 2 handovers were not really crisp. They were not good. If they get those handovers going and he runs through to the finish, I can assure you this is going to go down again.
Well, they have 3 of the athletes that will be competing for Grenada in the relay event at Carifta. So we expected nothing but a record-breaking performance. If you have 3 out of 6 athletes on a relay team at the Intercol level, you have set a very high expectation of yourself, and they have delivered on that premise.
Well, Ethan Sam has been the standout athlete in the juniors sprints thus far in Grenada as a whole. And the fact that he's running for GBSS gives them a shot at any time they're in a relay. But to couple that with two other athletes.
Tariq Maxwin, a Quenel player who still has a number of records at the private primary school games. It's no easy feat here, that GBSS quartet in the junior boys relay. So the second of the three heats is coming up. That's in the junior boys. We will see Bishop's College in 2, St. George's Institute in 3, Presentation Brothers College in 5, Happy Hill Secondary in 6, St. Rose Modern Secondary in 7, and Grenville Secondary is expected to be there in 4. The starting blocks is there, but we have not seen any athlete from the GSS. But what an impressive time of 43.03 we saw moments ago from the GBSS. And that's why we are encouraging you, those of you who are within the immediate environs of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, you have no excuse of not being here at the stadium to witness the finals and to witness maybe another record-breaking performance from the likes of the GBSS. SAS is also looking very good in the sub-junior category. The Chefonia Houston is going to be there, the Shante Augustine, the Telemark in the 200 meters. A disappointment for Elisha Williams, having been DQ'd in the preliminaries of the 200 meters. It was going to be a showdown between himself and Bobby, as we call him affectionately. It's not going to be today.
We are hoping that Telemark would do a great time. I mean, he has the potential. He has what it takes to run quickly. He has height, he has size, he's strong. Almost a Usain Bolt style type athlete. And he would have loved to have competition because I know he wants to make Carifta standards.
The athletes are on the status orders. 4x100 meter relay junior boys, heat 2 of 3. Bishop's College, St. George's Institute, PBC. Happy Hill Secondary, St. Rose Modern Secondary. Seems to be an issue with the start. The athletes are called up. St. Rose Modern Secondary, athletes competing with the long tights. I've not seen that amongst the men for quite some time. A bit of swagger, I would think.
Put it like that. It's good to be the standout person, even if it means it's in terms of looks. You want to stand out. You would be remembered for something for sure.
They're going to have another attempt at it. 4x100 meter relay junior boys. Nice clean start this time. Let's see who's going to make up the early stagger here. PBC in lane 5 is making up some stagger over the Happy Hill Secondary School. Out there in lane 7 is St. Rose Modern Secondary, but Happy Hill Secondary is looking good too. Happy Hill Secondary maybe with a slender lead over St. Rose Modern Secondary. It is indeed Happy Hill with the first handover. A bad batter exchange here for St. Rose Modern Secondary. PBC is in second now and running back strongly to his Presentation Brothers College. The final handover here now, a fumble here by Happy Hill Secondary, and here comes Presentation Brothers College. Happy Hill is trying to make a run back here, but a bad batter exchange may have cost him that race. PBC wins it here. Happy Hill Secondary in second. Third and fourth is very close to call between Bishop's College and the competitor on his right. But PBC wins the second heat here and qualifies automatically into the finals.
So it's a good run by the guys on the hill. I would not say that it was not an excellent run, because you could have seen quite a bit of confusion in the passing. Not so sure what the strategy was, but luckily for them, the Happy Hill Secondary School messed up the final batter passing, and PBC was able to establish themselves. But it seemed as if Happy Hill is much closer to PBC than the win would have suggested. Nonetheless, we want to really congratulate the boys on the hill for coming through and qualifying automatically into the final. Not the best of time, but a good time nonetheless.
Almost a 3-second delay from the GBSS performance in the first heat, and 3 seconds on the track is a lot of real estate.
And that is true. There's no other way to put it. It's quite a lot of real estate in 3 seconds. Lots of meters.
A cross section here of the St. Joseph Convent St. George and Presentation Brothers College, 2 schools that are physically, geographically located close to each other. And at one time they had the school sports together as well. They have opted to go separately in 2023. So it's happy to see some of the students out here on day 1 and day 2. We know that they're going to be out here tomorrow in even larger numbers. As the principals will say, it's a day of school at the National Stadium. But I'm sure there are a lot of cooks and beach limes going on today for those students who are not here at the National Stadium.
Yeah, as the principal would have said, Brother Jeremiah, it is school at the stadium. For those who could make it, because economically it is pretty easy, then fine. Those who can't make it, as you would have said, they would have find some other place to enjoy that time, and the beach might be just that one. They don't have to spend to bathe, of course. Just chill out on the sand and so on if they can't make it. But of course, all in with responsible behavior that we want them to do that. So we are getting ready for another relay on the track, the 3rd heat for the junior boys relay.
Lane number 3, St. John's Christian Secondary. Lane number 4, SAS. Lane number 5, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane number 6, Boca Secondary. And running out of lane number 7, Grenada SDA Comprehensive. Heat number 3, boys, 4 by 100 meter relay, junior division.
Well, there we have it, the lineup. From the looks of it, all of the other schools might just be looking to get into the finals and maybe looking for a position on the podium.
Well, if you look at what has happened with GBSS, they've stamped their imprint upon the relay, and of course, but you could only take it as it comes, because relay is a really fickle event. When it comes to that, the batter must find itself around
the track.
If it doesn't find itself around, you could be as fast as anything else, as we have seen with the United States in so many big games and championships where they've lost to lesser teams, the Jamaicas, the Great Britons. Not that I'm saying Jamaica is a lesser team, but the Great Britons and other teams that they've lost to, it's all because of the fickle nature of the relay events.
St. Mark's Secondary, Shaper, SAS, Hillsborough Secondary, Boca, and the Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive. These are the schools competing in the 3rd of 3 heats in the boys 4 by 100 meter relay juniors. They're on the marks. Running for a position into the finals. Fumble lane 3 by the athlete from Shaper. You can just only imagine the nerves of these athletes. And tomorrow when the bumper crowd comes in, it's going to be even more anxious moments for these youngsters on the track.
Support your classmates and your friends by giving them some silence when they are on the starters order.
So far, we've seen a very smooth and efficient running of the events. The organizers must be commended for that. It's very important that the games on each day finish within reasonable time. We do have a number of athletes who have to journey all the way to St. Patrick and then to come back down in time to compete for 9 in the morning. And I was making the comment that having to use the bus to go up to St. Patrick or St. Andrew is almost like running an 800 meter after you'd have been out in the sun all day. And so these schools that have these long journeys have maybe an extra challenge than some of the other schools that are within closer proximity to the National Stadium.
Well, that's an argument that has been preferred over the years. It's always more difficult for the schools coming from the rural areas because they have to travel all the way down to St. George. it is what it is because it happens in every country, and we just have to work with it. I mean, I understand the additional hassle that they have to go through, but nonetheless, when they come, they really give good representation. As a matter of fact, it puts an additional incentive for them to come down here and compete, because as far as they're saying, hey, you're allowing us to go through all of this hassle, we're not going to come down here and go up empty-handed. And we have seen that attitude from the teams coming from the other outer parishes at Intercol.
Well, a card has been issued here to the athlete in lane number 3. That's the school here, St. John's Christian Secondary. And we did see some jittering and some early movements from him on the track. It's difficult to pick up what card was issued, whether it was a green or a red. But the expectation,
it was not a red.
The expectation would be the single false start rule would be in effect. But the athlete is still on the track, so it must have been an infringement that would have warranted a green card instead of a red. I was having a conversation with Mr. Cox, who is the official who is monitoring the footages and the replays, and he was explaining to me some of the rules governing false start and lane infringements. And it's quite interesting to see how these rules have evolved over the years.
And what I've noted from Cyril is that they have been applying the rules to the letter. I've seen a couple of judgments that they've had to make yesterday. And while they were I was speaking to them, they were saying, hey, Mr. Adams, we can't be soft here. We just have to apply the rule to the letter, and so that we are guided by in a proper manner. And they know that when they go to international meets, that's what guides them. They have to obey and work with the rules that govern them.
Well, it's something that is maybe equivalent to the VAR in football and the third umpire in cricket. But that's the nature of sports these days. But there seems to be some issue with the event. We'll try to get an update for you. The issue may have been with the athlete not leaving the block, and so that's why the green card was issued. Had he left the block and started running, then he would have gotten the red card. So these are some of the starters there, very experienced starters.
I mean, Leslie, my thought is there's no block. Is there a block with all of the athletes? And if they all don't have blocks, it would have to be general movement that they would have made. Now, how do you penalize those sort of movements and what would have caused it? So I think those are some things that they probably are talking about.
Just to update you on the high jump, the athletes there are now going at 1.8 meters. So we have an athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School about to make an attempt. We're still waiting for the event on the track to resume. But in the meantime, we'll try to keep you up to date on what's happening in the high jump. St. David's Catholic Secondary on the runway. May have just missed his run up here. Must be mindful that he has 90 seconds to complete his jump.
So officials are deliberating. Officials are deliberating.
Failed attempt by St. David's Catholic Secondary.
We'll await the official decision. But we remind our students.
They're going after 1.8 meters.
Once a student.
You see two athletes from SAS still left in this event.
Once they go down on your mark.
It's going to be valuable points for SAS, considering that they were trailing GBSS by 12 points from the last points update we've had. So it's an opportunity for them to close the gap on GBSS. It's going to be valuable points, considering the close nature that these two schools have and their quest for championship honors.
When we look at the championships over the years, I think the difference between SAS and GBSS at this time is about 1 or 2 championships. When I checked it, it was about 21 to 19 in favor of, I think, SAS yesterday, with GBSS, of course, sharing one of those championships with McDonald College. But the difference between the both outfits have been very, very, very close. With GBSS dominating over a period, SAS dominating over a period, really, really is extremely close in terms of the competition between them.
So we proceed with the event. No disqualifications. And once more we remind us.
And we see now the student from SAS has cleared 1.8 meters, and I'm sure Leslie must be extremely happy with that one. The fact that the SAS athlete has cleared the height, 1.8. So SAS, they're in the running as he would have intimated, and I am sure they will be hoping for a 1-2. The fact is every point counts at this annual athletic championship. Every point counts. The second SAS athlete is thrown the bar down. He's not been successful in his attempt, but of course we've already had one athlete from SAS who have cleared 1.8 meters. So going well.
Well, back on the track, apparently none of the athletes have been credited with the false start, because the impression given was that there wasn't a false start. So it's a clean slate for all the athletes. They're going to have another attempt at the 4x100 meters for the junior boys. This time it's a nice clean start. And let's see, they've been called back here again. It's another recall in the 4x100 meters for the junior boys. We can see the level of frustration now being exhibited by some of the competitors. We will have a look at it to see what may have gone wrong. As we look back here, seems to me quite an even start. Let's have another look at it. Looks as though in number 6, that could have been Boca Secondary, who may have just come on a little bit ahead of the rest of the field. And that may be the reason why the race has been recalled. Another look at it. Keep your eyes on lane number 6, Boca Secondary. And you may just see an earlier movement here from Boca Secondary School. Marginally so. And Cyril Cox is having a look at it as well, I would presume. Indeed, Boca Secondary School jumping out ahead of the rest of them. So because he left the block, we expect a DQ in lane number 6. It's always heartbreaking when an athlete, and in this case a team, gets disqualified. I'm sure Boca would have fancied their chances into the finals as well.
Well, it seems as if there's a reset. Boca has not been DQ'd. I guess the television crew has decided that it did not warrant a disqualification. So let's hope they get it going this time around, Leslie.
Well, we have to stick with what we do best in the commentary position. This time it looks like a nice clean start. There's no recall. They're up and running. Heat 2 of 3 in the 4x100 meters junior boys relay. The first standover, Boca Secondary looking good. So too is Hillsborough Secondary. SAS on the inside with Kyle Ned. Kyle Ned not anchoring on this occasion, but opting to run the second leg here. SAS comes out looking good on the second handover. In the lead now is SAS, followed by Boca Secondary, and then there is Hillsborough Secondary. Final handover. SAS, clean take here is SAS. As they motor down the home straight heading for the finish line, SAS with about 15 to 20 meters lead over the rest of the pack. We look to see what time he returns. An impressive run by SAS. Hillsborough in second, Boca in third. And SAS looking to challenge GBSS into the finals, I would think, Adams.
Well, it was not a bad time. It's not a bad run, to be honest. If we look at the time,
44.63, the time by SAS. GBSS ran 43.03.
It's a good time. Of course, not record time, but it's a pretty good time that we must say for the boys junior relay, considering that the record was 43.20, broken today, of course. 44.63 is nothing to sneeze at, Leslie.
Well, we're going to have a showdown in the finals. And as you were saying earlier on, a slip up in the transitioning of the baton could cost the race. So although GBSS looks as the obvious favorite by virtue of the time that it did in the preliminary, the margin for error is so slim that anything can still happen in the finals.
Yep, and that's what we always say. You're never finished until the battle goes all the way around. And so GBSS, I mean, to be honest, the determinative favorite for the junior relay, but of course they've got to get it around, and we are hopeful that we want to see the best race take place. We want to see the team, the best team win, but it goes by rules. You cannot drop the relay baton and expect to get to the end winning. So well done to SAS. GBSS has something to look at and probably an incentive to do even better. That relay record could go down even more in the final.
The girls are getting ready for their relay event, as in the senior category, and we see some more excitement and some more agitation in the stands from a female section of the crowd. And it means that we see Anglican High School, and that is because they're anticipating a great run from their team. Shafronia Houston is one of the star athletes. She's going to be in this event. And we can't finish talking about Shafronia Houston.
No, Shafronia is a special athlete. Let's put it this way.
On the track, she has also received the Principal's Award for achieving above 93% average in her academics. She's on the character team. She looks like a very humble individual, a model student, so to speak, a model athlete. And we'll come back to her because she has a number of final events to participate in. And we would take maybe a closer introspection of Shafronia Houston. She's from the South City Rising Stars.
08 seconds.
Anglican High School as well. And very impressive she was at the national champs a couple weekends ago.
Yep. The information I have on Shafronia says she's an exceptional young lady.
Lane number 4, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Lane number 5, the Anglican High School. Lane number 6, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. Lane number 7, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. And running out of lane number 8, Grenada Christian Academy. Your field for heat number 1 in the girls 4x100 meter relay.
So there you have it. The first of 2 preliminaries, the senior girls relay. So the top 3 from each heat would emerge into the finals, or would advance to the finals, and then the next 2 best times would get the automatic qualifying positions. Shaper, Bishop's College, St. David's Catholic, Anglican High School with the likes of Shafronia Houston, Convent St. Andrew, Convent St. George, and Grenada Christian Academy.
When we look at the lineup for the Anglican High School, at present we don't see Shafronia on the team. Maybe they're confident enough that she will be able to make it. Oh, there she is. Yes. Anglican High School.
So they're on the status orders. They're up and running. It looks like a clean and even
It's the
start.
first of 2 heats.
Anglican High School making up the starter here, but Convent St. George is looking good in lane 7. Convent St. George followed by Anglican High School. High School fumbling to switch over the baton. Then Convent St. Andrew is there.
Here they come, senior girls, 4x100 meters.
Is there 4x100 meters?
St. Joseph's
Anglican High School hands over first.
St. David's Catholic
Convent St. George is also
Here
there,
they
and
come
then
into the
St.
final
David's
handover.
Catholic Secondary.
Final handover. Anglican High School.
Let's see who
St.
hands
Joseph
over
Convent,
first.
St.
There
George's.
is Anglican High School,
St.
St. Joseph Convent, St. George. St. David's making a good run back here. St. David's Catholic Secondary looking good. Closing the gap over Anglican High School. St. David's Catholic Secondary wins it. Anglican High School in second and Convent in third.
So a good run in the senior girls really for the outfit from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. They worked their way into the relay. They were not out front from the start. They were not out front from the gun, but they just slowly climbed themselves back into the relay and managed to eke out a win at the end over the Anglican High School and St. Joseph's Convent, St. George. So I want to believe that the St. David's Catholic Secondary School is going to look very confident in this. Anglican High School has something to work on. St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, who looked really good from the start, managed to come in third, but nonetheless would qualify for the final because the top three from each heat plus the other two best times from the other events, the other heats, that is what's going to happen here. But good run by the outfit from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Well done, and I'm sure they're looking forward to the final. Anglican High School, we want to have something to say because they do have some really good athletes that they can bring on in this event. And of course, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George, they look good for the first two legs and slowly petered out, but hopefully they can work out those issues and be able to provide greater competition in this event when the final comes along. Well done to the outfit from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
Lane number 6, Hillsborough Secondary. Lane number 7, J.W. Fletcher. And running out of lane number 8, Westmoreland Secondary. Your lane assignments for Heat 2 in the girls 4 by 100 meter relay senior division.
So St. David's Catholic Secondary, Anglican High School have already booked their place into the finals. And now these schools are looking for the remaining positions. The top three goes through. In the background, we can still see the high jump in progress. The athlete from Stars is still in contention here. Our roving camera would bring us some updates momentarily.
What we have found, Leslie, over the years, Grenada has continued to do well at the field events, whether it's the jumps, the throws. They've been doing extremely well. Vertical jumps, the javelin, the discus, the shot put. We are seeing a lot of Grenadian athletes gravitating towards those. And so we have a rich history, probably being one of the best island per capita as it relates to our success at field events. And of course, that culminated with having someone like Anderson winning world title. Not the first in the Caribbean, of course, because we had the gentleman from Trinidad winning the javelin also. Kishan Walcott. So, but per capita, Grenada has done very well at the field events.
At the junior level, at character level, for a period of years, we dominated the javelin in both the male and female. So Cullen Peters, who we saw being interviewed, was one of those athletes. Selwyn Smith, who has, I think, 3 gold medals at Carifta. Kim Fullerton. And the list goes on and on in the javelin at Carifta. Anderson Peters, of course. If you look at the current Carifta team, we have actually 3 athletes who will be competing in javelin. We have Telesford, we have Cameron Thomas, we have a Sorina Alexander, and we also have a Michael Redhead. These are 4 athletes that would be on the Carifta team on the Easter weekend competing in the javelin. But it's an event that we are well known for in Grenada, the javelin. And in the female categories, we've had some very good athletes as well. The Candessa Scott, the
That's right.
Meryl Peters, Prudence Lewis would also won a gold medal at javelin at Carifta Games. And so Grenada has done. And now we have the Jamora Alvarez from Carriacou who's doing well.
Yes, from Carriacou, who's doing as a matter of fact, she smashed the Grenada record in the javelin from 48 plus to 52 plus. And if she's doing that well at such a young age, we believe that she'd go into a world to be recognized in the world as a good thrower should she stay to it. But really tremendous work by Jamora from Carriacou, who's moved on to St. John's University in the United States.
She missed out on a Carifta medal last year because reportedly she had the COVID and was unable to participate.
Correct.
And what a disappointment that was for her and for Grenada, not being able to participate on that world stage, because you know Carifta is one of the premier junior track and field meet in the world. As the athletes in the 4x100 meters get ready for the final heat in the senior category. Again, Boca Secondary, SAS, Happy Hill, McDonald College, Hillsborough, J.W. Fletcher, and Westerhall Secondary. There they go. Looking good is Happy Hill Secondary, making up the stagger on the athlete from McDonald College. First hand over, Westmoreland is there, but Hillsborough Secondary looking impressive. Down the back straight is Hillsborough Secondary, but on the inside, Happy Hill Secondary is giving good challenge. Happy Hill Secondary fumbles the batter. Hillsborough Secondary still in the lead. Happy Hill on the inside is looking good, but look at the comeback here from McDonald College. Sandwich between the 2 athletes here. An impressive run from the athlete from McDonald College. And McDonald College in the lead here. Is going to be a battle for the finish line here between McDonald College and Happy Hill Secondary. McDonald College with a slight lead over Happy Hill Secondary as they battle for the victory here for a spot into the finals. McDonald College it is, Happy Hill for second, Hillsborough for third, J.W. Fletcher Catholic in fourth. The top 3 are automatic qualifiers.
Well, the top 3 have booked the passage into the final, and nothing better than having a chance at the dance. And basically that's what's happening. The top 3 have made it, and now we're going to see who fills out the other 2 positions based on time. Not a bad run by the athlete from Bishop Scott from Hillsborough Secondary in Carriacou. They've come down. She's tried her best, and I'm sure that her school will be proud that they have done well. Nonetheless, we got to give credit where credit is due. And McDonald College slowly reeled in the Happy Hill Secondary School athlete and seemed to have depth of in strength and was able to take this heat. Well done to the McDonald College, the team from the north.
Well, it's going to be a showdown in the finals. 50.86, 50.96, and we also saw St. David's Catholic Secondary doing a 50 plus as well. So these 3 schools will be featured prominently in the finals later on this evening. McDonald College, Happy Hill Secondary, and the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
And it seems as if the octathlon, the high jump in the octathlon is coming to a close. And you have actually athlete from SAS, Zidoni Lewis, Leslie, jumping 1.85 meters. Zilon Cox and David's Catholic 1.75, and Aviel Williams of SAS 1.75. So SAS would have placed first, third in that octathlon high jump.
Well, remember the octathlon is a combined event, and so they're not jumping for positions here, but for points.
Correct.
And these points would contribute to the overall points. Earlier on today, we got an update on the overnight scores in the heptathlon, and those points will be valuable points for SAS. I think SAS overnight would have been in either second or third position, and those points would mean a lot to them when the points are tallied up. The big men in the business are getting ready for their preliminaries, I beg your pardon. That's the senior boys, the 4x100 meter relay. There's going to be 3 preliminaries. And the athletes are already on the track and getting themselves ready. So there you have it, the lane assignment. And Adams, I can tell you, like several other events we've seen today, this one has a very long-standing record. Almost 20 years ago, it was established by McDonald's College in 2004, 41.91 seconds.
Wow, those were the days of the Julians. And I'm almost sure that was it then. When McDonald College, I think they would have tied with GBSS in one of those championships. It was really brilliant competition.
Well, they're up and running the 4x100 meters for seniors. We have Happy Hillsborough Secondary, Happy Hill Secondary, Bishop's College is there. PBC is also there, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Happy Hill Secondary looking good on the outside. Here comes PBC. PBC eating up the track, as we say here. The second hand over. PBC comes out nicely. So too is Happy Hill Secondary. It's a battle between Happy Hill Secondary and PBC, but Happy Hill Secondary is in the lead. Playing it very close to the line is Happy Hill Secondary. The final handover now. PBC emerges out nicely here. But here comes St. David's Catholic, Elisha Williams. But PBC is holding his own. Here comes Elisha for the tip. And Elisha may have just edged him out on the tip. Davis doesn't agree with me on this one. It's maybe a photo finish to make the decision. Bernard is either here nor there with this one. We're going to look back to the replay, but a good run by Elisha Williams. And he has a lot to do for himself and his team. And my other commentator here saying it's PBC.
Yeah, I think it's PBC. I mean, so to be honest, Antoine Blackett anchored this, and he looked absolutely beautiful. But Elisha Williams, we know what he's made of. He came hearing down the final 50, 60 meters and really put everything into it, but just could not catch the athlete from the Presentation Brothers College. But so Elisha Williams is big.
PBC in 44.59. Look out for St. David's in the finals. I'm sure Elisha would want to have some redemption, so to speak.
He was DQ'd in one of those races, yes? And so I think he has a lot to really run for. I mean, I'm really rooting for him. He has tremendous talent, potential, and I hope we can get to harness it for Grenada's sake and for his sake.
Well, last year at National Champs, I saw he run a very easy 49 seconds flat. And this year, he's been doing 46 seconds, a tremendous improvement in 12 months.
Yep, Elisha is doing well. I'm looking forward. I am still hoping one of these days that before Kirani retires, he can have a 4x4 team with him with some young Turks that he can nurture and pass on all his experience. Actually, when we interviewed him for National Primary School Sports, that was one of his pet, that he doesn't mind passing on all that he has learned to the athletes from Grenada, carriacou, and Petit Martinique. So Elisha, I know he has someone that he can go and song on or lean on for advice going forward.
Well, in the last race, it was that close. 44.62, 44.59, 44.85, the top three. It gives a clear indication as to what is going to happen in the finals.
It's going to be tight.
Remember, it's 3 preliminaries. The top 3 from each would advance. So those 3 schools, that's Happy Hill, St. David's Catholic Secondary, and I beg your pardon, the top 2. And it's actually going to be the top 3 because there are only 2 preliminaries.
Okay.
Is it 2? It says 3 here, so it obviously is the top 2. And then the next best 2 times would advance as well.
Lane number 7, Grenada Christian Academy. Your field for heat number 2 in the boys 4x100 meter senior division.
Well, some more powerhouses on the track. Boca Secondary continues to impress us. In 4 is going to be Grenville Secondary. SAS is there in 5. McDonald College, who always seems to pose a threat of some sort. Grenada Christian Academy, young and upcoming. St. Mark's Secondary was expected to be in this event. They're not. 4x100 meters senior boys relay. Heat 2 of 3. A nice clean start, and they're up and running here now. McDonald College looking good and making up the stagger. So too is Sass on his inside. First handover, Sass comes out first. McDonald College is still there. And Christian Academy on the outside. As they go down the back straight here. McDonald College slowing down to adjust the bottom. Sass hands over first. Sass taking the lead now over McDonald College. As they approach the final handover with 100 meters to go. Brian Isaac from Sass. McDonald College is also there on the outside, and Boca Secondary, but it's Brian Isaac from Sass who eases down to the tip and secures a position for his school into the finals. Sass on the way to the finals.
Pretty good time too. We must say it was really a clear winner. There was no doubt about it. From the time the first handover took place, Sass seemed to have been in control of this really, and they never relinquished it to any of the other teams. So well done, Sass. They stated their intentions, and we're looking forward to seeing them in the final. It's going to be a really wonderful final because with Telemac and Blackett from PBC, and you're having the team outfit from Sass, is going to be extremely good. St. David's Catholic with Elisha Williams. It is going to be a really, really brilliant 4x1 senior relay, Lester.
Well, Sass has returned a better time from the previous heat. Sass with 43.23. And we saw Brian Isaac really easing into the tape. So Sass sending a clear message there already to the likes of Elisha Williams and his quartet, as well as the PBC with the likes of Rikel Telemac. And of course, Happy Hill Secondary.
Yeah, Telemac and Blackett. I think Blackett won a gold medal already at one of the events, one of the races. I can't recall which event that he won the gold in, but he's really buoyed at this time because he's tasted success. So with Telemac and Blackett, PBC is going to be making quite a bit of noise.
Well, this event, the top two schools in the previous heat actually ran faster than the first heat. Both Sass and McDonald College had better times than all three schools that were the top three in the previous heat. So it's a real showdown into the finals. We have GBSS in this one, along with the likes of St. Rose Modern Secondary, Westmoreland Secondary, J.W. Fletcher, and Wesley College. So we're going to see what comes out of this heat and the time that they return to contest for a podium position in the finals.
Well, I mean, let's put it this way, again, depth, strength in depth. GBSS will have quite a lot to lean on, and we're looking forward to seeing how GBSS would perform, look at the return on time, and then we can match it up against what Sass has done, and McDonald College, and PBC, and then you have some talking points.
Well, Tegan Peterkin is there, Ethan Sam, Emilio Blanco Bishop. So these are three names that would feature even in the 100-meter sprint.
Correct.
And they're part of the quartet of the GBSS that is competing here in lane 2 in the final of the 3 heats. So let's see what time they return to set the stage for a very, very exciting finals. With the close differences between the scores for GBSS and SAS, the relays would play a very, very important part in the overall champions.
As it has always been, Leslie.
GBSS lane 2, Wesley College lane 3, SGI lane 4, JW Fletcher in lane number 5, Westmoreland Secondary lane number 6, and St. Rose Modern Secondary lane number 7. This is heat number 3 of 3 in the boys 4x100 meter senior division.
So Leslie, we have seen where the last event of the day, the 4x4, determined the outcome of Intercol in the past, yes?
I've seen that several times. I
Correct.
recall the days of Aline Francique. I recall Junior Charles. I think Junior Charles may be the most notorious
It was
one.
the most
I
notorious.
think everybody every year looks back at that event. It was just a moment of brilliance.
I don't think we would see something as close to it in the near future. You have those one-off in a lifetime activities taking place,
And I
and
can
that
tell
one
you-
was a one in a lifetime event that we were privileged to witness and see.
Even the GBSS supporters still look back at that event because it was such a nail-biting event
was.
that determined the champions in that year. As we go trackside for the final heat in the 4x100 meter relay seniors, we have GBSS, Wesley College, St. George's Institute, J.W. Fletcher, Westmoreland Secondary, and the St. Rose Modern Secondary.
Having a heavy breeze blowing that's affecting the athletes also. That, of course, is something that they have to be able to cope with, to deal with. That heavy breeze that's blowing across the stadium. You could see it in the flags. They're really fluttering strong, not a weak flutter, but a strong flutter. So the athletes have to deal with those natural weather elements at this time.
So they're going to have another attempt for the start of heat 3 of 3 in the 4x100 meter relay seniors. Senior boys. This time it looks like a nice clean start here. Let's see who makes up the early stagger. J.W. Fletcher Catholic looking good. GBSS struggling a bit here on the first handover. J.W. Fletcher Catholic looking good. GBSS eating up some good track on the inside, down the back straight. GBSS running back nicely here. Hands over first is GBSS. J.W. Fletcher Catholic struggling on the exchange. GBSS emerges in the lead now, and they're going to coast home to the final leg. It's GBSS followed by J.W. Fletcher Catholic. GBSS with some 20 meters lead here. He's going to ease up into the tape. He does so. J.W. Fletcher Catholic for second, and it looks as though it's Wesley College for third. We look to see what time has been returned by the quartet from GBSS.
Brilliant time. It's a brilliant time.
So that's Emilio Blanco Bishop anchoring here for GBSS. Receives the baton nicely. J.W. Fletcher Catholic giving good chase. But it was just a Herculean effort to catch Emilio Bishop. 42.65 by GBSS, the fastest time in the preliminaries. And then J.W. Fletcher Catholic with 44.44. So GBSS goes into the finals with the fastest time, an impressive 42.65. We recall the record for this event is 41.91 by McDonald College.
So Leslie, the gauntlet has been thrown down once again by GBSS that this is not going to be a walk in the park for any of the teams. If they can tighten up on their baton passing and they can get everything right, it is going to be a really tremendous race. 42.65 is nothing to sneeze at because the record is 41.91. So it's brilliant run by GBSS.
So from the looks of it in the male category, SAS seems to have the edge in the sub-juniors relays.
Yeah.
And GBSS, having already broken the record in the juniors, would obviously be the favorite going into the finals. And now with the fastest time in the seniors, also they would go in as the favorite as well. So that may be, and I'm saying maybe how the relays may be determined, but as we continue to say, is man v man.
Yep.
400 meters around the track, a 1 foot baton in hand that has to get around safely.
Must get
and
around.
that will determine the eventual winner.
And I always term the relay as being fickle. Really, really fickle. You don't You can't say anything until it has completed itself, as opposed to running a 100 or 200 flat where it's you alone and the track. But when you have friends to deal with, when you have a family to deal with, sometimes you can have fallouts. And that's the case with the relays.
Well, that's the final preliminary event on the track. We're going to have a short break in the track events. The field events would continue. What we will do is try to summarize what would have happened. We'll try to get you the updated point standing as well, and to recognize some of the outstanding performances. We saw a record-breaking performance by GBSS in the 4x100 meter relay in the junior category. And we also saw some brilliance from some of the athletes in the individual events. I think a notable disappointment is the disqualification of Elisha Williams in the 200 meters. We anticipated a showdown between himself and Rikel Telemac.
Yeah.
A sort of a grudge race, sort of, with Elisha Williams getting the better of Telemac at the national champs.
Correct.
And Telemac winning the 400 meters. Telemac opting not to run the 400 meters. So it's going to be a sort of an anticlimax, but nonetheless it's going to be a brilliant race. The likes of Sylvester from SAS is still there in the race, and others who can challenge Telemac for the podium positions. All in all, it has been a wonderful first session today, which is actually session 3 of the games. Smooth flow of events, good performances. We have not seen many athletes collapsing from injury or fatigue, which is a noticeable difference from what we would have seen several years. And it goes back maybe to the early preparation that these athletes would have had. And we continue to lament on the fact that there are so many new athletic clubs that have emerged now, that athletes have an avenue to prepare early and to adequately prepare for these events.
Yeah, and so maybe that's one of the areas that I can zone in on, the fact that the athletes are not only associated with the school and waiting for the school for training and for all of the fine-tuning, the technical, the physical, the whatever it takes. They're able to get that now in the clubs. And because of that, I think they're better prepared physically with form and fitness to be able to compete at this stage and not fall as you would have seen in the past, because we have another outlet where the clubs are working and they are doing what we anticipate, because that would be the next hurdle from the schools. Where do they move on to? And the clubs take up that, make that answer.
So what we're going to do, as soon as we have an updated point standing, we'll bring it to you. But momentarily, we're going to take a short break. And when we come back, it's going to be more live track and field action at the Republic Bank Intercol Games 2023. Don't go away. We will be right back.
Have your family or friends ever needed cash now, but you are nowhere close to give it to them directly? With the cardless cash feature from Republic Bank Online and your mobile phone, it is hassle-free and convenient to send money to anyone, including yourself, using the Republic mobile app. Simply log into your account, access the cardless feature, enter the amount you want to transfer, and using the access code provided, the cash can be withdrawn instantly from a designated Republic Bank ATM without a card. Republic Bank Cardless Cash is convenience at your fingertips. To learn more about our cardless cash features, visit republicgrenada.com for more details. Special terms and conditions apply.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3. Thinking about your new home? Think easy. Think a Republic Bank Home Easy Loan. Think affordable. Think convenience. Think Republic.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3. Republic makes home easy.
Wow, that was such a breeze.
Own your home with ease.
So whether laying that first brick or purchasing an existing home, we've got you covered. Republic Bank will get you those keys hassle-free in no time.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Apply for a Home Easy Loan today for a chance to win a cash prize. Getting your new home is easy with Republic Bank.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Terms and conditions apply.
Building or renovating your home or business? Why not use clean, renewable energy? Install solar panels to power your home and office and see your energy costs go down and your savings go up. Using renewable solar-powered energy protects our environment, reduces our carbon footprint, and slows the devastating impact of climate change. Republic Bank can help to finance construction and renovations that make use of renewable energy. Visit any Republic Bank branch and ask about renewable energy financing options today.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Have your family or friends ever needed cash now, but you are nowhere close to give it to them directly? With the cardless cash feature from Republic Bank Online and your mobile phone, it is hassle-free and convenient to send money to anyone, including yourself, using the Republic mobile app. Simply log into your account, access the cardless feature, enter the amount you want to transfer, and using the access code provided, the cash can be withdrawn instantly from a designated Republic Bank ATM without a card. Republic Bank Cardless Cash is convenience at your fingertips. To learn more about our cardless cash features, visit republicgrenada.com for more details. Special terms and conditions apply.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Thinking about your new home? Think easy. Think a Republic Bank Home Easy Loan. Think affordable. Think convenience. Think Republic.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3. Republic makes home easy.
Wow, that was such a breeze.
Own your home with ease.
So whether laying that first brick or purchasing an existing home, we've got you covered. Republic Bank will get you those keys hassle-free in no time.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Apply for a Home Easy Loan today for a chance to win a cash prize. Getting your new home is easy with Republic Bank.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Terms and conditions apply.
Building or renovating your home or business? Why not use clean, renewable energy? Install solar panels to power your home and office and see your energy costs go down and your savings go up. Using renewable solar-powered energy protects our environment, reduces our carbon footprint, and slows the devastating impact of climate change. Republic Bank can help to finance construction and renovations that make use of renewable energy. Visit any Republic Bank branch and ask about renewable energy financing options today.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Have your family or friends ever needed cash now, but you are nowhere close to give it to them directly? With the cardless cash feature from Republic Bank Online and your mobile phone, it is hassle-free and convenient to send money to anyone, including yourself, using the Republic mobile app. Simply log into your account, access the cardless feature, enter the amount you want to transfer, and using the access code provided, the cash can be withdrawn instantly from a designated Republic Bank ATM without a card. Republic Bank Cardless Cash is convenience at your fingertips. To learn more about our cardless cash features, visit republicgrenada.com for more details. Special terms and conditions apply.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Home is it?
Event 10, Boys High Jump Junior. Bronze medalists, silver medalists, we have a tie, silver medalists, between Dillon Mackenzie, PBC, and Adon Daniel, Boca Secondary, 1.85 meters. Presenting now your gold medalist, Tayshawn Frederick, GBSS, 1.88 meters. Event 16, boys discus throw, sub-junior. Bronze medalist, Zion Fletcher, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 26.13 seconds. Silver medalist, Nickel Abram, GBSS, 26.94 meters. 26.94 meters. And your gold medalist, Stefan Strawn, PBC, 29.89 meters. Event 23, girls javelin throw, junior. Presenting your bronze medalist, Jerian Guy, Hillsborough Secondary, 29.46 meters. Silver medalist, Rihanna Alexander, SAS, 29.67 meters. Now your gold medalist, Kaydonna Bernard, Grenville Secondary, 31 meters. We can back up to event 17, girls discus throw junior. Bronze medalist Azaria Stafford, Anglican High, 23.68 meters. Silver medalist Alina Glad, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 23.85 meters. Now your gold medalist, Shania Thomas, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. A distance of 25.94 meters. Event 30, boys shot put junior. Bronze medalist Tyrese Peters, MacDonald College, 12.26 meters. Silver medalist Noah Cummins, PBC, 12.29 meters. Presenting your gold medalist, Kamal Hazard, GBSS, 12.70 meters. This is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you very much. Ms. Peaches Ann George, Officer in Charge, Business Support Services at Republic Bank Grenada Limited, title sponsor of the Intercol Championships.
Have your family or friends ever needed cash now, but you are nowhere close to give it to them directly? With the cardless cash feature from Republic Bank Online and your mobile phone, it is hassle-free and convenient to send money to anyone, including yourself, using the Republic mobile app. Simply log into your account, access the cardless feature, enter the amount you want to transfer, and using the access code provided, the cash can be withdrawn instantly from a designated Republic Bank ATM without a card. Republic Bank Cardless Cash is convenience at your fingertips. To learn more about our cardless cash features, visit republicgrenada.com for more details. Special terms and conditions apply.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Thinking about your new home? Think easy. Think a Republic Bank Home Easy Loan. Think affordable. Think convenience. Think Republic.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3. Republic makes home easy.
Wow, that was such a breeze.
Own your home with ease.
So whether laying that first brick or purchasing an existing home, we've got you covered. Republic Bank will get you those keys hassle-free in no time.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Apply for a Home Easy Loan today for a chance to win a cash prize. Getting your new home is easy with Republic Bank.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Terms and conditions apply.
Building or renovating your home or business? Why not use clean, renewable energy? Install solar panels to power your home and office and see your energy costs go down and your savings go up. Using renewable solar-powered energy protects our environment, reduces our carbon footprint, and slows the devastating impact of climate change. Republic Bank can help to finance construction and renovations that make use of renewable energy. Visit any Republic Bank branch and ask about renewable energy financing options today.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Have your family or friends ever needed cash now, but you are nowhere close to give it to them directly? With the cardless cash feature from Republic Bank Online and your mobile phone, it is hassle-free and convenient to send money to anyone, including yourself, using the Republic mobile app. Simply log into your account, access the cardless feature, enter the amount you want to transfer, and using the access code provided, the cash can be withdrawn instantly from a designated Republic Bank ATM without a card. Republic Bank Cardless Cash is convenience at your fingertips. To learn more about our cardless cash features, visit republicgrenada.com for more details. Special terms and conditions apply.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Have your family or friends ever needed cash now, but you are nowhere close to give it to them directly? With the cardless cash feature from Republic Bank Online and your mobile phone, it is hassle-free and convenient to send money to anyone, including yourself, using the Republic mobile app. Simply log into your account, access the cardless feature, enter the amount you want to transfer, and using the access code provided, the cash can be withdrawn instantly from a designated Republic Bank ATM without a card. Republic Bank Cardless Cash is convenience at your fingertips. To learn more about our cardless cash features, visit republicgrenada.com for more details. Special terms and conditions apply.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together once more for SAS! Dance Troupe. It's now 2:34 in Grenada and the rest of the Eastern Caribbean. Hello, everybody. Reminding you that the act of recording and sharing video and audio during the days of the Republic Bank Intercol Championships 2023 is strictly prohibited until after the championships. Please do not engage in this copyright infringement. We want you to stay away from that sort of thing. Please respect the policy of the organizers. Quick announcement, John Brown, please report to the ceremonies room on the ground floor. John Brown, please report to the ceremonies room. We invite, of course, some entertainment at this time, music that sort of thing. We'll be back with much more competition. All part of Republic Bank Intercol Championships 2023.
encourage you all to refresh yourselves, patronize these stalls, have a little something to eat, something to drink. But I have a point standing for you, so if you've eaten already, if you've already had something to drink, perhaps swing by the stall one more time for those of us who may have a weak stomach. Because I feel the point standings may give some people indigestion. So National Stadium, are we ready for point standing in the girls division? National Stadium, are we ready for point standing in the girls division? I take it some people are at the stalls. They're getting their Alka-Seltzer. So while they're doing that, let's start with our point standing. We have a three-way tie for 17th position. It's currently on 1 point. Grenada Christian Academy, St. Mark's Secondary, and Grenada SDA Comprehensive, all on 1 point. Ahead of them, 2.5 points, Westmoreland Secondary. On 3 points, Wester Hall Secondary. 6 points, Wesley College. 8 points, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary. 10 points, St. John's Christian Secondary. 15 points, Grenville Secondary. 17 points, Happy Hill Secondary. 28.5 points, Hillsborough Secondary. A tie for 7th position, 31 points, Bishop's College, McDonald College. And on 36 points, 6th position, Boca Secondary. Ladies and gentlemen, your top 5 positions in the female division. Position number 5, 57 points, the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. 10 points ahead of them, 67 points, St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. Ladies and gentlemen, 81 points. 3rd position, St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew. 2nd position, 87 points, the Anglican High School. Which means, leading your girls division, St. David Catholic Secondary, 125 points. And if you turn your attention to our main screen, the top 5 positions in the boys division, currently posted to the screen. So for the benefit of those of you in the stands who may not be able to see our main screen, in the boys division, your top 5 standings, 57 points. So again, your top 5 standings in the boys division on 41.5 points, Boca Secondary School. 4th position, 89 points, St. David's Catholic Secondary. In 3rd position, 94 points, Presentation Brothers College. 2nd position, 115 points, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. And leading the pack in the male division, out front, 156.5 points, the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
It's keen competition. It's only day number 2. We're only on session number 3 of 6 at these 2023 Republic Bank Intercol Championships. A lot more action to take place. We're getting set for the start of today's evening session. Session number 4. This session to see the conclusion of the girls' heptathlon, the boys' octathlon, as well as the 200-meter finals. We witnessed the preliminaries in the morning session, and we get set for the finals. One quick announcement for the games officials if it may be. At the end of today's session, there'll be 2 buses provided for you in the car park. One for the western side, one for the eastern side. Games officials, at the end of today's games, your transport shall be at the car park appropriately. But we're getting set for the start of the evening session for today. We already see the senior boys shot put in progress on the northern end. We're getting set for the senior girls long jump. They're walking through their pieces. Soon enough, we're going to see the boys javelin under the octathlon, as well as the boys junior discus throw to kick things off in the field for this afternoon session. First up on the track, we'll see the 800-meter runs, and these are all finals. We're getting set for the start of session number 4, the evening session on day number 2, Republic Bank Intercol Athletics Championships 2023.
So we will start this evening. Our afternoon session will begin in just a few moments. Our athletes in the field already warming up. And as mentioned, we will see the conclusion of the heptathlon and the octathlon. So I'd love to provide you with an update as we head into the final event of the Girls Heptathlon Open. So we had 8 girls competing in 7 events over the 2 days. They've already completed 6 disciplines. And they'll be closing things out with the 800-meter run. And so the point standing in the girls' heptathlon are heading into the 800 meters this evening. 8th position, 2,079 points, Boca Secondary, Andean Courtney. 7th position, 2,085 points, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Keshona Rogers. 6th position, 2,088 points, Hillsborough Secondary, Khadijah Bristol. 5th position, 2,245 points. St. David's Catholic Secondary, Talia Desant. 4th position, 2,366 points. The Anglican High School, Destiny Langain. 3rd position, 2,386 points. St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Letitia Williams. 2nd position, 2,500 points. St. David's Catholic Secondary, Denisha Scott. And ladies and gentlemen, leading the field heading into the final event of the Girls Heptathlon Open, from the St. John's Christian Secondary, Shamari Joseph. So 6 events have been completed and St. John's Christian Secondary leads in the Girls Heptathlon Open. Now we've completed 6 events in the boys' octathlon. We have 11 boys. They're scheduled to complete in 8 different disciplines. We've already completed 6. So there are 2 more disciplines to go. And I'll provide you with a point standing for that shortly. The boys have the javelin throw and the 1,500 meters disciplines. As we begin the afternoon session, I'd like to welcome to our broadcast team, our in-house media team, Mr. Kerry Frank. Mr. Frank is going to be joining us for the afternoon session as we see our athletes for the 800-meter run. So let's now go to the boys octathlon open. As mentioned, 11 athletes competing in 8 events over 2 days. 11th position, amassing a total of 2,244 points. That's 2,244 points after 6 events. 11th position, Jonathan Newton, Grenada Boys Secondary School. 10th position, 2,305 points. Rondell John, Boca Secondary School. 9th position, 2,435 points. Caleb Lane, Presentation Brothers College. 8th position, 2,734 points. Jareed Stafford, Grenada Boys Secondary School. Seventh position, 2,774 points, Shane Lett, Happy Hill Secondary. Sixth position, 2,788 points, Brent Edmund, Hillsborough Secondary. Position number 5, 2,832 points, Zilon Cox, St. David Catholic Secondary. Position number 4, 3,178 points, Cale Lewis, St. David's Catholic Secondary. And your top 3 positions. Currently, after 6 events in the Boys Octathlon Open, 3,333 points, Jadoni Lewis, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. Second position, 3,439 points, Aviel Williams Jr., St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. And ladies and gentlemen, leading this event, heading into discipline number 7, 3,511 points, Shamar Fleming, Boca Secondary School. So it's St. John's Christian Secondary leading in the girls' heptathlon, Boca Secondary leading in the boys' octathlon as we head into the afternoon session.
Viewers, we welcome you back to the live track and field action right here at the Kirani James Stadium, downtown Spice capital St. George's. It's Intercol Games 2023 and it's been sponsored by Republic Bank. We're about to go into the evening session on day 2. Moments ago we had a points update in the girls category. St. David's Catholic Secondary still up front on 125 points. And in the boys category, GBSS has advanced to 156 points. My name is Leslie Smith and alongside me is Jason Skeet. And we're going to be bringing you the live action right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. It's exciting track and field, Jason, and this morning in the preliminaries we saw some very exciting races, especially in the relays. We saw a record going down as well, and also some very, very competitive events in the field as well, the high jump, the discus, and the long jump. The stage is now set for an afternoon of real excitement and competition. Pristine conditions here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. The wind has subsided a bit. It was very strong moments ago, and pretty much cool conditions, ideal for track and field. Your thoughts on the morning session and looking forward to the afternoon?
Yeah, well, welcome again to our viewers, and good afternoon, Leslie. Good afternoon to our viewers. The morning session, a really good session. In all honesty, one of the things that surprised me in the first session today is the fact that that record that was smashed by the Grenada Boys Secondary School Junior Relay team, even when it seemed as though there was still a lot in the tank for them, the record going on. That was a high point of the first session for me, really. Other than that, we had some interesting times. The boys javelin, I think it was, or discus throw with Stefan Strawn winning for PBC. Really and truly a novice at the event, just one young, tall, strong chap, and he's shocking everybody really, and you know, just coming through and just doing this out of fun and winning. So, and then I heard both you and Adam speaking about the fact that our young boys and girls have been doing really well in field events over the last decade or so in Grenada. So a nice balanced morning, and the stage is set. It can really go anyway, save and except for St. David's Catholic Secondary, who was way out in the front in the ladies. The boys category is still pretty much close. You know, anything can happen there. But it has set up itself really nice for a day 2 finish and a day 3 to come.
Indeed, as we get set for the first event on the track in the evening session, which is the girls' 800-meter run in the sub-junior category, and we have some 15 athletes scheduled to compete in this event. And very quickly, we'll go through the competitors in this event. So there's going to be 2 sets of finals, so they're running for the best time. The first set of finals will see Aliyah Moses of Hillsborough Secondary, Denaya Modest, Anglican High School, Josel Antoine, Happy Hills Secondary, Kayla Olive of McDonald College, Renis Bethel, Bishop's College, Soraya Phillip, Boca Secondary, Annalisa Brown of Boca Secondary as well, Kaylee Hyacinth of Happy Hills Secondary, Kate Fletcher of SAS, Rishana Charles of Grenada Christian Academy, Lachey Pascal of J.W. Fletcher Catholic, Akiva Williams of Wesley College, Ajay Regis of McDonald College, and Brendan James of St. Joseph Convent St. Andrew, and of course Kelly and Thomas of the Grenada Christian Academy. So they will be in the first batch of the finals. There's going to be a second batch, and they'll be running for best times. It's a timed finals, and so the best times from the 2 batches will be judged for the podium positions.
2 minutes 26.20 seconds, a record established back in 2014 by Crystal Archibald, and that's what they're going to be looking to smash here. They've got to pay attention to that. The advantage that they've got is that the clock is on the screen, so they can look up ever so often and check their times. Some of the times that we've had here posted for us from Sharia Phillip from Boca Secondary School and Annalisa Brown, 2:59.30, and Annalisa Brown, 2:32.50. So look out for Annalisa Brown, 2:32.50, her time in the 800 meters.
Well, McDonald College has always been a good school in the long distance. We recall Stephanie Ferguson, Sorana Patterson, Kim Frederick, among others. As we see the start, it's a 2-lap event. In the first of the 2 timed finals, to remind you that the best times from the 2 batches will be judged for the podium positions. So a packed field here, and they're going to scratch to the inside lane now as they go down the back straight for the first time. Boca Secondary, as we mentioned, we have the times for the 2 athletes out of Boca Secondary, and they're currently in 1 and 2, so I think they have a good measurement of themselves and the rest of the field, and already they're leading from the front, and they fancy their chances as well. I would think McDonald College, as I mentioned, has always been a good contender in the long distance events, and they nicely perched there and positioned in 4th and the 5th position, 4th position. Convent St. Andrew also in the mix, and it's very early to call, just about 300 meters gone in this 800-meter event in the sub-junior category, but a nice brisk pace by the competitors so far. It's not pedestrian by any means, and the bell has sounded to indicate there's 1 lap remaining, Jason, and it's early days to call, but the athletes from Boca definitely looking good.
That's Annalisa Brown in front there. She is known to have some fire and some kick even in the last 80 meters or so. So look out for Annalisa Brown. She is stretching her lead now, Leslie.
Well, Brown has a 10-meter lead on her compatriot from Boca Secondary, and the other athlete from Boca Secondary, Soraya Phillip. So Annalisa Brown in the lead here, and Convent St. Andrew is giving good chase, moves into 2nd position now. McDonald College is in also a good position and looking comfortable, edging up on Convent Grenville. But Annalisa Brown looks very, very comfortable up front with maybe just about 200 meters remaining in the 800-meter event. So the field nicely spread out here, is going to be a kick for the final 150 meters, I would think. Convent looking to gain some ground on Boca. Secondary as Annalisa Brown. But Brown has changed gears and motoring on nicely, knowing that there's going to be some competition. She's pulling away from Convent Grenville and looking very good, maintaining good form is Brown. Boca secondary running against the clock for a good time as well. She's using all the energy she has. She's powering nicely and pushing hard for the finish line. She could have dealt with some more competition. Boca secondary, it is Annalisa Brown. A good and spirited run. Convent Grenville is going to pick up the second position, and McDonald College will pick up the third. Again, remind you, there's going to be 2 final events, and the best time from the 2 would be the overall winner. But Annalisa Brown here, looking good and very comfortable, not even looking tired at the end of the race, Jason, and a very strong and confident run from Annalisa Brown.
Extremely so. I mean, she came off the final 80 meters with a kick, and she still had something in the tank. I am thinking, Leslie, that if she had only glanced up to the clock and realized where she was and what time it was showing, she would have actually gone for the record, because she was just about 4 seconds out in cruise control.
Well, her coaches would have to tell her in the future she has a clock that she can look at. And I believe also, Jason, had she had some competition on her shoulder, it would have really pushed her, because we saw her at the end of the race. She still had a lot in the tank, as you mentioned. She could have been pushed harder for a better time. But Annalisa Brown, Boca secondary, Boca continues to impress. We saw them at national championships, and they were looking good. And now, again, Boca secondary, Annalisa Brown, 2 minutes 30.14 seconds. And she has bettered her season time of 2 minutes 32.5. So a good run here by Annalisa Brown. And we were saying that had she been pushed, she could have returned a better time. Brendan James of St. Joseph Convent St. Andrew was second in 2 minutes 40.55.
And Regis of McDonald College, 2 minutes 42.33 seconds. So now this event, Leslie, as we mentioned, is a timed event. A disadvantage there, you might think, or an advantage for the athletes?
Well, I always prefer when the athletes go shoulder to shoulder, head to head. And I mean, we have to comment on it. We have 3 days of competition. Couldn't we have had a preliminaries on day 1, a finals on day 3, to allow these athletes to go through the rungs and the top athletes compete against each other in the finals? I mean, I think a timed final really takes away from the event, because you really want to see the top athletes in the same event going after each other and pushing hard to the finish.
Well, your thoughts or my thoughts on that? We have absolutely no contradictions there.
As we get set for the second of the 2 timed finals in the 800-meter run for the sub-juniors, and we will see in this race, we will see Janaya Douglas of Bishop's College, Shania Wilson of Anglican High School, Natalia Strawn of St. Joseph Convent St. George, Ziva Henry of St. Joseph Convent St. Andrew. From the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, we will see Kimberly Batiste and Kelisha Charles. From SAS, Leona Williams. Grenada Christian Academy, Kedona Rogers. From Wester Hall Secondary, Nubia Hilaire. From St. Mark's Secondary, Kenisha Barry. Convent St. George, Ariana James. J.W. Fletcher Catholic, Karina Alexander. The other athlete from St. Mark's Secondary, Glory Richards. From Hillsborough Secondary, Renel Roberts. And the second athlete from Bishop's College, Montisha Bernard. These are the competitors listed for the second of the 2 timed finals.
Well, we have no recorded times there for these athletes, but looking at what is in front of us, really, Leslie, I can't even say that I am familiar with any of them who would, post a very good time. So I think we may just have to sing this one.
These are the sub-juniors. So it's actually the first time at Intercol maybe doing at 800 meters. But what they know for sure is that if they want to get that gold medal or podium position, the time that they have to have their eyes on is 2 minutes 30.14 seconds. That was ran by Annalisa Brown of Boca Secondary School moments ago.
All right, well, that's a good place to start. They're off. Leslie, you've got this?
So they're up and running, the second of the two time finals in the 800 meters for the sub-junior girls. And just about this time, they're going to scratch towards the inside lane. They're about to do that now. Westerhall Secondary is up there. Anglican High School is giving good chase as they cut through now for the inside lane. St. Joseph Convent St. Andrew is there, so too is SAS. Hillsborough Secondary, but Anglican High School moves into the lead. Convent Grenville just about now going into second, but here comes Hillsborough Secondary. Very tall athlete out of Hillsborough Secondary. Bishop's College making a move as well on the outside, but Anglican High School is looking very good in this event. Anglican High School in the likes of Shania Nelson. That's Nelson of Anglican High School, and from Hillsborough Secondary, you have Renell Roberts in second position. But Anglican High School, Shania Nelson, the bell goes. 400 meters to go. She looks very comfortable and easy up front. That's Nelson of Anglican High School.
Well, if she holds form, Leslie, she's right on pace for 2 minutes 30 seconds, somewhere thereabout, because the clock is now running at just about 1 minute and 26 seconds, and she has just about another 300 meters to go.
Jason, moving into the lead now is the athlete from Bishop's College, and then St. Joseph Convent is making up some grounds here on Anglican High School. So although Anglican High School did all the early runnings, it's Bishop's College that is establishing a 10-meter or more lead over St. Joseph Convent St. George. And Bishop College is looking very good indeed. She is moving away from the rest of the field here. She's looking over her left shoulder to see where the competition is going to come from. 150 meters to go. Bishop's College, there are two Bishop's College athletes in this race. And the one in front here now is actually Montisha Bernard. That's Bernard of Bishop's College. She's beginning to tire, but she has a good lead. And I believe with her form, it may take her, the momentum can take her through to the finish line ahead of St. Joseph Convent St. George. Montisha Bernard, carriacou, stand up and take a bow. Your Montisha Bernard is going to win this of the two-time finals. We look to see what time she will return. She's outside of the 2 minute 30 seconds, so she will not get the gold medal. We'll tell you what time and what position she will pick up. But a good run by Montisha St. Bernard of Bishop's College.
Yeah, she came, she ran a smart race. She gave it everything she had, because you even notice that when she got to the finish line, one of the officials were right there in the person of Keith Williams to assist her from even going down. She gave it everything she had, and this is the definition of leaving everything you have on the track, really. She separated herself with about 150 meters to go. There was clear daylight between her and the rest of the field. The athlete from the Anglican High School who was leading for a long time, that's Shania Nelson, I think it is. And Shania Nelson really and truly just had to settle for third in this heat. But really and truly, the athlete from Bishop's College, Montisha St. Bernard, leaving it all on the track, and a very good run.
2:32.86, and that would give her the silver medal. So Montisha St. Bernard would pick up the silver medal. The gold medal will go to Annalisa Brown of Boca Secondary School. We'd have loved to see the two of them in the same event, but nonetheless, a silver medal goes to Bishop's College, the folks in Carriacou. There's a lot to celebrate. Your Montisha St. Bernard did justice to you in picking up the silver medal in the 800 meters for sub-junior girls.
All right, well, now we're going to wait and see, because basically the clock is to decide from here on in who comes second or down. But we understand already that the top time in the two events came from Annalisa Brown, 2 minutes 30.14 seconds, coming out of Boca School. So she's going to pick up the gold. And
Montisha will pick up the silver with 2 minutes 32.86.
Montisha picks up the silver. All right, well, that's it for the girls 800 meters sub-junior run. We're jumping straight to event number 54, the boys 800 meters sub-junior run as well. While we're looking at that, Leslie, while we're dealing with that, we've got some field events happening. We've got some high jump, and that is happening down on the field. We're going to send it over to our guys down there in just a little bit to bring us up to speed on what's happening, because we've got to continue staying on the ball with that, so to speak, or on the bar.
Well, Ariana James of Convent St. George, she will pick up the bronze medal, 2 minutes 37.47 seconds.
All right, so Sherry-Ann Noel and Joseph Cador is down there. So as soon as we can get some information on the high jump that's happening, the high jump that's happening this afternoon,
That's the girls, sub-junior girls high jump, event number 7. That is in progress at the moment, Jason.
Yes, event number 7 I'm seeing. This is it here. Yeah, girls high jump. And a good crop of athletes there, representing St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's, McDonald College, Happy Hillsborough Secondary, Bishop's College, St. David's Catholic, SAS, Anglican High School, McDonald College, and Happy Hill. So good crop of athletes there representing their schools in this, the 55th edition of the Intercol Games. Students from the Anglican High School starting to be a little bit more visual, showing their support, hoping for what many might refer to now as a miracle, especially those in St. David's would probably saying, well, Anglican High School, you're hoping for a miracle. Does the athletes from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, the female, you think they have enough to think that, well, maybe we have this covered, or it's too early for them to feel too cocky?
Well, maybe it's a little bit premature, but from what we saw in the preliminaries, St. David's Catholic Secondary will have a number of athletes in the finals and athletes who can also win a position in the top 3. And so they would always be accumulating points. And the lead that they have now, which is like maybe 38 points, is a commanding lead that can really take them to the championship honors.
Well, we've got the boys 800-meter sub-junior run coming up. This one is loaded. 24 athletes in this one, loaded in every sense of the word. Leslie?
And it's a straight final, so it's not a timed finals, the sub-junior boys. So the winner of this is actually the winner of the event. So J.W. Fletcher is there, GBSS, St. David's Catholic, Hillsborough is there, PBC, Christian Academy, Boca Secondary, Wester Hall, McDonald College is there, and SAS is there as well. So a very, very packed field of 24 athletes in the 800 meters for sub-juniors.
Are you familiar with any of them?
Well, Trevor Joseph from Boca Secondary, he has a season best of 2 minutes 29.3. The game's record by Kevin Roberts is 2 minutes 9.21 seconds, established in 2016. So some distance away from the record, but these are youngsters who we are basically seeing for the first time in that event at the sub-junior level. I would have seen some of them at the school sports, but not very impressive times from them to be on the radar at this point in time. But again, these schools have been preparing very early, and this is the big stage for them. We expect them to give up their best. These athletes, this may be their very first event of the games, and so we expect that they have a lot of energy and are raring to go.
Well, look out for Keone Jacasal of PBC. I think he's wearing 1615. That's him right on your screen there. Second from the left on your screen. One of our commentators here saying they know of him, so he has some potential in this event. So we're going to keep our eyes on him as well.
So there they are. Robino Phillip from SAS is there in 1775. That's Neon Smart from SAS. Seems to be a start of some kind here, as a couple athletes thought it was a false start and stayed back. But the event is up and running. Very packed field, very extensive field. 24 athletes. Making some of the early runnings here are the athletes from SAS and the J.W. Fletcher Catholic School. Boca Secondary is in 3rd and 4th. Then there is PBC, there is Hillsborough Secondary. But SAS doing a lot of hard work very early. Maybe it's a strategy by the two athletes from SAS. We've seen that happen over the years where one athlete goes off hard to pull the rest of the field and to tire them out a bit. And the other athlete who is the more dominant one will just emerge. I'm not sure if that's the strategy here by SAS, but a very brisk start by the athlete from SAS. He looks as Neon Smart.
That's Neon Smart, you're correct.
400 meters to go. SAS in the lead. Then we have the Grenada Christian Academy. J.W. Fletcher is there. The other athlete from SAS is moving up nicely. The rest of the field pretty much at a pedestrian pace. There they go. SAS looking good. If he maintains that form, Jason, it's going to be a very impressive time. He's looking over the shoulder, beginning to tire up. And it looks as though it's an athlete from the Grenada Christian Academy that is closing in on him. But SAS up front here in Smart. 20 meters lead, but motoring on nicely and closing the gap on Smart is the athlete from the Grenada Christian Academy. 150 meters to go. Can he hold on? Is the athlete from Christian Academy having to do too much? But he's picking up speed. He's approaching to take him on the bend. There's going to be a sprint for the finish. Does SAS have more in the tank? He's trying to take him over on the outside. He has to do an extra running, but he's very strong. The stronger of the two. An athlete from SAS is in third position, but what a strong run it was from SAS. But at the end of the day, is the athlete from what looks like the Grenada Christian Academy who had to run back hard, but a good run indeed from SAS. A battle for third and fourth, but SAS picks up the third. So SAS picking up some very valuable points here for second and third.
All right, so two athletes from the Grenada Christian Academy, Keith Charles and Nikhil Courtney. Not sure which one of them because we weren't able to see his number. But whoever he is, I mean, he made a strong run. It was a real strong run, you know, by this athlete. He left it all outside there.
He also won the 1500 meters yesterday in the sub-junior boys category. And you can see he's the stronger of the athlete. But I thought the SAS athlete had a good strategy to go out hard and try to pull him. He did not take the bait. He had confidence in his ability. As we look back here to the final 80 meters, you can see he had a lot more. He was able to run around the athlete from SAS, having to do more as well. But look at him here, not even looking as though he's tired. And so the strength of the athlete really come into play here. But a very gutsy run from the athlete from SAS to pick up the silver medal in this event. And then the real battle was for second and third, as we saw the athlete from SAS closing in quickly here to pick up the bronze medal.
So Keith Charles from the Grenada Christian Academy, 2 minutes, 12.65 seconds.
Well, the folks in the Pulse area must be delighted to know one of their very own, Keith Charles, has picked up a gold medal in the sub-junior boys 800 meters. Congratulations to the youngster. You've done well. You're very strong. That's your second gold medal of the championships. And no doubt a strong contender for the sub-junior boys champ.
He wasn't too far off the record either, Leslie, because the record 2 minutes 9.21 seconds, so he wasn't too far off either. You're thinking that maybe if there was just a little bit more competition at his pace, that he could have gone through to do some damage to the record?
Well, I think with a little better strategy, because I thought he held back too long. He allowed the SAS athlete to go too far. Had he stuck to the pace of the SAS athlete with the strength he had in the end, he may have been able to return a better time.
All right, well, he brought up the gold medal in 2 minutes, 12.65 seconds. So congratulations to Keith Charles. He would love that. And that's the story here. All's well that ends well for him. Ryan J. Joseph of J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School coming in second, and
so we getting set, while we figured that out, we're getting set for the girls 800 meter run in the junior category, and the athletes are under the starters orders, and any moment now we'll see the start of that race. That 800 meter for the junior girls, the record here is being held by Nerina Aberdeen, formerly of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, 2 minutes 15.10 seconds in 2001. And many of us who were following Intercol over the years, we remember the twin from St. David's Catholic Secondary, Nerina Aberdeen, having that record over 20 years old. And it's going to be a difficult record to surpass. This is also going to be timed finals. There are going to be 2 sets of finals. So again, the best times would emerge for the podium. In the first set of finals, we're going to see Alian Gidhari from St. David's Catholic, one to definitely look out for. Greshona Ramdeen, Boca, Petal Houston, St. Mark's Secondary, Riona Smith, J.W. Fletcher, Victor Boxo Kamboa from Westmoreland Secondary, Alexis Smith from J.W. Fletcher, Kemlin Julian from Grenville Secondary, also from Grenville Secondary, is Rhea Richardson, Amara Stewart from Bishop's College, Convent Grenville, Kenya Phillip, Jenik Belgrave from Wesley College, McDonald College, Rashida Kato, Grenada Christian Academy, Shabina Lewis, St. Joseph Convent, St. George, Sarah Jelino, Westmoreland Secondary, Kira Kawich, Rika Linton from St. Mark's Secondary brings up the rest of the field. And again, we remind you that it's going to be 2 of these time finals in the girls 800 meters in the junior category.
Yeah, a total of 31 athletes, 16 in the first, 15 in the second. And again, as you said, Leslie, they're running against the clock, really. It's a timed finals. I know we've been going on and on about the disadvantage of this. At this level competition, you want to make sure that your athletes give their best going against each other head to head. It makes better for keen competition, good rivalry, and some more bragging rights, as opposed to, well, you won the goal in that heat because I wasn't there.
And then it sends a bad signal to people who are viewing the broadcast, because you see your athlete crossing the line first, only to be told that they didn't even medal, because the best 3 times came from the other event. So let's hope the athletes understands that well, and so they will give off the best and not thinking, well, I'm ahead, I can slow down, but they're running for a good time. So these are final events. This evening session are all final events on the track. We've had a number of preliminaries earlier today, a number of 200-meter events, and some relays as well. So the afternoon is well set for keen and exciting competition. Republic Bank Intercol Games 2023, the 55th edition, right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. And we expect this race to be much faster than the previous ones in the sub-junior category. These are the junior girls. And we can see some maybe jitters amongst them as well. Westmoreland Secondary is there, St. Mark's Secondary. We see McDonald College, Wesley College. And what we will try to do is to provide an update from the field from Joseph Cadeau and Sherion right after this 800-meter event before the next one starts. They have some updates for us that we want to keep you updated with as you view the broadcast.
Well, not sure exactly where they're going, because there's short put and there's high jump. So we're going to be able to have to position our camera so we know exactly where they're going, high jump or short put.
So there's some delay or some sort to the start of this 800-meter event. But Jason, already the stage is set for what looks like keen competition this afternoon.
Well, it has been keen competition all the way around for the first day, from day one. And I do believe it's going to hold true to form all the way to the end of the games tomorrow evening.
The battle is on in the female and male categories. We can tell you the top 3 schools in the female category are St. David's Catholic Secondary, Anglican High School, and St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. And in the boys category, the perennial powerhouses in track and field at intercollegiate level, GBSS, SAS, and Presentation Brothers College. So the athletes are called to the starters' orders now for the start of the first of 2 time finals, and they're up and running here now. in the junior girls category. 800 meters it is. They're going to stick in the batches for up to 100 meters, and then they're going to scratch towards the inside lane. There they go, just about to scratch towards the inside lane now. And up front, it's St. David's Catholic Secondary, is it? We got to provide that more accurately for you. St. David's definitely in second position now. And J.W. Fletcher Catholic is also there. It's actually Grenville Secondary who is up front. And that looks like maybe Kemlyn Julian from the Grenville Secondary School. Indeed, it's Kemlyn Julian in the orange and black for Grenville Secondary. There are two GSS athletes here. Rhea Richardson is also there, but she's beginning to tire now. And J.W. Fletcher is looking comfortable. So too is Alian Gidhari of St. David's Catholic Secondary. She is one of the favorites in this event. That's Gidhari. We saw her at the national champs and doing pretty well. But these two athletes have separated themselves from the rest of the field. Alian Gidhari of the St. David's Catholic Secondary, and from the J.W. Fletcher is either the Rihanna Smith or Alexis Smith.
It is Rihanna Smith. Rihanna Smith is 1352.
So there are two Smiths here from the J.W. Fletcher Catholic. Rihanna is the one who is in a slight lead over St. David's Catholic Secondary. That's Alian Gidhari. It's going to be a real sprint for the finish line between these two. With just under 200 meters remaining, they bump into each other. That's how close they are running. And J.W. Fletcher Smith, Rihanna Smith, with 2 strides ahead of Alian Gidhari. They look very comfortable indeed. Gidhari making a move on the outside around the bend and goes into the lead now. Can Rihanna respond to that challenge? Let's see what she has left. But Alian Gidhari is going to be Gidhari. The legs beginning to pump even higher. The arms are pumping as more. Gidhari it is. She's going to win by 20 meters or more. Alian Gidhari, St. David's Catholic Secondary, wins now. And Rihanna Smith of the J.W. Fletcher Catholic picks up the silver. And it looks like J.W. Fletcher or McDonald College to pick up the bronze. Or the third position. Again, it's a timed finals.
Yeah, well, Gidhari, she ran a smart race. She held back for as long as she could, and then with just about 80 meters to go, understanding that she was being stretched for most of the event, kept her cool, kept her composure, and just as she came around the bend with just about 80 meters to go, turned things on and used her momentum to carry her through the finish line. So a good run there from Alian Gidhari of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, winning the first of 2. And we wait to see what happens in the second. So then that will determine who gets the gold medal. But what we can tell you is that Joseph Cador is down on the field. So Joseph,
thank you, team. Guys, everything's happening down here all at one time. First thing I want to bring you up to speed is what's happening in the heptathlon and the arc. Believe me, it's been a busy day. Remembering that these are multifaceted events. So as such, what I'm going to give you is a preview as to where the individuals are. Starting in the boys, with the boys, after the first round of events, there's 2 of them left. We have Fleming from Boca Secondary. He's actually leading the pack. Williams, that's Averell Williams from St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, is in second place, and third place is being occupied by Lewis from St. Andrew's Anglican. So they complete the top 3 in the arc. There's still 2 events left, so you can get an appreciation as to exactly how that's unfolded. In the hep for the girls, well, we can tell you that Shamari Joseph from St. John's Christian Secondary, she is in the lead. She is out there on 2,972 points. We have Denisha Scott from St. David's Catholic Secondary in second place, and third place is Letitia Williams from St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. So SAS certainly has a lot to look out for in what's happening in there. Then we go on to I can tell you what's happening in the boys discus. The big boys, the seniors, they are throwing in the discus, and the discus is now in the top 8. And let me just run through it quickly for you who is in the top 8. There's Nelson from Wesley College, Isaac from SAS, there's Hostin for PBC, Thomas from Hillsborough Secondary, Williams again from Happy Hills Secondary. You have Mason, Hosford, and Tellisford, which is St. David's Catholic SAS and St. David's Catholic in that order. I also have for you an update on what's happening in the girls, the senior long jump. Just to run through the top 3 for you. Gihari from St. David's Catholic Secondary, she's out front with a leap of 4.87. Shanti Augustine from Convent in St. George, she's in 2nd place. And in 3rd place, it's Thomas from Convent in St. Andrews. So folks, that's the roundup. That's what's happening down here on the field.
Well, thank you very much, Joseph Cadeau, for updating us on what's happening on the field and in the HEP and OCT as well, as we get set for the second of the 2 time finals in the junior girls 800 meters. So, folks, you've heard it. They're SAS looking good in the HEP in 2nd and 3rd position, and in the girls, they're also in the 3rd position. And then we got also some updates on the long jump. So the second of the 2 time finals, we would see Shirley Sylvan of SAS, Angelique Belgrave of Wesley College, Ashley Mitchell of Happy Hill, Shephonia Houston of Anglican High School, Kay Williams McQueen from Bishop's College, Janaya Williams from SAS, Azuri Isaac from Convent St. George, Esther Fletcher from Happy Hill Secondary, Maya Noel from St. John's Christian Secondary, Tony Lewis from Grenada Christian Academy, Antonia Stephen of Boca Secondary, Charis Alexander, Convent St. Andrew, Peaches Panchu, McDonald College, Shania Peters of Westerhall Secondary, and Kiara John of the Anglican High School. These are the competitors in Section 2 of 2 in the finals of the girls 800 meters in the junior category. Some 15 competitors. And again, Jason, an event that puts on show and tests the speed, the stamina, and also the tactic of the athlete.
In my days when I used to be an athlete, I hated the 800 meters. It was the kind of race you don't know if you're up or you're down. You miss one little tactical part in your run and everything goes haywire, everything goes up in smoke. I hated this event with a passion, and I do admire everyone who has the tenacity to run the 800 meters.
Well, Jason, that's surprising news for me. I didn't know you competed in 800 meters. I would love to know what was your favorite event. I know you in basketball and some table tennis as well. But on the track, and cricket of course, but on the track, I'm not too sure if I can find your name in the record books somewhere.
It would never be. You can find my name where you know my name. All right. Well, the start of the 800 meters junior girls, the second of 2 finals, timed event.
They're on the starters instructions, and they've started. Pretty much pedestrian pace so far, but it's very, very early.
Any of the athletes in this one, you know, any of them stand out to you?
Well, St. John's Christian Secondary, so too is the athlete from the St. Joseph Convent St. Andrew, that's Charis Alexander. She's in 2nd position at the moment. But up front, it looks like though it's St. John's Christian Secondary in the likes of Maya Noel.
All right, well, Maya Noel is out front and running and seeming to be in control, at least for this part. Comes around the bend here now with just about 100 meters to go before the end of the first lap. The bell will sound and she will look to turn on the heat, but she's mounting a good challenge there. Has been mounted by Maya Noel of is it Maya Noel?
Charis Alexander from Convent Grenville.
Cherise Alexander from St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. She looks like she's tiring just a little bit, looks a little bit jaded, and she's got a whole lot of work to do. But going out in front, making no mistake about anything, is
Maya Noel.
Maya Noel of St. John's Christian Secondary. But look, there's an athlete coming up in third position from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. Just trotting, just not putting too much into it, but maybe that's a little bit of a disguise because she can kick any moment. She has now moved into second place, and she is looking to snap the lead out of Maya Noel. Maya Noel has now dropped back into second place, just a stride behind, but this athlete here now from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School is going to stretch just a little bit more. This looks like Janiyah Williams from St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. She's trotting, but a ding-dong battle is going to ensue. I predict a ding-dong battle because Maya Noel is not going to give up. She has no intentions of giving up. She's got to find herself now on the inside. She's trying, on the outside, sorry. She's trying to find herself on the inside, but yes, yep, she has taken it. So here she goes. She's going to go to the finish line. Leslie?
Well, she's holding her own, but look at the run back here from St. David's Catholic Secondary in the red. And now we see Wesley College. It is running hard to the finish line and may just have gotten that third position. But a good run here by the athlete from Shaper, Maya Noel. Tactically, she was a bit off by trying to overtake the athlete from SAS on the inside. She bumped into the railing, almost collided, but was able to regain her composure and led from start to finish. A good, strong, and powerful run by Maya Noel of St. John's Christian Secondary. The folks on the western side, you have your moments of celebration now. I know you've been waiting for that moment, and Maya Noel has delivered on that promise to bring home maybe not a victory yet. We have to compare the time with Alian Gidhari from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, but I would think she would be on the podium based on that performance. But Alian Gidhari may have just edged her out for the gold medal.
Alian Gidhari's time, we didn't get that, but Maya Noel, 2 minutes 43.77 seconds. 2 minutes 43.77 seconds. Not bad at all.
So as soon as we get the result of that one, we'll let you know. But it's going to be maybe Alian Gidhari from the St. David's Catholic Secondary.
So Alian Gidhari of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School running away with the gold medal. Her time is yet to be popped up on the screen because we didn't get the time at all. So we've got to depend on the information coming in from the house announcer. What we can tell you is that there's a slight drizzle coming down at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. The officials, the field officials, will not be too happy about that, but the athletes who are scheduled to run long distances would love it. What does that mean for the track and the athletes running the shorter events, especially with the fact that the relays are to come in just a little bit, and then the 200 meters, that's to come as well. What are your thoughts on it, Leslie Smith?
Well, the rain does not do well for the athletes. So in addition to the officials, the spectators are also being affected. We see the umbrellas going up in the foreground. But the athletes, the cooler the conditions is much more difficult for them, especially in maintaining warmth, maintaining the temperatures in the muscles and so on. And so you will not get the best out of them in rainy conditions. Of course, the track too can affect their performance. But it's only a slight drizzle at the moment. And there's a very stiff wind that's blowing now. So let's hope it can blow away those showers and those rain clouds. The spectators have also taken covers under the umbrellas and the bandanas and whatever they have. And it's only a slight drizzle at the moment. And let's hope for the interest of the athletes and the spectators that will subside shortly. And the athletes would get a good atmosphere to compete.
All right. Let's just pedal back a little bit, Leslie, because earlier on you spoke about 3 of the 4 athletes representing GBSS being part of the Carifta 4x1 team. But here's what's interesting now. What time did that GBSS crew run? Can you remember?
Of course, they ran 43.03.
They ran 43.03, but listen to this. In 2022, the under-17 boys 4x1 relay, Jamaica won gold in 41.74. Now, with those 3 guys running 43.73, and you include someone like an Aiden McIntosh that is running for PBC, you include someone like an Aiden McIntosh in that, do you believe that this Grenada team could run away with gold, get to somewhere an early 41, or even find ourselves on the medal podium at Carifta?
Well, I think they can earn a podium position. To say gold at this stage, I think it might be premature. But they're impressive enough, and it's a quality field of athletes that I think they can get a podium position.
All right, I hear you talking. We're going to see these guys running.
And remember, that 43.03 was in the preliminaries. They still have to run the finals later on this evening, where they will have an opportunity to even do better.
That's where we're going, because with 43 early in the preliminaries, with little or no competition at all when you look at it, and then including another powerhouse in that national quartet to represent Grenada, anything is possible.
Absolutely. As we get ready for the 800 meters for junior boys. Again, we're going to have a timed finals. They're going to be 2 batches. The first batch, we would see Jamie Matthews, Bishop's College, Rodell Bowen, J.W. Fletcher, E.J. George, St. David's Catholic, Joel Clement, Hillsborough Secondary, also from Hillsborough Secondary, Kirani Rollins, St. David's Catholic, Kerlon Moses, one to definitely look out for, Keldon Cooper, Boca Secondary, from Shaper, Kyle St. Paul, Boca Secondary, also Nicholas Frederick, Kieran John, Wesley College, Jadel Etienne, Westerhall Secondary, Quaidel Pierre, running the 800 meters on the Carifta team from the GBSS, from SAS, Zayden George, also from GBSS, Jalen St. Louis, from St. Mark's Secondary, Anson Aberdeen, and from the Grenada Christian Academy, Raquel St. George. This is going to be a cracker of an event. I see the likes of a Quaidel Pierre. I see from SAS, Zayden George. I also see a Keelan Moses from St. David's Catholic Secondary. This is going to be a good event from these 3 athletes I've just called.
You think the winner is going to come from this event? Let's wait and see. As you rightfully say, some good athletes in this one. 2 minutes, 13 seconds from Joel Clement. You mentioned him. And Kirani Rollins, also of Hillsborough Secondary School, 2 minutes, 16.20. Leslie?
Well, they're up and running, and already Keelan Moses of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School established himself very early. He's one of the favorites, and he has gone out in a flash. He's been followed by Hillsborough Secondary. We will let you know if it's Jarrell Clement or Kirani that's up there, but Boca Secondary is also there. So too is SAS, in the likes of Zayden George, another of the favorite. And then, of course, we have Quaidel Pierre of GBSS, one to look out for in this event as well.
Nicholas Frederick of Boca Secondary School, he has some tenacity attached to him. I've seen him train already, and I can tell you that he has some tenacity attached to him.
Well, the bell has sounded. They have just over 400 meters remaining. And let's see who wants it more. E.J. George it is for the St. David's Catholic Secondary. That's the athlete that is up front. E.J. George, and then we have from SAS, Zayden George as well. Zayden making an early move with 200 meters to go. The challenge is accepted by George of St. David's Catholic Secondary. They go stride for stride here. Pretty picture indeed. With St. David's Catholic Secondary now moving nicely. Boca Secondary in a good position in third, and moving into second now is Boca. Look out for a surge. GBSS is coming nicely with Quaidel Pierre. It's going to be a sprint for the finish. Boca Secondary is there. Here comes Boca on the outside. The legs beginning to pump. The leg speed is turning over nicely. Boca secondary. Boca is going to be what a run here. What an upset here. Boca secondary. An impressive indeed. Impressive finish from Boca secondary.
Somebody said, look out for this young man. He's got some tenacity attached to him. I don't know if you remember that, Leslie. He was in third coming around the bend just before we got to the end of the first lap. And he measured it nicely. He didn't panic. It was well measured. He kept his composure. And what was even more interesting is that with about 60 meters to go, you're going to see it here now, he came around the bend, fighting, gave the challenge. The challenge was accepted. But what was important, his tenacity didn't allow him to back down. And with about 40 meters to go, we started to see the separation between him and Boca and the St. David's Catholic secondary, and he ran all the way through, didn't let up, even dipped at the finish line as well.
A strong finish from Nicholas Frederick of Boca Secondary School, and coming out of nowhere, but what a finish he had. What the speed, the leg turnover, the maintenance of form, all the way to the finish line. And we look forward to see what time that Nicholas Frederick from Boca would have done, but a very impressive run here. We still have the second of the two finals, and so that will determine the overall winner. But I'm sure that Nicholas Frederick will be in contention here for a medal position.
What was even noticeable from Nicholas Frederick as well is that he didn't have too much action going around the track in his two laps. He kept it right there, kept it close, not too much movement from his hands, not too much lifting of his legs. He just kept it really nice and tight and neat for about a lap and a half, and then he exploded onto the finish.
Well, a very strong finish from the youngster, Nicholas Frederick. As the athletes in the second of the two time finals get themselves ready and make their way onto the track, we will see Delroy Adams from Wester Hall Secondary, Chedi Augustine from Shaper, Julian Simon from J.W. Fletcher, Adriel Mitchell from PBC, so too is Caden McQueen of PBC, Cameron Jeffrey, McDonald College, St. Rose Modern Secondary would be Shamu Andrew, St. Mark's Secondary, Nikhil Johnson, Bishop's College, Lawrence Douglas, St. George's Institute, Ruben Lyle Batista, SAS Kimon Williams, Grenada Christian Academy, Carrick Billy, Happy Hills Secondary, Delani Patris, Ishmael John of McDonald College, and Latrell Sabazan of St. Rose Modern Secondary.
Any one noticeable identifiable in this race as it relates to time and efforts that you know of, Leslie? And there's a hush. All right, so I suspect we're going to have to wait on 2 laps.
The running against the time here established by Nicholas Frederick, but the record in this event is held by Nathan Hood, formerly of GBSS, 1 minute 58.20 seconds, established in 2015, and Hood has gone on the collegiate circuit now and has been doing well over the years while he's there.
Well, I'm thinking that Nicholas Frederick would have ran somewhere just over 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 4 seconds, somewhere around there. But we still have to await official times and see. But my guess is he would have gone just over 2 minutes, near, not very far.
I believe you'd have done maybe 2 minutes, 4.7 seconds.
Okay. So if they're looking at the screen, if these athletes now are looking at the screen at the start of this second of 2 finals, they would know that paying attention to the screen, seeing 2 minutes 4.7 seconds is what you're running again. So time your run and pay attention to the clock. The clock will signal whether or not you've got the chance of a gold medal or even a podium position.
Again, remind the viewers that this is a timed final. The best times would emerge for the podium positions. These are your competitors. That was actually the previous event.
Beautiful picture in the background. You're seeing the crowd building up to the top left of your screen of the athletic stadium, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. A nice shot of the Dabo Hills in the back of us, the power station and the Dabo Hills to the back of us. Always a welcome sight. The folks at the Dabo Hills in Grenada always having the best view. Cruise ship in port. So some tourism and commercial activity taking place in the country simultaneously. So everything's set and kids having fun. What better can one ask for in one day?
And quite frankly, considering day 2 and what we've seen over the years, it's maybe a number that is competitive to years before. The main pavilion has the majority of the people, that's where the adults are. There are some of the students on the bleachers, and the secondary pavilion, the top level of the secondary pavilion has quite a number of students as well. So maybe a pretty much consistent turnout. So Nicholas Frederick, 2 minutes, 6.43 seconds.
Kelron Moses, he came in second in that heat, but well, what is important is just, for now, is just Frederick's time. So we're getting ready for the start of the second of 2 finals, a timed event. The boys 800 meters junior. Leslie, take this.
They're up and running here now. 800 meters, junior boys, the second of the 2 timed finals. Presentation Brothers College in the blue and white bodysuits. Up front, from the PBC, we have Adriel Mitchell and Caden McQueen. McDonald College is there in the likes of Cameron Jeffrey. St. John's Christian Secondary is also there, Chetty Augustine. SAS is also there. So too is St. Rose Modern Secondary. Latrell Sabazan. But Presentation Brothers College, in the likes of Caden McQueen. But St. John's Christian Secondary shaper, Chetty Augustine, nicely positioned as well in the yellow vest. St. Mark's looking to make a run, so too is Happy Hill Secondary on the outside with the sound of the bell. Under 400 meters remaining. St. Mark's Secondary. Nickel Johnson it is. That's Nickel Johnson from St. Mark's Secondary, with a 10-meter lead over Presentation Brothers College. And that looks like Caden McQueen of PBC. Happy Hill Secondary is in third. Delani Patris it is of Happy Hill Secondary. And then there is the other athlete from the Presentation Brothers College. But PBC looking good with 150 meters to go. It looks as though it's Caden McQueen of PBC. He's beginning to pump here. St. Rose Modern Secondary is also making a charge for it. Shamu Andrew. But he has a good challenge here from Happy Hill Secondary School in the likes of Delani Patris. But it is Presentation Brothers College, Caden McQueen. McQueen it is who is going to win this of the second of the 2 finals. Happy Hill Secondary would pick up the second position, and St. Rose Modern Secondary would pick up the third position. We await the time of this event to know who the overall winner would be, but a strong run for Caden McQueen of the Presentation Brothers College.
I think Caden McQueen and Mitchell did similar times.
It's actually
really.
Adriel Mitchell of
Adriel
PBC
Mitchell, yeah,
who was the winner.
Both him and Frederick did similar times. The times were really close, I can tell. So it is going to come down to what the officials say. But judging from whatever little times that we keep here, it is close. It is close. It would be good for him to pick up a gold medal here. He has been in the hunt for quite some time for a gold medal. That's McQueen from Presentation.
It's actually Adriel Mitchell, not
Mitchell from
McQueen.
Presentation
So,
College. Mitchell
apologies to the young man. Adriel Mitchell it was who actually won this batch. And we are waiting to see what time he returned to know who the overall winner is going to be.
The time for Frederick, you've got it, for Nicholas Frederick was 2 minutes 6 seconds.
2 minutes 6.43 seconds.
2 minutes 6.43 seconds. So
that's the time to beat, really. And let's see if Adriel Mitchell of the Presentation Brothers College was able to do a better time or at least come close to earn himself a silver medal.
Tense moments it is. They say the anticipation of death is worse than death itself. So tense moment it is here for everyone on the ground, including including Adriel himself.
What I admire about these youngsters now, Jason, is that he has just completed the race and he's ready to run again. I mean, he's not outwinded or anything like that. And look at the camaraderie here, the camaraderie between the athletes from the Presentation Brothers College, the St. David's Catholic Secondary. Obviously, they know each other well. And although it's a competition, they still maintain their close ties and their friendship. He is just as anxious as we are to see what time he has returned. It has not yet been posted on the scoreboard.
But that brings us to the point that we were making earlier on. If these athletes have the opportunity to compete together in the same race, you know, you run the preliminaries in the morning and you do the finals in the afternoon, I'm quite sure that their times would have been a lot better, because based on what these two athletes would have returned, Frederick, and what we're looking at possible for Mitchell, it means that they would have been able to push each other and something dangerous could have happened, because the record, 1 minute 58 seconds, .20, set by Nathan Hood in 2015. Now with some competition, that record could have been on the thread just a little bit, if not broken.
So there goes the time, 2 minutes 7.70 seconds. And so you'd have to settle maybe for the second position. And so Boca Secondary, Nicholas Frederick, would have earned himself the gold medal in the 800-meter run for junior boys.
Yeah, well, all's well that ends well. He finds himself on the podium for Presentation Brothers College, but something to look forward to. A little bit of a disadvantage, you think, Leslie, for the athletes in the 800 meters in this event, particularly seeing the level of competition and how close they both ran times?
I always think that they can measure themselves against each other, and here's where the tactics would come into play. Who can come up with the best strategy in the race? When you put man per man between the white lines, that's where the real difference is. But nonetheless, this is the situation we have here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium at Intercol Games 2023. And so Nicholas Frederick of the Boca Secondary, a well-deserved gold medal in 800 meters for junior boys.
Yeah, taking nothing away from him, Nicholas Frederick ran a smart race, a diligent race. Now what we're seeing on the track, we're getting ready for the start of event number 57, the girls 800 meters senior run. 3 minutes 43 seconds, Hillsborough Secondary School, Nolana Henry, a long way off the record 2 minutes 16.38 seconds, set by Jackie Ann Moraine. That was back in 2001, I think it was, Leslie. Do you know any of them to predict anything out of the ordinary here?
Well, Alia Gidhari of the St. David's Catholic Secondary is there. She is a force to be reckoned with, and she's one to look out for from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
All right, well, Gidhari is always a threat. Anytime you see her name, you've got to make allowances for something special that can happen. She's been a busy athlete for the season so far, especially inside these Intercol games. She's been very busy and showing up and representing her school to the maximum.
Well, there is a McQueen from McDonald College, and if she's part of that family of McQueens from McDonald College, she would definitely be one to look out for as well. Geraldine McQueen, we recall from over the years. So in this event, we will see Katie Simon of SAS, Kimberly McQueen, McDonald College, from Convent Grenville, Ariana Williams, Neela Hilaire from Grenada Seventh-day Adventist Comprehensive, Ania Francis, Anglican High School, from J.W. Fletcher, Shaquille Clark. But they're up and running. The 800 meters, it's a false start. The athletes are recalled. Shaquille Clark from J.W. Fletcher is there. Dinoj Alexis, Convent St. George's. Alana Charles, Boca Secondary. Cassima Langain, St. Mark's Secondary. Rachel Farry, Anglican High School. Ariana Bain, Happy Hills Secondary. Nolana Henry, Hillsborough Secondary. Maya Daniel from J.W. Fletcher. Daniel Croney from Grenada Christian Academy. Cavalisha Joseph, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Charlene Francois of SAS. Convent St. George, Amia Samuel. Aliyah Gidhari, St. David's Catholic Secondary. Angeli Matthew of St. Mark's Secondary. Josheni Fortune of Convent Grenville. And then we have Cadona Mark and Francesca Henry. So a green card is issued to the entire field. So it means that anybody false start now will get an automatic disqualification. We don't generally tend to see a false start in 800-meter events, but this time they're up and running. And Convent St. George already looking good. That's Denoj Alexis or Amaya Samuel. Sass is also there. So there's Convent St. George's, Sass, St. Mark's Secondary, Boca Secondary, St. David's Catholic Secondary, it's Convent St. George. It looks like Amia Samuel. Indeed, it's Amia Samuel of Convent St. George. St. Mark's Secondary is giving good chase here. Angeli Matthew, it looks like. Angeli Matthew of St. Mark's Secondary moves into the lead with the sound of the bell. But on the outside, from the St. David's Catholic Secondary, it looks as though it is Aliyah Gidhari. McDonald College is gaining some grounds as well. But St. Mark's Secondary, Angeli Matthew. And then there is from Convent St. George, Amia Samuel. McDonald College is into third. St. David's Catholic into fourth. Convent Grenville now making a move on the outside. Convent St. George regaining the lead over St. Mark's Secondary. Amelia Samuel it is. Here comes Convent Grenville on the outside. They're very closely bunched. All 5 athletes in the lead pack here. It's an 800-meter event. Amia Samuel of Convent in the lead, and in second position is Convent St. Andrew as well. Josephine Fortune might just be the athlete here from Convent St. Andrew, but here is a run back here from St. David's Catholic Secondary School. McDonald College is also there, but Amelia Samuel, Convent St. George. It might be too late for St. David's Catholic Secondary, but she's giving a good fight, a good account. Amia Samuel, St. Joseph Convent St. George's. Power into the finish line. There goes the supporters in the stands. A very strong finish by George of St. Joseph Convent St. George. And St. David's Catholic Secondary would have to settle for second. McDonald College would pick up the bronze medal. And Convent Grenville would have to settle for fourth position in this, the finals of the 800 meters for seniors.
I think it was tactful. I think it was well thought out. She didn't take any unnecessary chances. She kept her cool. She had the opportunity to even stretch earlier on, but she decided against it. And coming down to the last 60 meters or so, that's when she really started to put on the separation and for good measure powered to the end, even though she knew no one was around her. But what was even more important was the fact that coming out of the first lap, she was right there and could have, gone on to stretch, but didn't want to take any chances because she understood that in this 800, a gasp for breath could be the difference between the gold and no medal at all.
A very strong finish by Amia Samuel of the St. Joseph Convent St. George. Delighting her fans right in front of the finish line. Those young ladies from the St. Joseph Convent St. George, as they refer to themselves as the girls.
2 minutes 32.48 seconds for Amia Samuel, Aliyah Gidari, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 2 minutes 37.15 seconds. She looks a little bit jaded because she has been working really hard for the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, even from the gun yesterday. So Gidari showing signs of fatigue, and she's still got a whole lot more work to do for the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Smith?
Indeed, a powerhouse of an athlete is Aliyah Gidhari, and she'll be called on to do more events for her team as the senior boys make their way onto the track. It's going to be a time finals for the senior boys. There's going to be 2 of these finals. And we will see Javon Felix from GBSS in the first batch. Antoine Blackett of PBC. He's doing the 800 meters. Hillsborough Secondary, Joshua Collins. Boca Secondary, Jay Phillip. SAS, Joshim Sylvester. He's on the character team to compete in the 800 meters. St. Mark's Secondary, Alex Bartholomew. Boca Secondary, Jasani Phillip. Hillsborough Secondary, Goshen Lane. Nikhil Thomas of St. John's Christian Secondary. Jedan Williams of St. David's Catholic Secondary. Nikhil John of the GBSS. Kyle Victor, GBSS. Nikhil John of McDonald College. St. John's Christian Secondary, Renato James. And Elon Alexis of Westall Secondary. And the final athlete, Carl Noel of Happy Hills Secondary School. The 15 athletes in the first of the 2 timed the finals of the 800-meter run for senior boys.
All right, well, good afternoon to our viewers. We know that Michael Bascom is viewing with us, of course. Andre Jerome, we've been receiving a couple of messages from some of our old stalwarts, media stalwarts from Grenada who have been positioned around the world. Good afternoon, Mikey Bascom. And we'd love to have you here, so make some arrangements so that you can be with us, if not in 2024, before that. But good afternoon again, Bascom. Good race you think it is? Anyone in particular you want to identify as this one in the boys 800 meters senior?
Well, of course, we have the character selectee here. That's from SAS, and he is Sylvester. That's from SAS. We have Josh M. Sylvester. He was the senior boys champ at the Star Sports. He placed 3rd in the 400 meters at the national champs. Also medaled yesterday in the 400 meters, and he has been selected to participate in the 4 and 800 meters at the Carifta Games.
All right, so
Josh M. Sylvester, definitely one to look out for in this event here from South. By virtue of him being on the Carifta team, Jason, obviously he will be one of the top athletes in this event.
All right, so we can anticipate some fireworks in this one. That is what it comes down to. All right, the anticipation of fireworks here. Joshua Collins is here. Jay Phillip. Joshim Sylvester. Goshen Lane. Nikhil Thomas. Good strong field. 15 athletes. 3 positions on the podium up for grabs. Bragging rights and a chase at the record. 1 minute 55.30 seconds. A Kendall Simon 2001 record.
Well, Kendall Simon still holds the record in the 1500 meters and the 800 meters. And let's see what happens here in this event. St. Mark's, that's McDonald College, making a very early run here in the likes of Nikhil John. And St. Mark's Secondary School goes after him in Alex Bartholomew. Sylvester is still in the 3rd position and measuring his race nicely. But a very quick start by St. Mark's Secondary School in the likes of Alex Bartholomew. McDonald College is there in 2nd position at the moment in Nikhil John, and then we have Joshim Sylvester in the 3rd position. Sylvester has improved on his performance all throughout the season. I saw him at the Star Sports, and then I saw him at National Champs, and he was a completely different athlete. He has progressed nicely throughout the season. St. Mark's Secondary in the lead, Alex Bartholomew. McDonald College in second, Nickel John and Joshua Sylvester of SAS in the third position. PVC in fourth, with about 300 meters remaining. Now we see Joshua Sylvester making his move and moving into second position. He pulls along with him the athlete from Presentation Brothers College. It's going to be a sprint. Is that Telemark here? Blackett. It's Blackett actually here for Presentation Brothers College. It's going to be a real sprint. Antoine Blackett and Joshua Sylvester. They're going to go after each other. Sylvester and Blackett. McDonald College is still in the race. Joshua Sylvester, does he have that kick? McDonald College making a comeback for it here. Goes past Blackett now and heading for Joshua Sylvester. Sylvester turns it on as well. What a race to the finish line here. Joshua Sylvester. Here comes Antoine Blackett. Here comes Sylvester. Sylvester Blackett. Sylvester Blackett. Sylvester wins it over Blackett. And that's what we expect from a Carifta selectee, a national athlete, to really maintain his form and composure and winning nicely here for SAS.
Good run by both Sylvester and Blackett in particular. Blackett was nowhere in the race to start when you check it. You remember, if you look back, he was nowhere in the race to start, but he came in, took his time, and then suddenly his name started to call. His name started to call when Sylvester started to make the run. What Blackett was doing is that he was using Sylvester as his marker. So he continued to use Sylvester as his marker, knowing that whenever Sylvester kicks, he's going to kick too. The thing is, when Sylvester kicked, if he had kicked earlier, that 1 meter difference could have been, made up on the other end. But Sylvester ran a good race. Blackett ran a great race as well. And Javon Felix of GBSS coming in third. So, as you said, what we expect from a Carifta athlete now, you've moved to the next level. We expect you to take the bull by the horn, so to speak. Leslie?
Well, we must also recognize the athlete from McDonald College. He did most of the work in this race. He was in the lead pack from start to finish. He had a kick towards the end, but the likes of Sylvester and Antoine Blackett was just too much for him on the day. But again, a good run from Nickel John from McDonald College. He was featured all the way through this event. And we look to see what happens in the next of the two finals. And maybe Nickel John of McDonald College may just be good enough to get a podium position.
All right, well, if this just concluded heat is the marker, well, a marker it has been, because this bunch right here, three of them, 2 minutes 2.37 seconds, 2 minutes 2.46 seconds, and 2 minutes 7.01 seconds. So a nice bundle there. So this second of two finals, they've got some work to do. Who do you see in this lineup here, Leslie?
Well, there's a Zaid Douglas from SAS, a Joshua Cadet also of Grenville Secondary School is one that we can look out for. He was featured in the 1500 meters yesterday for Grenville Secondary School. And there's always a surprise package coming from Carriacou. There is a Desron Williams and a Tyrone Matthews of Bishop's College here that maybe can just spring a surprise for us in this event.
Well, if we were to play on this one, St. Rose Modern Secondary School. Now, St. Rose Modern Secondary School has had some good 800-meter athletes in recent times. We're seeing Romel Charles here being in this lineup. Do you think he has a chance as well?
Well, time will tell. Time will tell on this one here from Charles from St. Rose Modern Secondary. Not a name on the radar at the moment. And let's see how this one turns out here. Well, a noticeable absent from the 800-meter events is Zaid Richardson from McDonald College, the son of Stephanie Ferguson. We saw him at the national champs. He's also selected on the Carifta team, but I have not seen him today in the 800 meters. I'm thinking maybe he's injured, but he's an athlete with tremendous promise. He does not get tired. I've never seen that in a long time. And I have not seen him featured today at all for McDonald College. But he impressed all of us who were here at the national champs, and definitely one to keep on the radar for the future. Zayed Richardson of McDonald College.
Our sponsors, feather banners waving in the background. Title sponsors, Republic Bank. Associate sponsors, Flow, the Grenada Breweries, George F. Huggins and Company. Our friends at Sol EC Grenada Limited, the National Lotteries Authority, and T&R Communications. Intercol 2023, the crowd building up.
We saw Richie Hughes there with a big yawn. I mean, there's no boredom here, absolutely no boredom, but Richie opting to go for a breath of fresh air. But again, the spectators have turned out in the numbers here. The adult population coming to support the alma mater. And a while ago, we saw a shot with the flags fluttering, and the horizontal nature of the flags gives an indication of the measure and the strength of the wind. And it's a very stiff wind that's blowing across the Kirani James Athletic Stadium at the moment. And it's actually going across the field. So on that top bend, they would be running against the wind. And maybe to a certain extent, when they head into the finish line, that wind would be in their face as well. But a very strong wind from all indications of the flags at the National Stadium at the moment.
View of the entrance to the Darbo Hills. Always an awesome view from up in those mountains. Any sporting event taking place at the National Stadium, they've got the best seat in the house with the best view. And the best seat in the house is the seat outside the house.
So the athletes are there and they're waiting for the instructions from the starters. Romel Charles, Kelshon Andrew of McDonald College, Tyrone Matthews, Bishop's College, David Morrell, J.W. Fletcher, Prince Peters, St. Mark's Secondary, Nishon Houston, Happy Hill Secondary, Desron Williams, Bishop's College, Zan Josephs and John's Christian Secondary, Rodell Smith, Wester Hall Secondary, Zay Douglas of SAS, Nathan Hollis, Presentation Brothers College, Nick Bartholomew of J.W. Fletcher, and Joshua Cadet of the Grenville Secondary School. The athletes are called off the track. There seems to be something happening down there, Jason. And as soon as they're back on the track, we will bring it to you live and in living colors. We're going to try to get an update on what's happening in the field as well from our colleagues down on the track. That's Joseph Cadeau and Sherry and Noel. As we get another cross-section of the fans here at the Kirani James National Stadium. Anticipating the next event, we see the Macintosh there. Quite a number of the SAS alma mater is in that section as well. A lot of blues, so to speak. Some greens as well.
The high jump, shot put, and the 200 meters. And they were back again today with the long jump, the javelin throw, and they're about to complete the 800 meters. To close off their combined events, heptathlon, girls, open. But first, we take the senior boys, 800 meters. Again, we take this opportunity to thank you to all of our corporate partners, beginning with the Republic Bank, the title sponsor of these Intercol games, as well as all of our others who came on board to make these games possible. The National Lotteries Authority, Flow. We want to thank Glenelg Spring Water, the official water of these games. Bryden and Miners Limited, distributor of Saldanja Chips. Grenada Bottling Company, Powerade. George F. Huggins and Company Grenada Limited, Fruta, and Lucozade, Star Malt. We want to thank all the others who have joined to make today possible. We also want to thank all of the team sponsors, those who have sponsored the individual teams.
Yeah.
We think of Mr. Martin Bideau and the folks at the Grenada Trade Center and Classic Lighting Caribbean, sponsoring 6 of these teams at these games, in addition to Paddy's Enterprise, Hillsborough Secondary, and Wasasas, Nexa, PBC, Nagico, GBSS. But we're getting set for the Section 2, Senior Boys, 800 meters.
So the athletes are back on the track for the start of the 800 meters senior boys, the second of the 2-time finals. And again, we will see Charles, Andrew, Matthews, Morrell, Peters, Hosted, Williams, Joseph, Smith, Douglas, Holas, Bartholomew, and Cadet. The time that they're going to beat here is a time established by Joshua Sylvester of SAS, 2 minutes, 2.37 seconds. They're up and running, and St. John's Christian Secondary Shaper making an early run here. That's Zan Joseph of Shaper. And then we have J.W. Fletcher in second position. SAS in Zayd Douglas is in third. And then there is McDonald College making a good run on the outside. Kelson Andrew of McDonald College. Now in the lead, it is the athlete from the J.W. Fletcher Catholic School. J.W. Fletcher, it looks as though it is Nickel Bartholomew. Indeed, it's Nickel Bartholomew. And then from Shaper, we have Zane Joseph. But Nickel Bartholomew from J.W. Fletcher. St. Rose Modern Secondary also looking good at Romel Charles. And that's Jason's favorite, Romel Charles from St. Rose Modern Secondary in the long blue tights here. He is now moving into the lead, going past Bartholomew of the J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary School. But St. Rose Modern Secondary, Romel Charles is pulling along with him. Another athlete from the Happy Hills Secondary School. Happy Hills Secondary School, Nishon Hostin. Here comes Cadet of the Grenville Secondary School. One of the athletes that I think is a favorite in this one as well. That's Joshua Cadet of the Grenville Secondary School. McDonald College look as though he's struggling. But from St. Rose Modern Secondary, Romel Charles. Happy Hills Secondary, Nishon Hostin. He's moving into the lead now, is Hostin. The folks from the Happy Hills Secondary School will be delighted in the performance here of Hostin of the Happy Hills Secondary School. Charles would have to settle for second. Happy Hills Secondary School wins the second of the 2-time the finals. Nation Hostin. And I'm sure the likes of Asherian Noel and Gary Shotleg Simpson and others from that alma mater would be delighted with Nation Hostin's performance. We await his time to know if he's good enough to get a medal position. Of course, Joshua Sylvester in the previous finals would have returned a better time than we saw here.
Yeah, definitely, I believe so. But this young man from the Happy Hills Secondary School, Nishon Hostin, I think he ran a smart race and he caught, I think he caught Charles by surprise. Charles running and not paying attention to his surroundings, and it's only after Hostin went along his way, then Charles realized someone is close to me. So by that time it was too late. So Nishon Hostin picking up the win for the Happy Hills Secondary School in this timed event. Will it get him the gold medal? We're waiting to see.
Well,
it
would actually earn him a bronze medal, so he is in line for a bronze medal. The fastest time, 2 minutes 2.37 by Sylvester of SAS. And then we had in second position Anton Blackett, 2 minutes 2.46. And the next best time would have been Nishon Hostin of the Happy Hills Secondary, 2 minutes 6 seconds flat. So a good run to earn himself a gold medal for himself and his school. And the Happy Hills Secondary School fans must be in jubilation here in picking up this bronze medal.
All right, well, we're going to Look now, we've got the girls heptathlon 800-meter run coming up, and in the girls heptathlon, the latest point standings that we have in the girls heptathlon, I think it might just very well be a clear cut at this stage, because we've got Shamari Joseph of St. John's Christian Academy. She is out there with 2,972 points, and Denisha Scott of St. David's Catholic Secondary School with 2,500 points in second place. Letitia Williams of the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, 2,386 points. And so this 800-meter run, a run for points really, is going to tell the story. Whether or not, I don't think it will affect Shamari Joseph's chance at a gold medal. I think she just needs to cross the finish line, and it will earn her the gold medal in the girls heptathlon. So she did pretty well in all the events. I mean, she ran 16.83 in the 100-meter hurdles, clearing 1.43 meters in the high jump. The shot put 6.72 meters, and the 200 meters 27.58 seconds. So pretty consistent average times and distances throughout. The long jump 4.71 meters, the javelin throw 23.24 meters, and now she just needs to complete the 800 meters, and she would walk away with a gold medal. This is Shamari Joseph of the St. John's Christian Academy. Leslie?
Well, Govtown, there is a lot to celebrate from this young lady, and she just has to return a decent time here in the 800 meters. This is the final event for the heptathlon athletes. It's a combined event, and she would no doubt look to maintain her pole position and take home the gold medal up the western course for the St. John's Christian Secondary. Brother would be very proud of that performance. Brother George has been the most, the strongest supporter I think that Shaper would have seen over the years, and he's been there for the athletes right through. The start of the 800 meters heptathlon girls, and we have Langine, Rogers, Descent, Williams, Courtney, Joseph Scott, and Bristol. And making an early run here, St. John's Christian Secondary, Shamari Joseph. She is leading the event. I'm not sure why she is still running out there in lane 5. She can actually scratch towards the inside as she does so now. And Anglican High School in the likes of Destiny Langine is in second position. St. David's Catholic Secondary is in third. But Shamari Joseph of St. John's Christian Secondary, the athlete here who is leading the event and also the overall leader in the heptathlon for girls.
Well, all the events that she participated in the heptathlon, she came out on top, save and except the short put. She threw it 6.72 meters, and Denisha Scott got the better of there in 7.17 meters. But everything else, she led from the front. The 800 meters clearly seems to be another story for her, because the Anglican High School.
Well, I think she just has to finish the event, and that should guarantee her a gold medal. But Anglican High School, Destiny Langine, has gone out in blazing glory with maybe 50 meters lead over the next athlete in this 800-meter heptathlon event. Destiny Langine, very consistent in her stride and form here. Slight lead forward, measure of concentration as well. It looks as though it's Boca Secondary in Andy and Courtney that has moved into the second position now. And from SAS, the athlete, maybe it's Keshona Rogers who has moved into the third position. But that's Destiny Langine of the Anglican High School. Almost 100 meters lead in the 800 meters, the final event for the heptathlon. And she still has more in the tank. She's actually gaining speed as she runs down the home straight here now and being urged on by the fans from the Anglican High School Destiny Langine. A nice finish to the heptathlon, 800 meters. Giving it all that she's got. 2 days of grueling events comes to an end for her. Boca Secondary, Andy and Courtney is there for the second position. And we see now Hillsborough Secondary School and SAS, Khadija Bristol, they're battling for that second position. SAS picks it up. Hillsborough Secondary picks up the third spot. Boca Secondary the fourth. Here comes now the St. David's Catholic Secondary. And now the winner of the event from the St. John's Christian Secondary, Shamari Joseph, also finishing strong. But after 2 days of grueling events, Jason, the athletes have finally done it. A good performance. Nonetheless, Aliyah Gidhari that we saw earlier on, she's the one that will be representing Grenada at the Carifta Games in the under-17 category. But a strong finish by these athletes after 2 grueling days.
And very possible that Destiny Langine can move up onto the podium because she was just about 20 points behind. She was just about 20 points behind the third place, Letitia Williams. And with this win at the 800 meters, she may just move up. Joseph Cador is down on the track. Joseph, you've got it.
Thank you, guys. Just to bring you up to speed on the high jump. Guys, it's the sub-junior high jump, and we're down to the final 3 that's in the field. Right now, they're attempting a meter 43. Out in the lead right now, it's Rachel Etienne from the Anglican High School. In second position, Kate Fletcher from St. Andrew's Anglican, and in third place, bringing up the end of the field, it's Kalina Kwashi of the Hillsborough Secondary. We continue to watch the drama as it unfolds.
Thank you very much indeed, Joseph Cado, for keeping us up to date on what's happening in the field. As we heard there, the 3 top athletes there, Hillsborough Secondary in third, SAS in second, and I think it was Anglican High School currently in the pole position in the high jump for the sub-junior girls. The girls' long jump sub-junior is in progress. The javelin throw for the junior boys should also be in progress. But the next event on the track will move into the 200-meter finals. Some exciting races ahead, Jason.
Well, if you are viewing at home and you want to move a couple of chairs, you want to create some space in your living room, you want to turn the volume up, this might very well be a good time to do so, because these 200 meters, from what we've seen this morning, spells excitement from the gun to the line. Any clear favorites, any clear predictions anywhere along the line, Leslie, or
well,
you're not taking chances?
Indeed, there are some favorites. We have the likes of a Telemark in the senior boys category.
Well, let's start from the bottom up. So
from the
let's start with the
sub-juniors.
girls sub-junior 200
Well, Kayla
meters.
Christopher from the St. David's Catholic Secondary, obviously one to look out for in the sub-junior girls. In the sub-junior boys, Christoph Kalis of SAS. Also, Delron John of SAS. These are 2 athletes from SAS that have returned the best times and want to definitely look out for. Christoph Kalis, I think he won the 400 meters on day 1. Also, Shafonia Houston is there, a Carifta athlete, and she has returned some impressive times this year, meeting the Carifta standard. She's in the junior girls category. In the junior boys category, that's where we're going to have a real battle, and we're asking fans to stick around for that one. Ethan Sam, GBSS, Tyrick McSween, GBSS, Kyle Ned, SAS, and we're going to continue with some more features, but what we're going to do now, we're going to go to the house microphone for the medal presentation that is currently in progress. We'll be back with more live action in a short while.
Your gold medalists, Annalisa Brown, Boca Secondary, a time of 2 minutes 30.14 seconds. Event 54, boys 800 meters sub-junior. Bronze medalist, Neon Smart, SAS. 2 minutes, 18.20 seconds. Silver medalist, Robinho Philip, also representing SAS. 2 minutes, 15.43 seconds. And your gold medalist, Keith Charles, Grenada Christian Academy, a time of 2 minutes, 12.65 seconds. Event 55, girls 800 meters junior. Presenting your bronze medalist, Maya Noel, St. John's Christian Secondary, 2 minutes 43.77 seconds. Silver medalist, Rihanna Smith, J.W. Fletcher Catholic Secondary, a time of 2 minutes 42.39 seconds. Presenting your gold medalist, Alian Gidhari, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 2 minutes 36.97 seconds. Event 56, boys 800 meters, junior. Bronze medalist, Adriel Mitchell, PBC, 2 minutes 07.70 seconds. Silver medalist, Keelan Moses, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 2 minutes 06.91 seconds. Presenting your gold medalist, Nicholas Frederick, Boca Secondary, 2 minutes 06.43 seconds. Event 57, girls 800 meters senior. Bronze medalist, Francesca Henry, MacDonald College. 2 minutes 38.83 seconds. Silver medalist, Aliyah Gidhari, St. David's Catholic Secondary. 2 minutes 37.15 seconds. Now it's time to present the gold medalists. Amaya Samuel, SJC St. George's. A time of 2 minutes 32.48 seconds. Event 58, boys 800 meters senior. Bronze medalist, Nashon Hostin, Happy Hill Secondary, 2 minutes 06, 2 minutes 6 seconds. Silver medalist, Antoine Blackett, PBC, 2 minutes 02.46 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, your gold medalist, Joshua Sylvester SAS. 2 minutes 02.37 seconds. That's it for this medal presentation. We have one other medal presentation at this time for event 32, boys shot put senior. Bronze medalist, Deshaun Mason, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 12.35 meters. Silver medalist Shellon Hosford, SAS, 13.23 meters. Now your gold medalist, Kadeem Telesford, representing St. David's Catholic Secondary. Gold medalist, 13.97 meters. This is the end of this medal presentation. Thank you so very much, Ms. Stefan Andrews, branch manager of the Grandens branch of Republic Bank Grenada Limited, title sponsor for Intercol Championships in 2023. Thank you so very much.
Have your family or friends ever needed cash now, but you are nowhere close to give it to them directly? With the cardless cash feature from Republic Bank Online and your mobile phone, it is hassle-free and convenient to send money to anyone, including yourself, using the Republic mobile app. Simply log into your account, access the cardless feature, enter the amount you want to transfer, and using the access code provided, the cash can be withdrawn instantly from a designated Republic Bank ATM without a card. Republic Bank Cardless Cash is convenience at your fingertips. To learn more about our cardless cash features, visit republicgrenada.com for more details. Special terms and conditions apply.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Thinking about your new home? Think easy. Think a Republic Bank Home Easy Loan. Think affordable. Think convenience. Think Republic.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3. Republic makes home easy.
Wow, that was such a breeze.
Own your home with ease.
So whether laying that first brick or purchasing an existing home, we've got you covered. Republic Bank will get you those keys hassle-free in no time.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Apply for a Home Easy Loan today for a chance to win a cash prize. Getting your new home is easy with Republic Bank.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Terms and conditions apply.
Building or renovating your home or business? Why not use clean, renewable energy? Install solar panels to power your home and office and see your energy costs go down and your savings go up. Using renewable solar-powered energy protects our environment, reduces our carbon footprint, and slows the devastating impact of climate change. Republic Bank can help to finance construction and renovations that make use of renewable energy. Visit any Republic Bank branch and ask about renewable energy financing options today.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Have your family or friends ever needed cash now, but you are nowhere close to give it to them directly? With the cardless cash feature from Republic Bank Online and your mobile phone, it is hassle-free and convenient to send money to anyone, including yourself, using the Republic mobile app. Simply log into your account, access the cardless feature, enter the amount you want to transfer, and using the access code provided, the cash can be withdrawn instantly from a designated Republic Bank ATM without a card. Republic Bank Cardless Cash is convenience at your fingertips. To learn more about our cardless cash features, visit republicgrenada.com for more details. Special terms and conditions apply.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Thinking about your new home? Think easy. Think a Republic Bank Home Easy Loan. Think affordable. Think convenience. Think Republic.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3. Republic makes home easy.
Wow, that was such a breeze.
Own your home with ease.
So whether laying that first brick or purchasing an existing home, we've got you covered. Republic Bank will get you those keys hassle-free in no time.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Apply for a Home Easy Loan today for a chance to win a cash prize. Getting your new home is easy with Republic Bank.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Terms and conditions apply.
Building or renovating your home or business? Why not use clean, renewable energy? Install solar panels to power your home and office and see your energy costs go down and your savings go up. Using renewable solar-powered energy protects our environment, reduces our carbon footprint, and slows the devastating impact of climate change. Republic Bank can help to finance construction and renovations that make use of renewable energy. Visit any Republic Bank branch and ask about renewable energy financing options today.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Viewers, we welcome you back to the live action at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium right here in Spice capital, St. George. Is the Republic Bank Inter-Secondary School Games. We call it Intercol. And we're getting ready for some more exciting races. Myself, Leslie Smith, alongside Jason Skeet. We're going to bring you the 200-meter events, which are about to begin. There are also some field events in progress. We are going to update you on those as well. And we remind you that at the moment, GBSS still leads in the boys category, and St. David's Catholic Secondary is leading in the girls category. Title sponsors of SAS, Nawasa, and the communications coordinator is here, and that's Jamila Lewis on screen there. And I'm sure she's routing for SAS, a past student of the St. Joseph Convent St. Andrew. But that's a nice little delegation there from SAS. As Jamila is waving for us now. And I'm sure the fans from SAS is happy that Nawasa has made that sponsorship contribution to the team.
Of course. It's always good for corporate sponsors to get involved. When the corporate community gets involved, your injection of capital grows the event, and it gives a whole lot more life to the athletes, yeah? So it's always good for when corporate sponsors get involved.
Shot put in progress, an attempt here by an athlete from SAS. Maybe he needed a little more energy as we see the javelin happening as well. So there are some field events going on, and the athletes on the track for the 200 meters, they're going to make their way in a moment. But Jason, looking back again and maybe assessing what's going to happen in the finals of the 200 meters, I was mentioning earlier too, in the sub-junior girls category, Kayla Christopher is one to definitely look out for. She won those events at the national champs, and she comes in with an impressive time of 26.13 seconds. And she will receive some good competition from Samara Noel of Convent St. Andrew, and also Kayla Allen of Bishop's College in Carriacou. That's in the sub-junior girls category. Now in the boys sub-junior category, SAS has been dominating that division, and the likes of Christoph Callis and Delron John are the two favorites there, but they also receive some competition from Vecchio Hines of St. John's Christian Secondary.
Well, Delron John ran 23.37 to qualify. He was the fastest qualifier, 23.37. He's got lane 4, and then of course Christoph Calist, he's in lane 5, also from SAS, coming through with 24.29. So the two fastest qualifiers right there, both of them coming from the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, right in the middle of the track. Nice place to be when you're in the 200 meters.
Well, Christoph Callis would have won the 400 meters yesterday. He was actually the sub-junior champ at SAS Sports, so you'd have defeated Delroy John at SAS Sports. But John comes in with a faster time here. Let's see what happens in the finals. As we move to the 200-meter dash for the junior girls, of course, the familiar name of Shephonia Houston of the Anglican High School. She ran 24 points in the national champ. She comes in with the impressive time of 25.36. And she will be chased by Talia Sampson of the Happy Hill Secondary School, and also Camly Phillip of the St. Joseph Convent St. George. But Shephonia Houston on the Intercol, on the Carifta team, and want to definitely look out for a very phenomenal athlete indeed.
Yeah, well, Shephonia Houston, she's been doing pretty well representing the Anglican High School in a big way in these championships so far. 25.36, and right next to her in lane 5 would be Kimali Phillip of the St. Joseph's Convent Grenville. She came through in her heat with a 26.04. So those were the two fastest. Up at the top of lane 3, Thalia Sampson of the Happy Hill Secondary School, 26.21, not too far behind Phillip, and 26.53 Abigail Williams from McDonald College. So right in the middle of the field there, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Pay attention to that.
Well, how much more can we say about Stephonia Houston? She is a model athlete, a model student. She received the Principal Awards for achieving an average of 93 and above in her academics. She trains with Lee Coffey from the South City Rising Stars, and a name to definitely look out for in the future. The boys 200 meters in the junior category, and here is where the Grenada Boys Secondary School would fancy their chances in the likes of Ethan Sam, who has been very impressive this season, and he will be chased down by Tyreek McSween, also of the GBSS. Kyle Ned of SAS is one to look out for, who can spring a surprise. They all run in the 22s, but Ethan Sam, we know, can go lower than that. A season best of 21.7, I think it was, at national champs.
Right, well, his best of 21.7, he would need that today, because coming into this event, 22.34, Tyreek McSween, he ran the fastest qualifying time to get here this afternoon into these finals. But right on his heels, obviously, 22.49, Kyle Ned coming in from SAS. Ethan Sam, as you say, he's shown some danger. What his danger is really is his focus, and he's not he's very focused on all levels, and he's got some power. He's got some finishing power. He's got some power when he comes close to the tape with about 40, 50 meters to go. He seems as though he can turn it on just a little bit, so that is going to make him a serious threat. Ethan Sam of the GBSS, he came through in 22.63 to make it to the finals.
Well, Ethan Sam is on the character team as well, and although he doesn't have the fastest time going into the finals, he has been defeating Tyreek Samuel all throughout the season, and I believe we will see the same thing happening in the finals later on this afternoon. In the 200-meter dash for the senior boys, the name...
Well, the girls will run out before the boys, Leslie. The girls.
Sorry, in the girls, Kamisha Dominic of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, the obvious favorite. Shantae Augustine is a household name, but Dominic has been getting the better of Shantae Augustine throughout the season. And Shantae, who trains with the MVP 473 track club, we know there were some issues with her during her training regime this year, and it'll be a good battle between herself and Kamisha Dominic. Shantae would obviously want to get the better of her on Intercol 2023.
Well, Shantae would have a lot of work to do, because Kamisha Dominic has shown that she's got some tenacity and she can run right through the tape. She ran 25.21, the fastest qualifier. She's on lane 4, and Shantae Augustine, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville.
St. George.
St. Joseph Convent, St. George, 25.55. She's right there in lane 5. So, yeah, the battle will come from lane 4 and 5, really, but keep your eyes on Francesca Henry of McDonald College. Even though she ran 26.36, it was a 23.36 with no real battle. So, pay attention to that. And 26.53 from Rihanna Frederick of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. So we keep our eyes on them.
I think the event we're about to see would be the 800 meters for the heptathlon, the final event for the boys in the combined events.
1500. The boys run the octathlon, the 1500 meters in the octathlon. That's what we're heading into now, the 1500 meters boys octathlon.
Indeed, and then we'll come back to the 200 meters and do our review or preview, that is, for what is going to happen in the 200 meter dash senior girls and the senior boys. Well, there they are, the competitors in the combined events, the grueling events. That's the last event over 2 days, and they are competing here to see who is that Iron Man, so to speak. 1500 meters, and going off early is the athlete from SAS. I'm going to tell you.
Yeah, well, representing the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School is Jordani Lewis. Now, he is sitting in 3rd position in the octathlon. Out front is Shamar Fleming from the Boca Secondary School with a comfortable lead, just over 100 points, really, on Aviel Williams. So You've got to pay attention to that. They've got 1, 2, 3 really and truly locked down. No threat between 1, 2, and 3 unless something really drastic happens in this 1500 meters. But Shamar Fleming out in front for the Boca Secondary School.
So is the 1500 meters in the heptathlon, so the octathlon for the boys. That's their final event. We have 2 athletes from SAS in contention here. That's Aviel Williams and Jordani Lewis. They go 1 and 2 at the moment. And then we have the Hillsborough Secondary School, Brent Edmond, currently in the 3rd position. Again, Aviel Williams is currently in 2nd position. Shimmer Fleming of the Boca Secondary School is the leader of the octathlon at the moment. He's somewhere in the distance in this event. And the athletes from SAS, obviously that's Aviel Williams, knows what he has to do if he is to challenge Shimmer Fleming for the gold medal in this event.
Yeah, I think the excitement will come really between 2 and 3 between the both athletes from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. But Shamar Fleming is comfortable. I think he just needs to finish and he'll be all right. So hence the reason why he's not doing too much hard work. He needs to just finish and he's going to come through. He has a lead of 3,511 points as opposed to his nearest rival, 3,439 points.
So a real battle between the 2 athletes from SAS for 2nd and 3rd, Avril Williams and Jordani Lewis. As we see the athlete from the St. John's Christian Secondary moving into the lead in this event. And then the 2 athletes from SAS. Happy Hill Secondary is also there in the likes of Shane Lett. He is currently in 4th position, but from the St. John's Christian Secondary, from the Hillsborough Secondary is Brent Edmond that is currently in the lead in this 1500 meter event for the octathletes.
Yeah, well, after 2 events yesterday, Brent Edmond looked very threatening. We actually thought that he was, going to be right up there on the medal count. Ran 11.98 in the hurdles and threw 5.74 and leapt 5.74 in the long jump. But after that, he became a little bit pedestrian in his efforts and found himself way down in 6th position. So he's not a threat right now really to anyone. But Shamar Fleming must have had a conversation with his coach. His coach must have told him, all you need to do is to finish and the gold medal is yours.
So Brent Edmond of the Hillsborough Secondary still up front from SAS. Williams, it looks like, in 2nd position. The field spread out across the entire track. Happy Hill Secondary is in 3rd in Shane Lett. But Brent Edmond is stretching the field nicely here with about 120 meters remaining in this 1500 meter event. And he still has more in the tank. He's actually pumping and powering up to the finish line. That's Brent Edmond of the Hillsborough Secondary School. So congratulations to him on winning this final event. The overall winners we'll give to you. But we have some interesting news in the high jump. A record-breaking performance there. We'll go down to Sherry and Noel in a short while to update us on what's happening there as we look at the finish to the 1500 meters in the octathlon for boys, their final event over the 2 days, as the excitement continues to build up here to a crescendo at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in the 2023 Republic Bank Intercol Games. So these athletes have been battling, Jason, for 2 days, and finally it has come to an end for them. But Shimar Fleming of the St. John's Christian Secondary from the Booker Secondary School would be the winner. So in the high jump from the Hillsborough Secondary School, she's going after the record that she has just set moments ago. She's now going after So she's going after 1.56 meters that was set by Aliyah Bartholomew in 2014. But we're going to go over to Sherry in a short while, who is going to update us on what's happening down there at the high jump area. So Sherry, it's over to you. Tell us what's happening down there.
Leslie, at the moment, what you're seeing behind me is the sub-junior athlete from the Hillsborough Secondary School. She's attempting to break that 2014 record in the high jump set by Aliyah Bartholomew. Aliyah Bartholomew was a student of the Anglican High School. Her record is 1.56 meters. She has already crossed 1.55 and she is about to take that record down. She's going to give it her best. So that is what's happening here on the ground at the moment. The Hillsborough Secondary School athlete is going for the record of 2014 set by Aliyah Bartholomew, 1.56. So let's see if with her final jump, she can do just that.
Give us a name before you go, Sherry. So the folks in Happy Hill, in Hillsborough, keep your eyes on the screen. Your athlete is going after a record here in the high jump for the sub-junior girls. So the folks in carriacou, you should be happy now that she has already won the gold medal from the Hillsborough Secondary School. That should be Kelani Kwashi. Or is it Kayana Roberts? It's actually Kwashi. So Kelani Kwashi winning the gold medal and attempting the record here. A record by Aliyah Bartholomew of Anglican High School, 1.56 meters, established in 2014. And let's see how well she does. For the sake of the folks in carriacou who has journeyed all the way down, we hope that this can be another record-breaking performance for young Kalani Kwashi. A measure of concentration, Jason. Focused. There must be some butterflies in the stomach here.
I think she's just trying to build up some energy, because it must have, taken a lot out of her to get to this point. So she must have been advised to just relax, take some deep breaths, get as much as you can, and then go for it, because you want to always give yourself the best chance. There's no one rushing you. You've got time on your hands, and it's just you and the bar.
Kelani Kwashi and the bar. Hillsborough Secondary School. She's composing herself to go after a record-breaking attempt. 1.57 meters, the height on the bar at the moment. The record, 1.56 meters. The fans are cheering her on. We hear the slow and clap in the background. The entire stadium is cheering on young Kwashi. She's really trying to compose herself here.
She says she's ready.
There she goes. Record-breaking attempt here. The nerves are definitely with her, Jason. It's an anxious moment. The entire stadium is focused on her at the moment. She's going to make a second attempt to it here.
This has to be nerves mixed with fatigue. Nerves mixed with fatigue. Here she goes again.
And she almost got there. So she's using the traditional scissors jump, Jason. She's not doing the flop, but she's clearing some good height as well. And maybe that is the end of her road towards the record. Sherry will try to get an interview with her in a moment. And we're going to update you on young Kwashi. But she's following in the footsteps of Shira Eno of carriacou, who is currently in the USA and who was a high jumper as well and did well here at Intercol Games. carriacou continues to impress us, especially in the field events. And we spoke about Jamara earlier on today, and the Kina Williams and all the others who came through the Hillsborough Secondary School. They continue to impress whenever they come onto the mainland to compete at these track and field games. The athletes for the 200 meters, they're getting themselves ready. There they are. We're going to start with the 200 meters in the sub-junior category. And Kayla Christopher of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, she'll be running out of lane 4. And she qualified with the fastest time, 26.13. That's Kayla Christopher there for you.
The record for this event stands at 25.20 seconds. That record was set in 2006, equaled in 2012, equaled in 2013. And the fastest time coming in today is just 1 second shy of the record. Introducing your field for this event. She's the national bronze medalist in this event from the GTC Anglican High, Rihanna Thomas, running out of lane number 1.
She's not.
Out of lane number 2, Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Kashanti Mitchell. Out of lane number 3, bronze medalist in the 400 meter from St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Samara Noel. Out of lane number 4, gold medalist at nationals from GTC Bishop's College, Kayla Allen. Lane number 6, from the St. David Catholic Secondary, Tishona Bascom. Lane number 7, from Classic Lighting, Boca Secondary, Kedonna Douglas. And running out of lane number 8, from Nawasa Sass, Christiana Charles.
There you have it, the lane assignments for the 200 meters sub-junior girls. Another athlete to look out for is Kedonna Douglas of the Boca Secondary School. She has always been there with the likes of the Kayla Christopher and the Rihanna Thomas. And let's see if she can bring her A game into the finals. They're on the starters' orders. They're going after a record time of 25.2. In the middle of the track is Kayla Christopher from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. But Bishop's College and Kayla Allen is also looking good. But here comes Kayla Christopher on her inside. Boca Secondary and Kedonna Douglas is also looking good. And there seems to be a mix-up in the lanes here. Boca Secondary maybe infringing here badly. She's in the lead, but she may be DQ'd. And Bishop's College, who came in second across the line, may be the eventual winner. That's Kayla Allen from Bishop's College. I think there was a mix-up here with the 100-meter track and the 400-meter track, and that really threw the athlete from Boca Secondary, that's Kedonna Douglas, out of the race.
Yeah, she
was. If we look back here, Jason, coming around the turn, she was in the lead, and just about as she got to the 100-meter track, we saw her going straight inside on the 100-meter track, and really a bad lead infringement here. She would be disqualified from my estimation.
Yeah, definitely she would be. That's the reason why they painted the curves on the track. Painting the curves on the track tells you you've got to stay in your lane, and she just missed it and cut across, and yes, it's going to be an automatic DQ. So unfortunately, Kadonna Douglas will be DQ'd, so
the athlete from
Kayla
Bishop
Allen
College, yeah,
will end up being your automatic gold medalist. Let's go down to Sherry-Ann Noel. Sherry-Ann, you there?
Yes, I am here, Jason, and I am here with the winner of the high jump sub-juniors, Kelani Kwashi out of carriacou. Now, Hillsborough Secondary School to be exact. Kelani, speak to us about that particular event. You were telling me that you've been winning all your jumps so far this evening. Speak to us about this particular event and the mindset going into it.
Well, while I was jumping, I was scared, but my teachers keep telling me to push myself and I can do it. So while I keep jumping, I keep aiming for the record, but I didn't make it.
You are the relative of Kwashi. I think Keston was his correct name. He was a national jumper. What role does he have in your success today?
Well, he was the one that trained me very hard after school.
And did you think that you executed most of what he taught you?
Yes.
What next for Kelani in the jumps?
Long jump.
How much are you looking forward to that one?
First.
But that was the winner of the high jump sub-junior girls. She was going to actually see if she could have taken down Aliyah Bartholomew's 2014 record of 1.56. However, that was not meant to be this time around. So we head back to our commentary team.
So thank you very much, Sherry-Ann, and congratulations to young Kelani Kwashi of the Hillsborough Secondary School for winning the high jump in the sub-junior category.
Yeah, Kelani Kwashi, she was a little bit fatigued, I think, because from all indications, she seemed very comfortable, even in her attempt at the record. She seemed very comfortable. I think it was just fatigue that created the distance between her and the record.
Well, the sub-junior boys 200 meters is the next event on the track. We go to the house announcer for the lane assignments.
Rashawn Daniel. In lane number 3, from the St. John's Christian Secondary School, Vecchio Hines. In lane number 4, from Nawasa Sass, Delron John. In lane number 5, again from the Nawasa Sass, Christophe Caliste. In lane number 6, from Nexa PBC, Ethan Auguste. In lane number 7, from the Najiko GBSS, Kamal Joseph. And in lane number 8, from Classic Lighting, Westerhall Secondary School, Omarion Richardson. It's the 200 meters sub-junior boys.
Well, there you have it, the lane assignments for the 200 meter sub-junior boys. Again, the middle of the track, the two athletes from SAS, Christophe Caliste and Delron John, the favorites. Caliste, although coming in with the second best time, was the winner of the 400 meters. He was also the sub-junior boys champ at SAS Sports and already winning the 400 meters yesterday. Very tall and lanky figure of Christophe Caliste. And I'm sure his mom and dad in Grenville are glued to the television set, if they're not down here at the National Stadium, to look at Christophe Caliste. There he is, a measure of concentration. Delron John would fancy his chances here with the better time coming into the finals. But Delron John is the guy we saw in the relay that was really, really showbolting here with an easy victory for SAS in the relay of the 4x100 meters in the sub-junior boys category. So let's see what happens here. The record time, 22.80 seconds. Kirani James, 2006.
It's the start of it. Everybody's out nice and clean. Delron John and Christophe Caliste. Look at the middle of the track. Here they come around now. Good stride. Everybody's almost even. They come off the bend now. But oh, this is John. John is gone. Delron John is gone. He's pumping, he's fighting hard. Christophe Calise is being left somewhere in the background, and here comes Ethan Auguste of PBC. Auguste will pick up the silver medal, but he's got to make way for Delron John of SAS, who picks up the gold, and a good run from Delron John. You mentioned him showbolting a little bit in the relay, and well, he lived up to the hype, but much to the disappointment of the SAS, Christophe Calise, they were looking out for him to do a whole lot better. Ethan Auguste of PBC got the better of him coming around the bend. Ethan Auguste, I think, ran a very comfortable race, very threatening at all times, and with just a little bit more, maybe he could have done a little better. But Delron John was always in command of this race. So John 1, Auguste 2, and Caliste 3.
Well, there you have it, 23.45 seconds for Delron John. Slightly better in the preliminaries, but you can see Christophe Calise looked tired. He didn't have the explosive start. He did not come off the bend looking strong, and he really struggled coming down the home straight. But Ethan Auguste taking nothing away from him. His dad and mom, I'm sure they're very happy. They've been following him, and they are his biggest supporters from the Westmoreland Secondary School days. And they must be proud that he has picked up the silver medal here at Intercol Games 2023. Congrats to Delron John of SAS, 23.45. Interestingly, those first and third positions for SAS would have implications for the overall point standing. GBSS picking up 4th and 5th, as these two schools are the top contenders in the male category.
All right. And, well, PBC is right there, but Sherian has got Delron John with her. Sherian, you've got him and we've got you.
I'm here now with the winner of the 200-meter boys, Delron. Delron, speak to us about that particular run. We saw you run in the prelims. You had a little more fire, a little bit more drive. Something seems to went a little wrong on the curve. Speak to us about that.
Well, first time, I was running the cover, it could be too hard. So I ended up thinking my back. So when I run the cover, I run it easy and then just run down in the straight for the final.
If my memory serves me right, 23.45, are you satisfied with that timing, or you believe you have more in you?
I have plenty more. A lot more. Just need to work on the back.
Thank you very much. That was the winner of the 200-meter, Christophe, out of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. We wouldn't go far, Delron, because we have with us, coming and join us now, we have Christophe Calise. Christophe is another of the exceptional athletes out of SAS. You picked up the third position. How does that feel?
That feels very good, but I could do better.
Why you say you could do better? What would you say would have gone wrong?
I did not have a good start that good, but I'll try my best next time.
How did you prepare for today?
I'm not really that sure, but I could do it. Let
me just ask you one final question. Who gives who the actual competition? You're both in the same category from the same school. Who pushes whom?
Delron.
Thank you very much. And these are the winners out of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. We now turn back over to our commentary team.
So congrats to the boys from SAS, Delron John and Christophe Calise, first and third position, respectively, in the 200 meters in the sub-junior boys category. Those two will definitely feature again in the relay event for SAS, and so they have some time now to go get some rest, recuperate, and come back tomorrow for that event. The girls are making their way onto the track for the junior girls 200 meters, and we're going to preview this event again. We're going to feature Shaffonia Houston of the Anglican High School. So much has been said about her, and we continue to lament on her performance throughout the season on the Carifta team, and has returned some impressive times this season. Her season best 24.3, I think it was, at the national champs. And let's see if she can better that here in the finals today, Jason.
All right, well, she's coming in, running in lane number 4 with a 25.36. That's Shaffonia Houston. And she's going to be right in the middle of Kamali Phillip of St. Joseph's Convent St. George. And in lane 3, Thalia Sampson of the Happy Hill Secondary School. Sherry-Ann is down on the field. Sherry-Ann, we've got to make this one really
Yes,
quick.
Jason, I have with me now Ethan O'Geese. Ethan O'Geese placed third in the just concluded, second, in the just concluded race. Speak to us about that particular event and what was the strategy going in?
The strategy going in was to have a nice, clean, fresh start, miss, and to come off the bend and finish up strong.
And what did you think hindered you from getting the gold?
I think my bend, I came out a little too wide out of my lane. So it kind of hindered me from coming in close and getting what they call a slingshot and propel myself forward to get the 23.
So what are the other events that you have? We still have another day to go. Any other sprints for you?
Yes, Mr. 100 meter.
And how much are you looking forward to that one?
I'm looking forward to it a lot, but not my favorite event. But I'm looking forward to it.
So which is your favorite event?
The 400 meter dash.
Thank you. And this was the athlete from the Presentation Brothers College. He placed second in the event that just concluded. We're back to our commentary team.
Well, thank you very much, Sherry. As we get set for a cracker, we have two Carifta athletes in this one here. That's Talia Sampson. She is out there in lane 3 from the Happy Hill Secondary School. And we also have Shafonia Houston of the Anglican High School, another Carifta athlete, and they will be going neck and neck here in lanes 3 and 4 for the gold medal in this event. So Shafonia Houston 25.36 in the preliminaries, and Talia Sampson 26.21. These are the two favorites in this event.
In the girls division in this event, the 200 meter junior. Shafonia Houston, as we say, Kamali Phillip and Thalia Sampson. Those are the three grouped right there. But some threat can come from Abigail Williams of the MacDonald College and Kamaya Telesford of St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
Well, they're on the starters orders now with two Carifta athletes in there, so we will definitely see what shape and form they are in for the Easter weekend. Shafonia Houston and Talia Sampson. They're up and running here. Nice clean start. Shafonia Houston looking good here. Shafonia Houston rounding the turn here in the lead already. And she's going to push out, but she has Talia Sampson on the outside. Sampson has to settle for second. She may have had a lane infringement there, but Talia Sampson in second. Shafonia Houston it is, Anglican High School. Shafonia Houston dips for the tip now. Wins over Talia Sampson. And just as we predicted here, Houston 1, Sampson 2. Very modest and humble Shafonia Houston as she prepares to represent Grenada at Carifta Games 2023.
All right, so a good run by Shafonia. She came around the bend before everyone else, but the athlete in lane 7, Dekoto, that's Dekoto from the Happy Hill Secondary School. I think she probably came in second. We'll see as we get closer to the finish line. But Houston was always in control, never letting up, showing her power, and just going straight through the finish line. She finishes ahead of Aliana Dekoto of Happy Hill Secondary School. So that's your 1, 2, and bringing up 3, Egypt Benjamin of the Anglican High School. So Anglican High School 1 and 3, and in the middle, Aliana Dekoto of the Happy Hill Secondary School, a time of 25.19 for the gold medal.
Well, Alia Sampson did not start, so sort of an anticlimax to what was set up here to be a cracker between herself and Shafonia Houston. But nonetheless, her teammate from the Happy Hill Secondary, Alina Dekoto, represented her well to pick up the silver medal, sandwiched between the two Anglican High School students, or athletes. That's Shafonia Houston and Egypt Benjamin.
All right, well, that's the story. Sherry-Ann, you're with us again. Take it, it's yours.
So 25.19 for Shafonia Houston. She'd had better performances throughout the season. And although she ran a better time in the finals than the preliminaries earlier on today, she did return at a sub-25 at the national championships. So the top 5 point standing, we see St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School now in the lead on 203, and the Grenada Boys Secondary on 193. SAS 203.5, GVSS 193, St. David's Catholic 128, Presentation Brothers College 127, and Boca Secondary 73. So for the first time, SAS has moved into the lead, Jason, and the stage is set for what would be a grand finale.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's go down to Sherry-Ann. Sherry-Ann, Noel, you're there with us now?
With me now is Alina Dikoto. Alina Dikoto just placed second in the 200-meter junior girls, 25.73. Speak to us about that particular race.
Well, in the beginning of the race, all I was set in my mind was go for the goal, and even if I don't get the goal, try and improve my timing. And I ran and I didn't improve my timing. I ran faster than that in national champs, I think. Yeah, but I'm still happy with my timing.
So how hard did you prepare for today's event?
I prepared very hard because I haven't been training for 2-3 months, and since I started back training, the comeback was very good.
Any more events for today?
No, this is my last event for the day, but tomorrow, please Lord, I'll be doing the 1 and the 4x1 junior and senior relays.
Thank you very much. That was the athlete out of the Happy Secondary School, Alina Dikoto, and she placed second in the 200-meter junior girls. We now turn back over to our commentary team.
Well, Sherry, you know you must be very proud. Happy Hill Secondary School being your alma mater, and Aliyah represented your alma mater very well to pick up the silver medal. So again, Jason, I was making the point that the stage is set for a grand finale tomorrow as SAS moves into the lead now, and some pressure is on the GBSS to defend the title. It's still early days, a lot of events remaining, the relays as well, and anything can happen, as we were saying, all throughout this championship.
Well, it can take something extra special or something awkward. Something extra special like a record being broken, or something awkward like a baton being dropped somewhere in the middle.
But I know what's going to happen definitely, Jason. Both teams will have a serious club meeting tonight. They'll go long into the night preparing strategies, seeing how they can rearrange athletes and strategically position themselves for that championship day, if we can call it that.
Yeah, well, that's a smart thing to do, really. Look at it now, because it's showing on the screen 203.5 points, and the Grenada Boys Secondary School not far behind, just 10 points behind, 10.5 if you really want to be specific, 193. But the real fight comes in now in third position, because St. David's Catholic Secondary on 128 and PBC on 127. A whole lot of daylight there between PBC and the other school in fifth. But the battle for third place is going to be a keen one as well. So from 1 to 4, really there's no daylight between 1 and 4. Anything can happen. It can go any way.
Well, that's the story as it unfolds here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Intercol games has always been that competitive, and the two perennial powerhouses, SAS and GBSS, are going after each other again. But a nice battle, as you mentioned, is ensuing between Presentation Brothers College and the St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
Yeah, PBC, I think in the last Intercol games, the shortened version last year, they came in second to the GBSS. So they would use that as some kind of motivation to help them. But on the other hand, SAS would have felt that they were, pushed too far last year, and they would want to come back to show off. Bragging rights is important.
And that's the kind of competition that we like for the athletes and for the fans as well. Excitement from start to finish, uncertainty, changes in the lead position as we get set for the 200 meters junior boys.
Well, this one is going to be something to talk about. If this one lives up to all the hype, it's going to be something to talk about, because Kyle Ned of SAS coming in with 22.49 is in lane 5, but Tyreek McSween of GBSS 22.34, the fastest qualifier here. Look out for Ethan Sam. He's right there in lane number 3. 22.62. What's dangerous about Ethan Sam is that he's got these guys in front of him so he can see them, and that puts him at an advantage, a slight advantage to chase them down. Your thoughts on it?
Well, if I have to pick a horse in this race here, I will go for Ethan Sam. He has raced against these guys over the season and has gotten the better of them. During the preliminaries, obviously, he eased up and just ensured that he qualified. And I expect him to do well. He's a 10.7 100-meter runner and a 21.7 200-meter runner. His time here, 22.62. Definitely, Ethan Sam can go lower than that. At the same time, I want to say good afternoon to Anthony Sam in the Lamwood area. That's the dad of Ethan Sam. Of course, you know Anthony Sam is in your area as well.
And I know Ethan very well, too.
So they're in your neighborhood, so to speak, Jason. So I'm sure, I'm sure, although you being maybe a PBC alma mater, I know where your allegiance might be in this event.
Well, I do not see alma maters when I'm sitting at the commentary table. If anyone mentions it, that's how folks will know I do not see alma maters at the commentary table. All I see is athletes, potential superstars, and talent.
Is Tyreek McSween there for you?
The house announcer has got the intro going, so let's take it in and enjoy this ambience.
In lane number 5, from Nawassa Sass, Kyle Ned. In lane number 6, from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Mikael Redhead. In lane number 7, from GTC Bishop's College, Randy Jones. And in lane number 8, another Carifta athlete, Classic Lighting, Happy Hills Secondary School, Nathan Hille. 200-meter junior boys.
There you have it here, a number of Carifta athletes in this race. But I can tell you, Kyle Ned is going to give them a good fight. Kyle Ned has been the Victor Loderon for SAS for the last 2 sports meet at SAS, and he has been improving all along. GBSS is the likes of Ethan Sam and Tyreek McSween will be the obvious favorites here, but Ned can just be the spoiler in the party. And also look out for Nathan Hille of the Happy Hills Secondary School. Hille is expected to compete in the 4x100 meters and the 4x4 for Grenada at the Carifta Games on the Easter weekend. So he would fancy his chances here in the 200 meters as well.
If one athlete has in his mind to leave everything on the track here this evening, it is Nathan Hille. I can tell you that, because knowing what is behind him, and he's out there in lane 8, he is going to move from 0 to 100 in split seconds. Because, I mean, you've got, this is what you call run for your life in lane 8, when you know you've got Kyle Ned, Mikael Redhead, Tyreek McSween, and Ethan Sam behind you.
And don't forget Aidan McIntosh. He's also on the Carifta team.
And Aidan McIntosh.
He's there.
So really and truly, if there's one athlete that knows he's got to literally run for his life, it's Nathan Hille. And he's got the potential to be the sort of Wade Van Niekerk upsetter spoiler in this event.
Out of lane 8.
He can run in lane 8 in this event if he decides to leave everything out there. He can run in lane 8 and upset everyone here this evening, even Ethan Sam.
Well, it's going to be a huge undertaking for Nathan to do that. But Aidan McIntosh, he's also competing in the 4x1 and 4x4. He's scheduled to compete for that for Grenada at Carifta Games. And saying good afternoon to Brent McIntosh as well, the dad of Aidan McIntosh. And his mom and dad are here. They're always here. Aidan trains with the MVP Track Club as well, under the stewardship of Coach Albert Joseph. And we know Albert Joseph being the first, or maybe the coach that really put Kirani James on the map in his amateur years. And he's the founder and coach of the MVP 473 Track Club, where Aidan McIntosh trains.
The real.
But we can't rule out also Randy Jones of Bishop's College. We have not said much about him. That's him right here, and he comes in with a 23.01. He can be a spoiler in this party as well.
I think Randy Jones is in what I like to call an unfortunate position. in this race, because you've got Nathan Hille, who's going to run for his life in lane 8 in front of you, and you've got Michael Redhead and Kyle Ned. You can hear their footsteps coming right in the back of you. I think if anyone is in a really uncomfortable and unfortunate position, it is Bishop's College Randy Jones. But that doesn't mean that he can't produce something special too.
Well, he has nothing to lose.
He has nothing to lose. So what we're going to look for, I think the one of the tense moments in this race is going to be right here for the next 20 seconds. The start is going to tell a huge part of the story.
Well, they're on the starter's instructions now. Keep your eyes on the screen. Call your friends. Tell them this is going to be a cracker for the next 23 seconds thereabout. The 200 meters junior boys. It was quite a while since we've seen such high level of competition between the junior boys. So competitive. The times are so close. Ethan Sam has his work cut out for him. So too is Tariq McSween. Kyle Ned looking for a podium position. They're up and running here now. Who's hungrier for it? Let's see what happens here between Ethan Sam, Tariq McSween, and Kyle Ned. Running off the bend is still too early to tell. As they straighten up here now with 80 meters to go. Here comes Ethan Sam on the outside in lane number 4. Ethan Sam pulling away from Tariq McSween. And Ethan Sam wins it. McSween second, Ned third. And on the outside of Ned, it looks as though the athlete from Happy Hill Secondary School or St. David's Catholic, but a good run here by Ethan Sam. We look to see what time he would have returned. A convincing win indeed.
Yeah, he was always up. The pack was really tight. This is what Intercol races are really about. This is what people come to see. The pack really tight, and generally coming around the bend, you'll be able to pick someone, but not here, not now. They're still really tight, even with about 60 meters to go. Then you start to see the separation, and Ethan Sam started to pull away. Yes, McSween was trying his best to hold on, but he gave up with about 20 meters to go, knowing that Ethan Sam had this thing under lock and cover.
21.80. His best for the season was 21.7. Tariq McSween 22.09 and Kyle Ned at 22.3. The top 3 finishers in the 200 meters junior boys. So true to form, Ethan Sam of the GBSS. I expected him to win, and he has delivered, and is one that definitely can make the finals at Carifta if he continues on that level of performance.
Yep, I like his focus. Sherry-Ann Noel is down on the track. Sherry-Ann Noel, if you're hearing us, take it, it's yours. All right, so Sherry-Ann is not just ready yet. We got the cue that she was, but not just yet. So 21.80 from Ethan Sam. Good run for him to claim gold in the boys 200 meters junior dash. Sherry-Ann, is Sherry-Ann ready? We're not quite sure. We're still monitoring because she's got McSween with her. Sherry-Ann, you've got McSween. Go ahead.
Yes, Jason, I am here now with Tariq. Tariq placed second with 22.09 seconds. Tariq, you seem to have gotten a really, really good competition from your competitors, especially first place, which is your colleague, Ethan Sam. Speak to us about the particular race and powering your way down.
Well, to be honest, since the prelims and I watched everybody run, I thought that I had really stiff competition, right? And then I said, I got to put my mind to it and go there and go be smooth. And that's what I did. I just want to congratulate everyone that ran. And so
I know it's hard, the breath. You're still trying to catch your breath there. But I just want to say congratulations to you, and we're looking forward to see you in the other events that you'll participate in day 3.
Yes, miss, I will be there. Thank you.
All right, so next up with me is the winner. It's one of the athletes I would like to say is one of the favorites in Intercol 2023. Ethan Sam, 21.80 seconds. How does that feel?
It's a good feeling. I'm really proud of myself for running that time.
Is that your best time yet for the season?
No, but I'm still proud that I can run a sub-22.
What has preparation been like for Ethan? Because I know you came in here with a lot of pressure because everyone is Ethan, and then you have some really good athletes from the other secondary schools. So speak to us about the whole mindset going forward.
Well, it's more to just zone in and get into the mindset way, well, to make myself proud and to win, really and truly.
You had the 400 yesterday. You have the 2 today. Looking forward for the 1 and the relays.
Yes.
What can we expect?
Well, we can expect like 10-8 in the 100.
Thank you very much. That was the winner of the junior boys 200 meter, the Eton Sam. And with me now we have the 3rd place winner, another of the athletes that is doing exceptionally well here at Intercol, Kyle Ned. He did 22:30 in the 200 meter. Speak to us about that particular race. It was a really, really keen competition.
Yeah, it was very intense, you know. I made a mistake a few weeks ago. Come back, I apologize, and I come back to redeem myself in this Intercol race, and I think I redeemed myself pretty good.
So what was the strategy going into this particular race? How did you prepare yourself for it in terms of the mindset? Because you have some excellent athletes, pretty quick and good competition.
Well, the mindset was really push, give it your all, fight to the finish, and don't slow down until you cross the finish line.
So which are the other events that you'll be participating on the track?
100 meter tomorrow. And I'll be hoping to run 11 seconds flat or probably a 10.
Thank you very much. That was Kyle Ned, one of the athletes out of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. He placed 3rd in the 200 meters boy in a time of 22.30. We now return to our commentary team.
Thank you, Sherry, and congrats to the youngsters in the junior boys 200 meters. Kyle Ned looking to do 11 flat tomorrow. He'd have to do much better than that to beat the Eton Sam, who has a season best of 10.7. I know his dad is a big supporter of him, and he's down here at the Kiriani James Stadium to cheer on Kyle Ned from SAS. But a great run indeed by the athletes in the junior boys 200 meters. The next event would be the 200 meters for the senior girls. And they're on the track at the moment.
In lane number 7, GTC Anglican High School, Rhea Flanders. And in lane number 8, from the McDonald College, Verandel Roberts. 200 meter senior girls.
Well, they're on the starters orders, the senior girls in the 200 meters. Kamisha Dominic of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. Shanti Augustine is also there. Both athletes are members of Grenada's 2023 Carifta team. They've been going 1 and 2 for the season. Kamisha Dominic getting the better of Shanti this year. Shanti is used to being in the gold medal position, and she has to settle for second these days. Francesca Henry from McDonald College should give them some good challenge. So too is Rihanna Frederick, also of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. They're on the starters orders one more time. .200 meters senior girls. Good clean start on this occasion here. Let's see what happens in the middle of the track between Kamisha Dominic and Shanti Augustine. Dominic already making up the stagger on Shante Augustine with 110 meters to go. Kamisha Dominic, Shante is going to have to run back and run back real hard too. Dominic of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Shante Augustine of Convent St. George, but Kamisha Dominic is going to win this one. Shante has to settle for second, and McDonald College and the likes of Francesca Henry picks up the bronze medal. So again, Kamisha Dominic living up to form here from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. She will be going on to represent Grenada at the Carriacou Games in the under 20 girls category, and she'll be performing in the 100 and 200 meters. Shante Augustine will be doing the 400 meters and the mixed relay for girls open, and a good strong run here by Kamisha Dominic of St. David's Catholic Secondary School.
She was always in control of it, really. She never missed a beat.
A comfortable win in the end, 25.07 seconds. Shante Augustine, 25.68. And Francesca Henry of McDonald College, 26.45. The winners of the 200 meters dash for senior girls. Up next on the track would be the 200 meters for the senior boys, and that should be our final event on the track for day 2 of Intercol Games 2023, Jason. A day in which really lived up to expectations in terms of the performances on the track. But we wait to see what happens here, because we're going to see the likes of Raquel Bobby Telemac from the Presentation Brothers College. Josh M. Sylvester of SAS will be there. Both athletes on the Carriacou team. And it's going to be another cracker. Elisha Williams is going to be missing out. He DQ'd in the preliminaries. But we go down to Sherian, who has an athlete from the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, Kamisha Dominic.
Thank you very much, Leslie. Leslie, I'm here with the winner, Kamisha, 25:07. Are you satisfied with that timing?
Not really, but I'm pleased.
Throughout the athletic season, the national champs, and so you've been getting some competition. You and Shante Augustine of the St. Joseph's Convent in St. George's has been going neck to neck. Yesterday, we saw what actually transpired in one of your races, but you came back today, and you came back with a whole new mindset to take that 200 meter on. Speak to us about it.
Well, for the past few weeks, I've been in and out of the hospital and so forth, but it's good to thank the Lord sometimes, so I'm grateful to the Lord, and I've been training a lot, so I'm grateful that I could actually come back today, and to thank coach and all my fellow athletes and them for making me see that to forget yesterday, put it aside, and come today to remember that yesterday is just a day that's already gone, and today is a new day, and it can actually make a difference.
So tell us about the actual competition you get when you run with Shante. Who pushes whom?
I guess both of us push each other, but she actually pushes me more because I've been almost second my whole life, but actually this season I've been pushing myself more and actually beating her this season.
Thank you very much, and congratulations. That was the athlete out of the St. David's Catholic Secondary School, the winner of the 200 meter senior girls. And joining us one time, I would like to invite Shante Augustine out of the St. Joseph's Convent in St. George's. Shante, you had to settle for second place. I know that you've been training extremely hard. Speak to us about the race.
Well, when I got off the blocks, I felt a bit sore coming around the turn from the long jump. So I was really just trying to stay in contention so that I can execute my race model and finish strong. But I guess the soreness kind of took over. Although my mind was telling my body to keep going, I guess my body had other plans. Yeah.
So you're in the senior category now. Yesterday you would have won the 400 meter. You placed second in the 200 today. What's next for you on the track? We still have a whole next other day to go, in the Intercol Games.
So today I also did the long jump and placed first. Tomorrow I have the 100 meter finals along with the 4x1 and 4x400 meter relays. I'm hoping to PB in the 100 meter finals for the senior. and just really go hard and help my team to win the 4x1 and 4x4 relays tomorrow.
This is another stepping stone. What is the mindset? Because after this, it's character.
Well, I'm trying to get as much training as possible, seeing as I probably lost a month of training due to my reoccurring injury. My goal is to at least PB in the 400 meters for the character. Placing in the top 3 is not really my intention. Mostly I'm going for the time. Also, I was really hoping that we get to run a 4x4 relay, but we'll see what happens. So my mindset going forward is to get as much training as possible and just execute.
Thank you very much. That was the second place in the 200 meter senior girls, Shanti Augustine of the St. Joseph's Convent, St. George's. We now move back up to our commentary team.
Well spoken, Shanti Augustine, indeed, and I'm sure her dad, Roger Augustine, who is here, must be beaming with pride on Shanti's performance today. Jason, we're down to the final event on the track, the 200 meters senior boys, and we see quite a number of fans, spectators from the various secondary schools have gathered in clusters now and using those air horns and making a lot of noise on the bleachers as well.
Well, we're in for something special here because Telemac is in 4, coming in at 22.06, totally uncontested with a 22.06, a walk in the park for him, really. Blanco Bishop of GBSS, 22.26, and also Tagon Peterkin, 22.35. Peterkin trying to work his way back to form. So for him in this event, I'm thinking just getting on the medal podium is going to be an accomplishment for him, really, because he's not in his best form. He has a lot of work to do still to get back to his best form, and when he's in his best form, he's a dangerous chap. But that's not the case with him right now, but he's back. But so just getting on the medal podium would be good for him, but he is going to aid in the excitement because they know they can't take anything for granted. Joachim Sylvester of SAS, 22.31. Look out for him. Let's hear what the house announcer is doing the intro.
Joshua Sylvester in lane number 4. Another one of our Carifta athletes from Nexa PBC, Rikael Telemark in lane number 5. Another Carifta athlete from Najiko GBSS, Emil Bishop Blanco. In lane number 6, another Carifta athlete, Najiko GBSS, Tagon Peterkin. In lane number 7, from the Nawasa Sas, Brian Isaac. And in lane number 8, Westmoreland Secondary, Kevin Martin. 200 meter senior boys.
Well, Jason, there you have it. The anticipation is right there. It's great. The excitement is there. A hush over the stadium now. The horns have subsided, and it's going to be a cracker. Rickel Bobby Telemac from PBC, the favorite. He has done sub 22 for the season already. Josh M. Sylvester would chase him. So too would be Emilio Bishop Blanco and Tagon Peterkin, all athletes on the Carifta team.
All right, well, this is going to be some fireworks. Don't move a muscle. Keep your eyes glued to your television sets because we are about to experience something special. The record of 20.89 set by Kirani James back in 2009 could be under threat if really pushed. Telemac, Blanco Bishop, Sylvester, Peterkin, they're off.
They're up and running.
Oh, well, immediately, Telemac has picked up the stagger. He's gone. Telemac is coming around the bend, looking dangerous. Tagon Peter King is right there in front of him. But here comes Telemac. Telemac is gone. Telemac is gone. He's pumping, he's powering. Tagon Peter King of GBSS is right there looking for silver. Is he going to get it? Yes, he's going to get it, but he couldn't hold back Telemac. Telemac comes through with zest, with power, with style, and even with this full field, Telemac still had some distance between him and the crowd.
Well, a flash time of 21.5. We are with the official time on this one here, but a very strong and convincing run here by Telemac. As we look back here, he made up the stagger very, very quickly on the athlete from GBSS, as Emilio Bishop Blanco here. And from then on, it was curtains call for Bobby Telemac here. There he is there, powering away from the rest of the field. Sylvester from SAS gave good chase as well, but an easy victory for Telemac in the end. A flash time of 21.5 indeed. 21.5 for Telemac, 21.99 for Peter Keane of GBSS, and Josh M. Sylvester, 22.08. And that's the best we've seen of Telemac for the season, 21.5.
21.5, absolutely amazing from Raquel Telemac of PBC. And remember, at the start of the race, we spoke about Tagon Peterkin. He's not back at his best form just yet, but he ran a good race. I think his experience brought him the silver medal in this one.
We must recognize Brian Isaac from SAS, who got a 22.35, and Emilio Bishop may be disappointing somewhat here because he's always been in the second or third position behind Telemac in the absence of Elisha Williams, who was DQ'd in the preliminaries and brought a sort of an anticlimax between the competition between himself and Tagon Peterkin.
All right, well, we've got Sherrian and Joseph Cador down on the field, and they've got some of these superstars with them. I like to call them our young, upcoming superstars. So you guys, when you guys are ready, you can have it. All right, so as we were saying, a good run from Raquel Telemac. I mean, he was always the favorite coming into the event, Leslie, and he did hold true to form because immediately as the gun went off, he caught up the stagger and he was able to pick up Blanco Bishop right in front of him. And with about 10 strides, Blanco Bishop was already history behind Telemac. And after that, Telemac came off the bend. It was close coming off the bend. Tagon Peterkin showed some powering. He really fought, but Telemac just ran a cool, comfortable race, never changed anything, never panicked, stretched out the field, waited until he got the opportunity, and just separated himself from the rest of the pack, and still some daylight between 1 and 2.
Well, what I like about this race is that Tagon Peterkin is on the way back up. We know of the struggles he went through, but at 21.99 and a second place, a silver medal in the 200 meters, he's inching his way back to the form that we knew he had before. So it's looking like a good 4x1 team for Grenada with those guys sub 22 and so on. And in a moment we'll segue to Sherrian, who is in the mix zone with the first, second and third athletes. Sherrian, it's over to you.
Yes, we are here with Raquel Tamalik. Raquel, 21.50 seconds in the 200 meter. One of the anticipated races of the day. Keen competition, I should say. Speak to us about that particular event and, the drive.
I mean, it's kind of disappointed with the time as well, but I got some good competition from the rest of the athletes. I commend them on that, but 21.50, we move from here back to the lab.
Is that your personal best for the season?
Equal personal best, yeah.
I want to ask you as well too, most fans, most athletic lovers and so was looking forward for Raquel in the 400 meter. No Raquel yesterday in the 400 meters. What happened there?
I mean, nothing happened. Just a 400. 400 is for character. Yeah.
And how hard are you preparing for the character?
Preparation. I mean, it has been going good. Praying with my teammates, my coach. So all in all, it's a good preparation going towards character.
Thank you very much. And that was the winner of the 200 meter senior boys, the athlete out of the Presentation Brothers College, Raquel Telemac. We now move to the second position. Tejon, what a run. It has been serious competition for you for the entire season. Speak to us about it there. You had to power really, really strong to get a position.
Well, coming into the games, it was very challenging after being on injury for so long, but I just came to do my best, but I wasn't pleased with the time. It wasn't my best run as yet, but I'm still thankful for it.
You weren't pleased with the time. It wasn't your best run. You still have another day. Is it that you're going to redeem yourself on day 3?
Definitely. Definitely, I'm going to redeem myself. Try to run as fast as possible and just give it my best.
Let's just speak a little bit to that competition. Who gives the competition? Is it that Raquel causes you to push more, or you causes Raquel to push more?
Well, for me, everybody's fast. So I wouldn't say have a specific person, but both Raquel and Elisha, they both push, even Josh him as well. So it's very competitive.
Thank you very much, and congratulations to you.
Thanks so much.
We also have the athlete who placed third in the competition, and he is coming from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, 22.08 seconds. That is definitely a good run. So speak to us about the actual competition, the mindset, preparing yourself, and what happened on the tracks.
Well, I had to run the 800, but I didn't fully recover, so I just came to run the 200 to do my best.
So is this your first year doing the 200?
Yes. Actually, my first time running Intercol.
Well, that's a great achievement. To be doing the 200 for the first time at an Intercol game and placing third is good. So what's next for you? In terms of events, do you have any more that you'll be participating in on day 3?
Yeah, the 100 meters, the 4x1 and the 4x4 relays.
Thank you. That was the athlete out of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. He placed third in the 200-meter senior boys. We now return to our commentary team.
Well, thank you again, Sherry, and the strength of a man in Joshua Sylvester. Moments ago, we saw him running, the 800 meters and winning the 800 meters, and to come back in short order to do the 200 meters and place in third. It tells the strength and the character of the young man.
Yeah, I mean, and the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, if it's one thing we know for sure about the athletes from the SAS, is that, they build their reputation on tenacity. And so they have what it takes. They know how to make their athletes dig deep and come out with the best all the time.
What is also interesting about the young man, he's a senior, and this is his first time at Intercol. So he's actually a new find for SAS, because he didn't feature as a sub-junior, he didn't feature as a junior, and he reminds me of Alain Francique, who really made his name as a senior. Alain Francique was on a sports scholarship for football and cricket, and really emerged as a senior and dominated, and we know what his international reputation has turned out to be.
Well, the rest is history, as they say, with Alain Francique. But yeah, I mean, Joshua Sylvester, a good run, and I'm quite sure as he said, he's pleased with it, and the entire coaching staff of SAS will be pleased with it as well. What interests me, though, is Telemac saying he knows that he can do better. This is not his best time, and immediately he's thinking about going back to the lab, which means he's got some technical work.
Yeah, I love that expression as well, back to the lab. But even Peter King was saying that he was not satisfied with his time, which is 21.99. He thinks he can go faster.
And he can. I mean, remember, he's just coming off injury, and then he had to pause for a while to focus on studies, and then he found himself in the middle of the whole COVID-19 pandemic and having to battle that and academics, and then being injured. So Tegon Peterkin really had a really rough road the last 18 months. So for him to come up here today and get a silver medal, I mean, yeah, he's not happy with his time. He can do a whole lot better, but I'm quite sure he's very pleased with picking up a silver medal.
Well, we didn't hear from Emilio Bishop, but I'm sure he too would be very disappointed because he had better performances throughout the season as well. They're all on the character team. Grenada is looking good for a 4x100 meter relay team. And we certainly want to wish the guys all the best. We hope they have not yet peaked, and we hope that they can actually peak for character and bring home a medal for Grenada in the 4x100 meter relay in the under 20 category.
Yeah, I mean, what I saw, and my mind, my thought still goes back to Peterkin, because what I saw was an athlete that really struggled. If you looked at him in the heats, I mean, he did struggle in the heats. He had to fight to get out of the qualifiers, really. Yes, I think he won his heat, but it wasn't an easy win for him. He was really challenged, and you could have seen the that his whole demeanor, he was very lethargic. He was heavy. You can see he did in fact put on a few pounds, so he's going to work on that to get that off as well. And so what surprised me about him is his drive, his energy, his fight, his willpower, because he made up his mind. You can see in the 200, he made up his mind that he's not going to go down easy, and Telemac is going to have to fight. And so that was really impressive from Tagon Peterkin.
Well, we're going to try to give you a points update because we saw some interesting things happening in the points table. SAS actually moved into the lead, and we're going to give you the last point standing that we had, maybe the top 5 in each of the categories. We're going to start with the females, and in 5th position was the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School on 87 points. St. Joseph Convent St. George's was in 4th on 105. Convent St. Andrew in 3rd on 110. Anglican High School in 2nd on 132.5 points. And St. David's Catholic Secondary up front on 186 points. And that was through event number 64. We have just received an update, so I'm going to go back to the female category to give you the top 5. SAS on 94, Convent St. George on 113, Convent St. Andrew 115, only 2 points ahead. Anglican High School 140.5, and St. David's Catholic Secondary now entering the 200 region, 222. The top 5 in the boys category, the impressive Boca Secondary School, they continue to do well. They're on 73.5 points. St. David's Catholic, who were challenging for a double, they're in 4th on 134. Presentation Brothers College, who placed 2nd last year, they're on 143. St. Andrews Anglican Secondary is now in 2nd position on 218. And the Grenada Boys Secondary School, GBSS, is up front on 225.5 points. So I make it 7.5 points separates GBSS from SAS at the moment. And the battle for 3rd and 4th continues between Presentation Brothers College and the St. David's Catholic Secondary School. So, Jason, we see another twist of the tail here between SAS and GBSS. The previous point stand we had SAS in the lead, and now with 9.5 points, and now GBSS has regained the lead with 7.5 points over SAS.
Yeah, well, 4 schools really battling for 2 positions, because the battle between 1 and 2 is close, and there's some separation between them and the 2 schools battling for 3rd and 4th between PBC and St. David's. So the ding-dong battle between 4 schools really for 2 positions, because there's a lot of daylight between 2 and 3. So the battle 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4.
We have to look at the girls category as well. St. David's Catholic Secondary has almost 100 points lead on 222, and Anglican High School on 140. So there is more than daylight here. There is a lot of gap between those 2 schools. But there's an interesting battle between 3rd and 4th between the 2 convents, only 2 points separating them, 115 and 113. Anglican High School on 140, as I mentioned. And then SAS, a contender again in the girls category, in 5th position on 94 points.
Yeah, 113 to 115 between the 2 convents, looking for 3rd position. And then up front, really, this is more than daylight. This is just about a week between 1 and 2.
But what we're going to do now, Jason, we're going to take a break to go down to the track for the medal presentation ceremony, and then come back with some closing remarks.
GBSS, 34.93 meters. And your gold medalist, Oswald Charles, GBSS, 35.66 meters. Event 5, girls long jump senior. Bronze medalist, Cordelia Thomas, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, 4.60 meters. Silver medalist, Aliyah Gid-Harry, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 4.87 meters. And your gold medalist, Shante Augustine, SJC St. George's, 4.94 meters. Event 41, girls, 200 meters sub-junior. Bronze medalists, Kayla Christopher and David's Catholic Secondary. 27.32 seconds. Silver medalist, Samara Noel. St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, 27.32 seconds. And your gold medalist, Kayla Allen, Bishop's College, 26.87 seconds. Event 42. Event 42, boys 200 meters sub-junior. Bronze medalist Christophe Calise, SAS. 24.16 seconds. Silver medalist Ethan Ogis, PBC, 24 seconds flat. And your gold medalist, Delron John, representing SAS, 23.45 seconds. Event 7, girls high jump sub-junior, bronze medalists, Rachel Etienne, Anglican High, 1.40 meters. Silver medalists, Kate Fletcher, SAS, 1.43 meters. And your gold medalists, Keilani Kwashi, Hillsborough Secondary, 1.52 meters. Event 43, girls, 200 meters junior. Bronze medalists, Egypt Benjamin, Anglican High, 26.27 seconds. Silver medalists, Alina Dakota, Happy Hill Secondary, 25.73 seconds. And your gold medalist, Shaphonia Houston, Anglican High, 25.19 seconds. Event 44, boys, 200 meters junior. Bronze medalist, Kyle Ned, SAS, 22.30 seconds. Silver medalist, Tyreek McSween, GBSS, 22.09 seconds. And your gold medalist, Ethan Sam, representing GBSS, a time of 21.80 seconds. Event 45, girls, 200 meters senior. Bronze medalist, Francesca Henry, McDonald College, 26.45 seconds. Silver medalist, Shantae Augustine, SJC St. George's, 25.68 seconds. And your gold medalist, Kamisha Dominic, St. David's Catholic Secondary, a time of 25.07 seconds. Event 46, boys, 200 meters senior. Bronze medalist Josham Sylvester Sass, 22 seconds. Silver medalist Tagon Peterkin GBSS, 21.99 seconds. And your gold medalist Rekyle Telemark PBC, a time of 21.50 seconds. Event 31, girls shot put senior, presenting your bronze medalist, Avenel Noel Sass. Silver medalist, Jamelia Nicholas, St. David's Catholic Secondary, 10.92 meters. And your gold medalist, Serena Alexander, also representing St. David's Catholic Secondary, 11 meters. Thank you very much, Honorable Philip Telesford, Minister for Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs.
In the high jump event in progress, that is event number 9, the girls high jump junior. We have 2 athletes remaining in the event. We have Shadell Antoine, St. John's Christian Secondary, and Akira Moraine, St. David's Catholic Secondary, attempting a new height of 1.51 meters. Over in the javelin, the leader of that event, Gerald Clement of the Hillsborough Secondary, 51.89. We're going to give you an update momentarily if there has been any changes. And leading in the long jump, which seems to have come to an end, that would have been Kaylana Kwashi of the Hillsborough Secondary. We're going to give you the official results from that shortly. So that was the first attempt in the new height in the high jump for Shadell Antoine of the St. John's Christian Secondary. Remember, we have 2 athletes remaining in this event, battling for the gold and silver. Akira Moore is Catholic, her first attempt at 1.51 meters. So that was his second failure for Antoine at 1.51 meters. The second attempt now for Maureen.
Guys, we're just about winding down the day here on the field, just to let you know what's happening in the girls sub-junior long jump. From all indications, it is Kwashi from Hillsborough Secondary that has done the double. We'll confirm the double though, but we can tell you that she's won the high jump in a distance of 4.92. If you look over my shoulder though, we can see still in progress, we have the high jump that is still in progress. We're down to the last 2 competitors. That's Antoine from St. John's Christian Academy, and Maureen from St. David's Catholic, sorry. So that's what's happening. It's a 1-2 that's happening right now, and certainly it ain't over till the fat ladies saying they are taking it to the last draw. So again, that's what's happening here. Before you wrap, we've had quite an exciting day here, but as I said, we're going to wrap with letting you know that right about now in the junior high jump, ladies, this is Antoine from St. John's Christian Secondary and Maureen from St. David's Catholic Secondary. That's literally going after each other. They're now at a height of 1.51. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Joseph, for this important update in the field, and the high jump in particular, and the long jump. And we're going to keep you guys up to date on what's happening maybe tomorrow morning when we resume the broadcast. But Jason, it's been a thrilling day of exciting competition amongst the competing schools, and we're happy that we were privileged enough to be here to bring it to the viewers live and in living color, and to share in the moment as these athletes who would have trained hard, prepared hard from October last year to put their athletic talent to showcase at a crescendo, so to speak. And it augurs well for track and field, a very strong character team. We see the proliferation of athletic clubs recently, especially in the parish of St. George, and the benefits are there to be shown from the performance of the athletes. But maybe we can start with the final events, some of the impressive performance and standard performances we would have seen today in the various categories on the track. And of course, we must look at some of the field athletes who have done well, especially our youngster from carriacou in the high jump. But today we saw a number of 800-meter events and also 200-meter events. And there must be an athlete, Jason, that stood out for you amongst all the others who did well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know many of them offhand that I can remember their names, but I will tell you, and you would bring me up to speed on it. But the first name that stands out to me really and truly is Raquel Telemac from PBC, the senior 200-meter boys. Now, his standout has a lot to do with his attitude, not during the race, but before the race and after the race, because he stayed focused. I noticed him very focused, not doing much at all, not wasting any energy, staying on course, and then even at the end of it all, still knowing that he can do better than what he ran, and knowing that he wanted to go back and do some work to get to his best times. So that's one of the major standouts for me. The other thing that really got me was the athlete from the Anglican High School, I think, who ran the
Shafona Houston.
Shafona Houston, she is magnificent. I mean, she shows a lot of fight, a lot of drive, and she still has a whole lot more stored up inside of her. So I think she really has some good years ahead of her, really.
Well, Telemac, as we know him, Bobby, an impressive 21.5, equaling his season's best, and still feels he can go lower than that. It augurs well for his preparation for Intercol, for Carifta, I beg your pardon. Shafona Houston, she's going to double up in the 200 and 400 for Carifta as well. And we can finish speaking about young Shafona Houston of the Anglican High School and the South City Rising Stars. We can leave out an Ethan Sam, impressive 21.8 in the 200 meters today. He's a 10-7 100-meter runner, and also on the Carifta team to compete in the 100 meters, 200 meters, and the 4x100 meter relay. But that 200-meter junior boys was a clash of titans, so to speak.
Yes.
Ethan Sam, Tariq Samuel, and there was Kyle Ned and Michael Redhead and Aidan McIntosh. And again, it sets the stage for a very impressive quartet of athletes for a relay team at the Carifta Games. But those guys were very competitive, and it was a race to be savored, a very, very exciting race indeed.
Ethan Sam, I think what the advantage that Ethan Sam had is that everyone who was a threat to him in that 200 meters was in front of him. Where he started in lane 4, I think, and everyone who was a real threat to him was in 5, 6, 7, 8, you know. So he was in an advantageous position going in to the finals, really. But he still didn't let up. He understood that it could have gone any direction, and he held his composure, and he powered his way through. He powered all the way through to the finish line. Even when I remember he got to about 40 meters to the end, when he knew he had it, he didn't even let up. I mean, he just kept pumping and ran all the way through, and that was very impressive.
Well, those GBSS youngsters must be feeling very confident for the relay tomorrow. They actually broke the record in the preliminaries today, 43.03 seconds, and tomorrow they're going to have the finals. They'll be well rested and ready for the finals in the 4x100 meters in the junior boys category.
That I am worried about in a good way, because if these GBSS boys are able to pass that baton around seamlessly, knowing that they've got competition on their heels, they could smash their own record.
And it looks very eminent to me. So those boys that we mentioned, the Ethan Sam, the Tyreek Samuel, Emilio Bishop and others, no, Bishop is in the senior category, they can definitely extend on that record or lower the record that they established today. In the sub-junior category, SAS looks like the dominant force on the track with Christophe Calise and Delron John, as we saw them picking up 1 and 3 in the 200 meters today. And they'll be a force to be reckoned with in the finals of the 4x100 meters as they registered the best time today. The seniors is quite an open game. PBC has some good athletes with Telemac and McIntosh. GBSS is also looking good. So too is SAS. And the seniors can go anyway. St. David's Catholic would obviously put together a good team with the likes of Elisha Williams and others. And the senior boys 4x100 meter finals can go anyway. I think the real spoiler in the party here in the contest between GBSS and SAS is St. David's Catholic Secondary and the Presentation Brothers College. Obviously, they're not in championship honors at the moment, but they can deprive either schools of some very valuable points. And I'm sure both schools, SAS and GBSS, would go back to what they call this drawing board tonight, and as Telemax say, back to the lab, and see what strategies they can employ for tomorrow, because it's going to be a real battle between SAS and GBSS in the boys category tomorrow. In the girls category, Jason, maybe before I go on there, you may want to comment on that rivalry that is happening between SAS and GBSS and the spoilers in the party as well.
Yeah, I mean, the rivalry between SAS and GBSS and the boys, as I said earlier on, there's a ding-dong battle between 4 schools for 2 positions, really. SAS and GBSS battling for 1 and 2, although GBSS seems to be lunging forward just a little bit, but with the relays to come and still some final events tomorrow, it can still go any direction. And then the battle for 3rd and 4th position between the Presentation Brothers College and the St. David's Catholic Secondary, that's really tight there, just about 2 points separating them, at this stage of the game. So the ding-dong battle between 2 schools for 4 positions in the boys, a whole lot of daylight between 1 and 2 in the female. St. David's Catholic Secondary, barring some series of serious mishaps, St. David's Catholic Secondary seems to have this one under lock and cover. But the Anglican High School coach Rhonda Henry is known for not giving up. She teaches that to her athletes. Don't give up. Whatever you do, keep going. And that's how they're able to still come through and pick up the little points here and there. What is going to happen is that St. David's Catholic Secondary needs to keep winning, and they need to keep a presence on the in the points in every event. They need to do that because the Anglican High School will do that with their athletes. They will ensure that they pick up points in just almost every event that they are listed in.
So whereas GBSS leads SAS by a mere 7 points, it's a different story in the girls category. St. David's Catholic Secondary is leading by almost 100 points. And they are going to pick up a lot of positions into the finals. They are going to pick up some points. Remember, points are for all of the competitors in the finals. And from where I sit here, it's extremely difficult to catch up on St. David's Catholic Secondary in the girls category. We must also recognize the heptathletes and the octathletes as well in the combined events. They have completed 2 days of competition today with the 800 meters and the 1500 meters. And the young lady from St. John's Christian Secondary, Shamari, I think is her name.
Shamari Joseph of St. John's Christian Secondary. I mean, let me tell you something. It takes a lot to be a part of 8 events over 2 days. And you've got to give your best every time, because this is just more than winning the event. It's about points. So sometimes, even though you don't come in the top 3 in a particular event, you want to make sure at least you complete in a good time, because there are points attached to those times, and so that makes it even more difficult mentally as well. So she did very well, Shamari Joseph, coming through. And as I said, in all the events she participated in, all 8 events, she really only lost 2. She won 6 of the 8 events she participated in. I think she didn't come in the first 3 at all in the 800 meters. And in the short put, she threw 6.72 meters, and Demisha Scott of St. David's Catholic Secondary threw 7.17. But save and except that, she was in front in every other event.
In the boys category, a different story. We have from Boca Secondary, the obvious winner, and then we had 2 competitors from SAS picking up the 2nd and 3rd positions.
Yeah, Shamar Fleming of Boca Secondary School. I mean, he too was a standout. He led from the front, really, and only in the 1500 we saw him going down, But really and truly, he gave a good account of himself over all the events. And he came through very easy, no competition at all. He won by over 200 points or something like that. It was ridiculous. So he was there comfortable. The battle for 2nd and 3rd between the 2 athletes from St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Aviel Williams and Jordani Lewis. They kept going back and forth, but 2nd and 3rd was always between both of them.
And finally, we will want to look at the field events. We saw the youngster from Hillsborough Secondary School, Kalani Kwashi. She was going after the record in the sub-junior girls high jump. And the record is 1.56 meters. She was attempting 1.57, was unsuccessful, but again, a good jumper, a good youngster. She was doubling in the long jump. We have not yet received the results, so we're not too sure if she won the long jump as well. But a spirited performance from young Kwashi in the high jump for the sub-junior girls.
Yeah, I think she's going to break that record. I mean, she is going to break it. I believe that, because she was going after 1.57, I think it was, you say? And I think she was bothered more by fatigue than anything else. Anxiety, yeah, just a little bit, but more fatigue. So if she's given the opportunity to jump, to try and leap that early days, she's going to get it. I believe she can.
Well, I'm not sure she'll have another opportunity in the sub-junior girls category, but we wish her all the best in this quest as well. So the stage is set for another day of exciting competition tomorrow. The attention obviously will be in the boys category in the fight for championship honors between SAS and GBSS. But we can't take away from the females as well some spirited performances and competition there as well, especially between the 2 convents for 3rd and 4th position.
Yeah.
Mere 2 points for separating them at one stage of the point standing. So we encourage those of you who are home and who are within the vicinity of the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, even if you're from St. Patrick, and you can make your way down, come on down for the excitement tomorrow. The exciting relays are going to be there. The 100-meter sprints as well to determine the fastest athletes in the secondary school circuit. And, of course, the crowning of the champions later on in the afternoon. So if you're able to, come on down and join us here at the National Stadium. For those of you who have been joining online, we say purchase the pay-per-view package tomorrow again, and we'll be happy to bring it to you.
All right, well, from the National Stadium, the beautiful National Athletic Stadium, Kirani James Athletics National Stadium in St. George's, Grenada, Jason Skeet, Leslie Smith, thanks from our sponsors again, the Republic Bank, and also our associate sponsors, Flo, George F. Huggins and Company, Sol AC Grenada Limited, the National Lotteries Authority, and the TNR Communication. Thanks a lot again, everybody, for joining us. Day 2 of Intercol 2023 has now come to a close, but we look forward to day 3 on 2023. We see you tomorrow morning.
So, and finally, I'd just like to say, we also want to recognize the other commentators. We have Davis Adams, Joseph Cador, and Sherry and Noel, and of course the cameramen and crew from TNR Communication. Until tomorrow, we say so long, and we'll be back with more live track and field action right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. See you then.
Have your family or friends ever needed cash now, but you are nowhere close to give it to them directly? With the cardless cash feature from Republic Bank Online and your mobile phone, it is hassle-free and convenient to send money to anyone, including yourself, using the Republic mobile app. Simply log into your account, access the cardless feature, enter the amount you want to transfer, and using the access code provided, the cash can be withdrawn instantly from a designated Republic Bank ATM without a card. Republic Bank Cardless Cash is convenience at your fingertips. To learn more about our cardless cash features, visit republicgrenada.com for more details. Special terms and conditions apply.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Thinking about your new home? Think easy. Think a Republic Bank Home Easy Loan. Think affordable. Think convenience. Think Republic.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3. Republic makes home easy.
Wow, that was such a breeze.
Own your home with ease.
So whether laying that first brick or purchasing an existing home, we've got you covered. Republic Bank will get you those keys hassle-free in no time.
Home is easy as 1, 2, 3.
Apply for a Home Easy Loan today for a chance to win a cash prize. Getting your new home is easy with Republic Bank.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.
Terms and conditions apply.
Building or renovating your home or business? Why not use clean, renewable energy? Install solar panels to power your home and office and see your energy costs go down and your savings go up. Using renewable solar-powered energy protects our environment, reduces our carbon footprint, and slows the devastating impact of climate change. Republic Bank can help to finance construction and renovations that make use of renewable energy. Visit any Republic Bank branch and ask about renewable energy financing options today.
Republic Bank, we're the one for you.